Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are continuing our coverage of Wisconsin versus Chandler Halderson. We are going to get through days 7 and 8 today. And something interesting happens day 7. And let me just check my audio here real quick. Okay. So something interesting happens on day 7. You will see in 2 minutes. So then yesterday I was saying there were 10 days of this trial. There's actually 9 days. So what we're going to do is we're going to get through 7 and 8 today. We're going to do 9 tomorrow. And then we're going to pick up on a new trial starting Friday afternoon. So we're going to finish up Chandler today and tomorrow morning. And then we will get to a new trial on Friday. So with all that being said, good morning, Linda and C. Gilmore. Good to see you. Deviant, pounce on that like button. I like that. JRN, hello, hello. Debbie Blair, Kathy, good to see you guys. Allie B, good morning to you. Ruth, beautiful day in northern Michigan. Brat, good to see you as well. Mary Fitz and Bama Green Eyes, thank you for joining us. Iowa Backyard, yesterday's testimony, so much for the jury. I think we all know what they were thinking. Guilty and oh my God, this kid. I agree. Hey, Angelique, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. And Green Eyed Cat, good to see you as well. Cindy Davidson, Teresa. Little Lulu sent you an email. Yes, I replied to it. I just replied to it right before we went on. So you should see that. Hopefully you see that. Mary Fitz, good to see you. JPC. Michelle, good morning. First cup of coffee is the best. Richard in the kitchen, good to see you. Good morning. All right, you guys, let's get to it. Who is first in chat? Do we have a first in chat? Kathy Davis, as I age, I understand why folks move to Florida in the winter. Yep, pretty much. Kimbers, good to see you. And Dwayne, super. Thank you for joining us. Let's see. JRN, Tammy. Good to see you guys. Thank you. Settle in. Let's get to, and Tammy. Yep. Yeah, we watched the Maya with the RN, listen to me, RA. Yeah, we watched Maya with Scott as well. All right, let's get to Chandler Halderson. So straight out of the gates, something odd happens. So here we go. Start of day 7, straight out of the gates.
Please be seated, everyone. Good morning, folks. As you can tell, it's a little bit different in here today. Someone essential to the proceedings has tested positive, and as a result, everyone who was in the well of the courtroom on both sides have taken steps to quarantine under all the guidance provided by the CDC and our local authorities. I do not believe that you in any way would have been subject to exposure, but I do have to suspend our proceedings for a period of time because we cannot do any of our work through remote access through Zoom or any other means. It just is not feasible whatsoever. As a result, it is necessary to engage in a pause in this trial. Now, I learned of this, but couldn't do anything last night to contact people to say this is happening because I needed to see you this morning in order to give you directions about what to do and to talk to you about continuing in your responsibilities. Otherwise, I would have been happy to not have you have to come in this morning since I knew we weren't going to be proceeding with evidence today. But I have prepared an order that I'll be giving you in writing and reading in a few minutes as far as what our intent is and what your obligations are. And I can let you know that there are two things that we're asking you to do, and it's one of them at least is mentioned in the order. We'll need to know that we have the way you want to be contacted. So if we can, before you go, confirm or get confirmation of phone numbers and emails, if you like email contacts, so that we can let you know precisely when we will be asking you to come back and resume. Secondly, I do have available through the county rapid in-home tests that you can take with you if you want to take one today and use it today or after a few days in case you have any concerns whatsoever. We want to provide that to you so that you have the ability to gain some assurance yourself that you haven't been exposed here. It's a step that everyone is taking out of precaution, of course, but we can't continue our proceedings, but we do intend to continue our proceedings as it's vitally important. I'll read to you the order that I drafted last evening. And as I said, you'll have a written copy of this. The trial in this case has to be suspended for a period of days. The court recognizes the incredible commitment and dedication of the jurors, as well as the other participants, during the past 6 days of this trial. The court also recognizes the jurors' commitment to curtailing not just their lives, but their contacts and communications with others and their exposure to news and media sources throughout the last 10 days. The court finds it necessary at this time to ask that the jurors continue that conduct and commitment. The trial in this case will reconvene no earlier than Tuesday, January 18. I'll remind you that Monday is Martin Luther King Jr. holiday. We're off. This building's closed on that date. It is possible that it will be necessary to reconvene on a later date. The jurors will be notified individually by the court no later than the end of business Friday, January 14, either by phone or email, as to the specific day they must return to court. Jurors are asked to confirm their phone number and email address. Jurors are also asked to contact the court if they themselves experience a health issue during the time the proceedings are suspended. Until they return to court in order to continue the trial, the jury is admonished to continue to not discuss the evidence or the case among themselves or with any other person, and to not search out any information about the case, parties, witnesses, or the law. Further, the jury is directed to not permit themselves to overhear the conversations of others regarding the case or to be exposed in any way to such information. Assuming the jury follows this order, this trial in this case can resume and conclude with justice and fairness to the defendant, the deceased victims and their families, and to the people of the state of Wisconsin. Folks, I know other colleagues have tried and have had to postpone or even completely reschedule trials, and I think that may be something that occurs further. I asked for 6 alternates because I was very concerned about you folks during this process. I hadn't anticipated that it could cause a delay as far as others, but there are essential persons connected to these proceedings, and we are all undergoing routine testing and monitoring of our health, and this is where we are at this point in time. I know for those of you that have lives, not whether it's work or just other obligations and commitments, I know this delays things for us, and I do appreciate that, and I am very sorry for that. If you have any need for anything or further information to share with an employer or any other situation, please do contact my clerk, and I'll get whatever you need to you. That has been something we've done in some cases for some jurors that need proof that things aren't finished and that they need to continue in their obligations. Our contact information, including the court phone and Lindsay's email, are at the bottom of the order you'll receive so that you have that information. I do encourage you to stay healthy and well. I've been telling people that the jury has been one of the best here that I've had in my time on the bench, and that there's not been, a peep from anyone that made me think that anyone, was or could become ill. And I hope that remains true as you go forward over these next few days. We will contact you Friday. We will be working to find out how we can proceed, and I'm hopeful that it will be the earliest that we can next week so that we don't have to take up more of your time after today. Thank you all very much. The notebooks will stay on your chairs, and I appreciate everything over these last 6 days. Take care. Thank you. Randy?
All right, to the hearing. Head back to your room from the user individual and talk to you. Just kind of wait for me. Don't leave it up top.
All right, so day seven, COVID shut down, and that kind of screwed up. A lot of, like, when I was doing research, when we were doing the research, it kind of screwed up the following days, the numbering. So I was trying to sort it out, and we did. I was able to, day 8 became, or day 7 became day 8. Day 8 became day 9, etc., and it just screwed everything up. So,
using the rapid test we provided,
but I was able to sort it out, and here we go. So now this is day 7, continuing on. So they came back. He said, what do you say? The Martin Luther King Day was that Monday? Anyway, so they came back the following Tuesday. All right, here we go. So now here is day 7 after they came back. And we don't know who had COVID, right? He didn't say who had COVID.
To him, he went and had a PCR test done, the more formal test, and it was negative. And I wanted to make sure you knew that. He then subsequently developed some symptoms that caused him to use the home test. And this was a number of days later, but closer to today, and that came back positive. And so he informed me of that, and I excused him immediately, of course, because we can't wait another segment of days, and we have alternates for that reason. So I wanted you to know both the circumstances of his developing symptoms well after we were all together and his positive test result on the rapid kit after we were all together. I don't think it was connected to his being with us on Wednesday of last week or the days prior. We're here today to resume, but I need to do a little bit more with you than the simple overnight or lunch break discussion, obviously, because it's been a number of days. And I wanted to make sure that we covered all of the bases so that the record demonstrates everything that did or didn't occur. What I'd like to ask you to do for each of these questions is raise your hand if you need to respond to the question. I'm not going to ask any follow-up questions here with everyone else, but once we've gone through these, then we'd resume an individual process as we did in choosing you for the jury so that we can discuss things. That way, anything you might say doesn't, get spread amongst everybody else in that sense. So let me ask you, they're the same questions, just broken down a bit more. Did anyone, during the time in this days that you've been away since last week, Wednesday morning, did anyone engage in any discussions about the case with anyone else? I see no hands. But did anyone find themselves in a situation where someone was talking about the case and they overheard things that they shouldn't have been overhearing? I see no hands. Did anyone accidentally be exposed to any media reporting about the case in any circumstance, whether on a device or a television or print? I see no hands. Did anyone actually seek out or look at any media reporting about the case in the days since we've been together? I see no hands. And finally, did anyone purposely research or look up anything, not about the case, but things surrounding the case, any kind of information about the type of things that you've heard in this case that weren't already in your common knowledge or common experience? I see no hands. Thank you. Does anyone have a concern at all that they'd like to address with us personally and individually outside of the presence of the rest of the jury? I see no hands. Thank you so much. We're going to proceed today with the state's case, and I'll ask the state to call its witness, please.
The state's going to call Dr. Rogalska to the stand.
And Doctor, I have asked every witness if they're able to safely and responsibly testify without a mask to do so. I think you're in a position where you believe you need to wear your mask. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. And as long as you're close to the microphone so we can all hear your voice, that will be adequate. I'll ask you to please stand, and my clerk will administer the oath.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Good morning. Could you please state both your first and last name and spell both for the record?
Yes. Good morning. My name is Agnieszka Rogalska. That's spelled A, G as in Gregory, N as in Nancy, I, E as in Ernest, S as in Sam, Z as in Zebra, K as in Catherine, A as in Apple. Last name Rogalska, R-O, G as in Gregory, A, L, S as in Sam, K as in Catherine, A as in Apple.
How are you employed?
I am the Chief Medical Examiner of Dane County.
I'm now going to approach you with Exhibit 367. Outside of your recent promotion, does Exhibit 367 appear to be a true and accurate copy of your curriculum vitae or CV?
It does.
I would move Exhibit 367 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
And Doctor, I just briefly want to go through some of your educational and work background. Where did you attend medical school?
I attended medical school in Poland at the Karol Marcinkowski University of Medical Sciences.
And after finishing your medical degree in Poland, what sort of residency did you participate in?
I completed a 4-year residency in anatomic and clinical pathology at the University of Illinois at Chicago.
Where did you work after that?
After that, I completed a 1-year fellowship, specifically training in forensic pathology with the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office in Minneapolis, Minnesota.
And have you worked anywhere else as a medical examiner?
I have.
Where would that be?
I worked in Milwaukee for 5 years as an assistant medical examiner before coming to Dane County.
And how long have you worked in Dane County?
I began my employment in Dane County in 2015.
And what is your current title?
I am currently the Chief Medical Examiner of Dane County, serving Rock, Brown, Door, and Oconto counties.
And what does a medical examiner do?
Essentially, the role of a forensic pathologist who serves as a medical examiner in a county is to determine the cause and the manner of death in cases that are reported to our office. We don't have to investigate every death that happens in our jurisdictions. However, there are some cases that are not natural deaths, or we don't have a cause of death, or they might be suspicious or violent deaths. In those cases, it's the job of the forensic pathologist or the medical examiner to determine what the exact cause of death is, what the manner is, and to make sure that the death certification is appropriately completed. Also to ensure that an autopsy is performed or some form of examination, if needed, to document the cause of death and to make it available for purposes of the court.
And are you board certified in any areas?
I am board certified in anatomic and forensic pathology.
Okay, and what does it mean to be board certified?
Board certification is essentially an exam that allows you. It essentially says that you meet the bare minimum criteria for your profession. You have to complete residency training before you can take an exam, and then you take it to say that you have a minimal amount of knowledge by the board that governs your field. the same thing for forensic pathology. It basically means not only did you complete the training course, but you have the requisite knowledge to practice independently in that field.
And approximately how many autopsies have you performed during your career?
I did the numbers a few days ago, and actually somewhere around 4,000, a little over 4,000.
And part of your practice is to write a report in each case?
Yes, in most cases.
Okay. And did you write a report in the case of Krista Halderson?
I did.
I'm now going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 368.
Thank you.
How would you identify Exhibit 368?
This is part of the medical examiner file on this case. It includes my autopsy report, or a copy of my autopsy report, as well as a copy of our investigative report. This would be written, comprised by our investigators in the course of their work on this case.
In association with this case, did you put together a presentation based on your report?
I did.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 370. I also have a USB of it, 369. Could you please look through Exhibit 370 and tell me if that is the presentation you prepared?
It appears to be, yes.
This time the state would move Exhibits 368 through 370 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
They are received.
And as we've done in this trial, could you please compare, this is an example copy that the jury will get. Will you please compare your 370 to a jury copy?
Yes.
As the witness is going through that process, ladies and gentlemen, I'll advise you that once again, it'll be necessary in this case for the state to utilize exhibits so that you understand the testimony and the evidence. That'll be done through the booklet format once again. The pages are numbered in the bottom right-hand corner as before, and your obligation as before is to at least observe the exhibits one by one. To the extent you do so is up to your own decision-making as jurors. Thank you.
I can flip through one if that's easier.
Sorry. Next page. 12. Yes, please.
And actually, as before, I'll remind you to only turn pages in the booklet as the exhibit is being shown during the testimony, although you can go backwards if you wish at any point without losing your place, I hope.
And those appear to be exact copies of each other.
They do.
And now I'm going to pass out Exhibit 370. Doctor, I've left Exhibit 368, your medical report, up there. If you need to refer to it at any time, that's fine, but the court would ask that you just note it for the record.
Thank you.
Counsel, I think we have an extra.
Fabulous. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Doctor, could you please turn to slide 2 in your presentation? On July 14th of 2021, were you called out to a location in Roxbury, DNR land?
I was.
And what was the purpose of you being called out there?
Human remains or suspected human remains have been found in this area. It's our policy in the office to respond to a potential homicide or potential human remains. Because we had already found other human remains that were confirmed as human, the doctor, myself, responded to this scene as well, rather than just an investigator initially.
Okay. And what is the jury looking at on slide 2?
On slide 2, the jury is just looking at a photograph of the scene in the parkway. This is part of the trail through which we went in order to get to those remains.
Let's turn to slide 3. What is the jury looking at with slide 3?
Here you're looking again at the scene. We've moved a little bit further away from the parking lot. I believe that in the left hand of the photograph is part of the river or the river bed. And we are walking across this to go further into an open area of the parkway.
And how would you describe this area in general? Was it remote? Were there a lot of people around? Something else?
At the time that I was there, there weren't a lot of people around other than sheriff's deputies. There was a parking lot and a small area of, I'm not sure if they were camper units or small cabins off of the parking lot. I'm not sure if those were residences or just temporary camping sites, but a handful of domestic kind of units. There was the parking lot, and the rest of it is, as you see in the photographs, essentially just forest, trees, and prairie.
All right, and turning to slide 4, how would you describe slide 4?
Slide 4 is again on our way to the scene. This is where the forest opens up into a kind of prairie. One photograph wouldn't capture the entirety of it, but this is just the pathway that we were taking to get to the remains. You can see that this is an open field at this point.
It's a little bit hard to tell from slide 4, but how high was the grass or the weeds in that prairie area?
I don't recall that we took a measurement, but I would say that they're probably calf length. They weren't knee length, and there was a path already built, so we weren't struggling.
Okay. Could you please describe slide 5?
On slide 5, we've moved through a portion of the prairie, and we're now edging into the area where the remains were found. You can almost see a few of the bushes or a large tree in the middle of the photograph that seem to be a little bit closer to the prairie. We're actually going to be moving behind that area, which is where the remains were found.
Okay. And slide 6, could you describe that slide?
In slide 6, we're actually coming to the edge of that prairie. We've walked past that large tree that you saw in slide 5, and you're seeing a portion of that large tree on the left side of the photograph. In the middle of the photograph, you can't see from this distance, but for orientation purposes, this is where the remains are found.
Okay. Could you please describe picture 7 for the jury?
Yes. In picture 7, we've moved a little bit closer to that area where the remains are found. You'll note that there are red and blue circles on this photograph, and there are notes on the right side of this presentation, so you can orient yourself. Within the right circle, underneath the tree on the left side of the photograph, you can see this is where we'll find the remains of the left thigh, a left foot, and a right leg. And identified in the blue circle, under a smaller bush a little further away, is the left knee, identified here as left leg.
In your identification, you have left thigh, comma, left foot, comma, right leg. Was the thigh dismembered from the foot, or the foot dismembered from the thigh?
Yes, the what ultimately I believe to be the left thigh that joins that, the left knee that joins the left thigh and that left leg was identified in the area here circled in blue. So the right leg is intact from the thigh down. The left leg was fragmented. A portion was found in one area, the knee, the thigh, and the foot were found with the right leg.
And let's turn to slide 8. How would you describe slide 8 for the jury?
Slide 8 is now a close-up photograph of what we're seeing in the underbrush. This is still far enough away that you can't identify it, but as you were walking into the scene, you would see a fragment of dried brown parchment-like skin, and these remains correspond to the left thigh, the left foot, and the right leg, and they're identified with a yellow circle on your notes.
And as you're approaching these body parts, what, if anything, are you looking to sort of take in and observe?
From the perspective of a forensic pathologist, what I'm looking for initially are how many remains there are. First of all, I want to make sure I'm not screwing anything up in the pathway for those people who are qualified to look at the tracks and the scene, the law enforcement officers. But my main concern looking at the remains is to see if they are covered, are they buried, do they appear to be intact, do they even appear to be human remains, is there insect activity, is there animal activity? These are the things that I'm thinking about. Most of it I won't know until I get really close, but that's what I'm thinking about as I'm approaching this kind of scene.
Okay. And how would you describe slide 9?
So slide 9 is a photograph from the same position where I took the photograph in slide 8 from. This gives you some perspective as to the distance between the two piles of remains. So identified in the red circle is actually the left knee, identified here as left thigh, but it's actually a portion of the left thigh and that left knee and the left leg, that missing portion between the thigh and the foot that we saw in the other, identified in the other picture. So you can see that there's some distance between these two piles of remains. Here, this knee is actually visible, it's open, it's between some very thin, I believe they're called, they're not twigs, they're just saplings. Basically in a relatively open area in comparison to the rest.
And could you tell from your observations of being there whether or not it was purposely placed in a separate area or if it was later on by wildlife or something else? Is that something you could determine?
Well, purposely placed in the sense that these fragments had no reason to be there of their own accord. So the distance between them would not be accounted by any grade in the terrain, so it's not like it rolled down a hill. There was a slight a grade to it, but there was so much brush and shrubbery that it would have stopped. There was no animal activity that I could discern on either the soft tissue or the bone. I would defer that to the anthropologist if there is any animal activity that I didn't recognize. There was no definitive explanation for the difference in the distance between them.
Okay. And what do you observe on picture 10?
So on picture 10, you're actually seeing my right foot, unfortunately in the field of the photograph, but in the center of the photograph, what you can see are these remains that were identified as the right leg, left thigh, and left foot. Now we're looking at them with a bird's eye view on top as opposed to through the brush. The brush hasn't been cleared, so this is exactly how these remains were found in the open. You can see that the skin is really dried and brown. It's called parchment-like. It's starting to mummify. You can see all of the gray little fragments that look like little pellets or rice grains. Those are actually maggots that are essentially starting to work on decomposing the body. And you can see that there's just grass around the area without any major coverage. There's nothing on top of these remains.
And doctor, I noticed looking at your foot that you appear to be wearing booties. Could you please describe how you are, or what attire or safety precautions you take when approaching human remains?
Anytime we approach a scene, we want to make sure that we're not tracking any evidence or DNA into the field. We're going to be handling this material, so it's even more important for us to be protected. We usually don a Tyvek suit, which is a full, essentially a bunny suit or footed pajamas, if you like, with a hood. We'll wear masks and gloves and eye protection. This is to keep our DNA or our person from being deposited on the remains or a body if we're looking at a homicide scene of a different kind.
And could you describe slide 11, please?
So in slide 11, now we are looking at a close-up view of the left knee that was found a little bit further away. You can see again that gray discoloration and some of those white fragments that are the maggots that are part of the decomposition process and the insect activity. You can see a fragment of exposed bone looking straight at the camera. And you can see that the skin here is a little bit different color. It is starting to putrefy a little bit. It is starting to dry a little bit, but it isn't as parchment-like or as mummified as the other remains.
And at some point, are these remains collected and taken back to your offices?
Yes, they are.
How are those remains collected?
We collected them in separate body bags just to keep the fragments separated until we can officially identify them. And just by looking at them with the naked eye like this, you can't really tell if they're from the same person. So we collected them as separate pieces. We placed them into a body bag. That body bag is zipped closed. The remains are actually, before it's zipped closed, placed into what's known as an evidence sheet. So it's a clean white sheet that covers those remains. Anything that would fall off would go into that evidence sheet. Then we place that into a white body bag, close it. We tie it with a zip tie with a numbered tag. And then we document that tag number and the time it was sealed, as well as by whom. And that is tracked throughout the rest of the autopsy and examinations that follow.
All right, and could you please describe what you observe in slide 12?
So in slide number 12, we've moved forward to the 16th of July. We are now in the autopsy suite. The remains have been placed on a blue sheet for the purpose of documentation and photographs. What we're looking at specifically on slide number 12 is a photograph of the right leg. In the corner, you'll see an L-shaped ruler. That's there for a couple of purposes. One, that gray ruler on the side actually has our medical examiner case number. That tells you the case number, and that gray fragmented ruler is also about 2 inches long, so that if you want to do some measurements for your own purposes, you know that's about how big that is. So here we can see the parchment-like dried, partially mummified right lower extremity or the right leg. You can see a fragment of skin that's attached to the side of that foot. You can see a fragment of the thigh in the upper corner, and we'll talk about that in a different slide.
And in examining the foot, were you able to estimate a shoe size?
I was able to get a measurement of the length of that foot, and it's 7.5 inches from toe to heel. Using just a Google search to find a scale for measuring shoe sizes, we came up with a shoe size of about 8. However, it must be remembered that the foot is partially mummified and desiccated. So this is not a definitive measurement. I can say that it's 7.5 inches from the longest toe to the heel.
Okay. Please describe what the jury is looking at in slide 13, please.
In slide 13, you're looking at the cut end of the skin of the right leg. What I'm showing here is that the thigh has relatively clean cuts along the edge of the skin with a couple of triangular, what are known as skin tags. One of the ways to distinguish a sharp force injury that's incurred by a sharp implement, such as glass, a knife, pair of scissors, is that the edge is going to be clean and relatively able to be put together. A blunt trauma that breaks skin, what's known as a laceration, so let's say that it's a fall and somebody tears that skin apart. That skin becomes very jagged and irregular. There's usually some scraping of the skin on the outside, and that helps us distinguish these two. The features that we're seeing here are relatively clean incisions. So this was done by a sharp object. The irregular fragments, those skin tags that are outlined by some of the red arrows, those are telling us that there's motion. This wasn't just a clean cut that went all the way around. This was a cut and a stop, and either the weapon is removed and put back in, which is what usually happens if you think about cutting something that's the length of a thigh. The sharp implement goes in and out, and every time it does, it doesn't go back in exactly into the same place. So you end up with a little bit of a skin tag. And this is also very characteristic of a sharp force injury.
And just for the record, your hand kind of made what I would describe as a sawing motion as you explained that. Is that accurate?
Correct, yes. Basically, I was demonstrating a sharp implement moving in and out as it's being either going across or into the object that it's cutting.
Doctor, what is the jury going to be seeing here in slide 14?
In slide 14, we're seeing that the bone here on the femur has been cut. So now we're looking at the bone, or that leg flipped over to the other side.
And what, if anything, can you tell us about this cut?
The most important thing has been outlined by the red arrow. It's a little bit hard to see because even though on the outside the tissue is brown and mummified, when we flip it over on the inside, everything looks gray. That's because it's essentially putrefying and it changes to that gray homogeneous color. But the red arrow is pointing to where the femur ends. That's the bone of the thigh. And you can see that this bone is also relatively smooth with a cut end. It doesn't look like, if you think of a chicken bone that you break, for example, you can see that it has splinters or jagged edges on the sides. Here we can see that that bone is relatively smooth and cut off in a diagonal.
And are you at all able to tell what sort of instrument created this cut, or is that for the forensic anthropologist?
I can say that there are definitely tool marks present, but I think the forensic anthropologist is in a better position with much more precise measurements to give the jury a sense of what type of tools might have been used.
All right, thank you. What do you observe on slide 15?
So on slide 15, we're again looking at the right leg, and now we're looking at the back. This is the popliteal fossa, or that little area behind your knee. And within that area is a single kind of a teardrop-shaped defect. It's circled in a yellow circle on your slide.
And what would cause something like that?
There are multiple explanations. The first one being that it's possible insect activity. However, as you may have seen in a previous presentation, and even on these photographs you might note as well, the little holes that are associated with maggot activity called burr holes tend to be very small and round. They're usually just a few millimeters or fractions of an inch wide. This is a relatively large hole. It has characteristics that are similar to a stab wound. On one end, closest to that gray part of the ruler that has our medical examiner number, you can see that the end is pointed, but the opposite side is blunt. Now, with the amount of damage to the tissue and putrefaction, I can't say definitively that this is a stab wound, but it is suspicious for an injury with a sharp force injury, such as a single-edged knife.
Thank you. What are we looking at in slide 16?
In slide 16, we're actually looking at that same right leg, but now we've cut into the skin and we've moved it open. We sort of dissected it and splayed that soft tissue open. You can see that from the edge of the femur to the foot, the bone is intact. The muscle inside is putrefied. It's brown and yellow. But the interesting thing about it is that, except in the areas of insect activity at the edges, there is no blood. There is no hemorrhage. There's no area here that says that there was blood flow at the time any of these injuries were incurred.
So, doctor, are you saying that the person was dead at the time that the leg was removed from the body?
Most likely, yes.
And are there any signs that these wounds were, actually, strike that. Are there any other signs that you're able to detect that suggest that this was done post-mortem or after death?
The majority of the findings, if it was done antemortem, if there was blood flow to this leg, we would be seeing some hemorrhage. I examined this under the microscope as well. Sometimes we might see red blood cells that are associated, even if I can't identify them as such with the naked eye. There was no indication here of blood flow. The tissue, even though it's decomposed, would still have a darker color if there was blood, and there isn't any. That's the main factor that says that there was no movement and no flow of blood, and likely this was post-mortem.
Turning to slide 17, what is the jury observing here?
In slide 17, you're looking at a couple of things. Mainly, you're looking at the left foot on the side, and that's identified by that L-shaped ruler. In the circles, the two red circles, you're also seeing fragments of skin that were recovered with this tissue. If you recall, the intact tissue of the right leg had a fragment of skin on it. That is that layer of skin on the bottom of your foot. These both also have ridges on them that are characteristic with either a foot or a palm. One of them was still attached to the foot, and you could see the ridges. The one on the right leg still had circular ridges that were consistent with the ball of the foot where it was attached. Two fragments similar to this, the squamous epithelium had ridges that were consistent with a heel, and there was another fragment that had a ridge pattern consistent with the ball of the foot that was not attached to anything and was associated with this left foot.
Thank you. Turning to slide 18. Please describe slide 18 to the jury.
In slide 18, you're looking at the foot, but at the cut end. So now the sole of the foot is on the table, and you're basically looking down at the cut edge of the bone. Identified with the red arrows, you can essentially see what we talked about. The skin there is a nice smooth incision. It's basically a very smooth linear cut edge all the way around. You can see that the bone also is relatively smooth. However, you can also see identified by the green arrows that there appear to be kind of steps in the bone. Again, this is consistent with a sharp force injury that can be sawing or some sort of cutting, but again, we have movement and we have a ridge. It's not just cut clean through. At the very end, it almost looks as if there's a possibility that it was broken. Again, I would defer that to the forensic anthropologist about the very details of it. But from my perspective, I can see that the bone is being cut, and at some point the cuts are irregular and they're making little steps. And also there may be some breakage of the bone as well towards the end.
Turning to slide 19. Why did you take picture 19?
Could you repeat that?
Sure. What is picture 19? I said, why did you take picture 19, or what does it represent?
So picture 19 is that same left foot. Now we're looking at it from the side. we're looking at the outside of the ankle. And you can see, identified by the red arrows, the same sort of skin tags that we saw on the thigh. Again, we're looking at incisions, a cut that's being made around the ankle or the distal leg portion. And anytime that there's a movement in that sharp tool, either in or out or forwards and backwards, we're seeing a small skin tag being made. And we see that continued here on the foot as well.
And doctor, this is a small point, but there appear to be some twigs kind of stuck to that foot. Could you tell us about that?
I think those are just fragments from the scene. Again, if you remember, it was laid in that field, and that had some small short grasses, some dried grasses there. This was the best photograph that I had of these edges, but it's probably one of the earlier photographs before we removed some of the debris that was attached.
Sure. All right. What does slide 20 show us?
Slide 20 again is showing the reflection of the skin. We tried to get as much off to look at the muscle underneath. Again, we're seeing that gray change associated with putrefaction, but we're not seeing any hemorrhage or any discoloration to indicate that there was blood flow at the time these injuries were incurred.
Again, suggesting it was postmortem.
Correct.
Turning to slide 21, what does slide 21 show you?
In slide 21, we're looking at the left thigh. The white arrows in the middle are identifying the types of holes that we see from maggot activity. We see this very commonly in mummified remains, and you can actually see them in museum exhibits if you're ever looking at a mummy. These are these nice, small, round holes that a maggot makes in order to get into the tissue or to get back out. In contrast to that, in the red arrows on the sides, again, we're looking at incisions or sharp force injuries on the skin. You can see the cuts are very broad and very jagged. You'll see them on both sides of the picture and also both sides of the cut ends of the thigh, So you can see cut ends on the distal portion as well as the proximal portion. Again, sharp incisions with skin tags. Inside the red circle, you're looking at the bone, the femur, and you can see that it also has a partially smooth edge, but now it's also making a jagged point, suggesting that we have both sharp and blunt force injuries involved.
Okay. Turning to slide 22, what is the jury observing in slide 22?
In slide 22, we're again looking at the left thigh, but now we're looking at a close-up of the bone. And the yellow arrow is showing us a nice smooth edge. Again, this is where the bone is being cut. But the red arrows are showing that we have jagged ends in part of the cortex, or the kind of circular rim, the hard part of the bone. And that is indicative of a blunt force injury, meaning not something that's done with a knife, but it could be either done with a different tool or it could be broken.
What does picture 23 show us?
In picture 23, we're looking straight down into that bone. Normally, when you would look down at bone, you would see a nice circular rim, which is the hard cortex, and inside is the medulla, the soft part where blood cells are made. But within that red circle inside of the marrow, which you actually see a fragment of bone. So this indicates that not only was this bone cut, as we've already seen in other photographs, but it confirms the fact that there was blunt trauma as well, because now a broken fragment of bone is actually tightly jammed into the marrow.
All right, turning to slide 24. What are we observing on slide 24?
On slide 24, we're looking at a very close-up view of the thigh and the bones from the left extremity. The green arrow is again showing us those nice, relatively smooth cut edges. They do have some irregularity to it, but in comparison to those identified by the red arrow, where we have peaks and valleys up and down, the green arrow is showing us sharp force injuries. The red arrows are showing us fragmented bone, so likely blunt force trauma or breakage of the bone. And in the middle of the photograph in the white box, you can see that you have linear cuts on the bone. So these linear incisions are essentially sharp force injuries or cuts that are made on the bone, most likely as the soft tissue or the skin is being cut.
Okay. Turning to picture 25. What does picture 25 illustrate?
So in picture 25, again, we've reflected all of the soft tissue of the bone. So you can see the bone in the middle, and on both sides of the bone is slightly gray, yellow, putrefied muscle and soft tissue. Again, there's no hemorrhage, there's no darkening areas that are consistent with a previous hemorrhage. So there's no evidence of blood flow at the time that these injuries were incurred.
Turning to slide 26. Could you please describe slide 26?
Yes. On slide 26, now we're looking at the left knee that was recovered separately. The white arrows are pointing toward the femur. So that's the leg part, the thigh part. And the double arrows in yellow are showing the tibia and the fibula. So those are the bones of the leg.
Okay. Turning to slide 27. What do we observe there?
Here on slide 27, we are looking at the distal or the far portion of the leg where the tibia and fibula are. What you're seeing identified by the white arrows is the edge of the skin, and you can see a very nice smooth cut all the way around. There are a few areas where it's jagged with those triangular skin tags or maybe some steps in the skin, but for the most part, it's a smooth cut all the way on this side.
Doctors, the cuts, some of them have been really smooth, some of them have been more jagged. What would account for that?
Many different things would account for it. It could be the result of using different tools. It could be the result of somebody being tired. It could be the result of different condition of the tissue. As essentially they're indicators of motion. So it basically means that the sharp object is moving either back and forth or in and out in a stab wound. Every time we have one of those irregularities, you know that the knife has come in a different direction, or the glass or whatever sharp implement you're using. In cases where we're seeing such vast differences, it could be either because of a difference in the condition of the tissue. We know that this left knee, for example, isn't as decomposed as the left thigh, the left foot, and the right leg. If it's mummified, the skin will be tougher and there might require different force. And again, if a different tool is being used, that could account for it as well.
And why would some of the body parts be more mummified than others? What could account for that?
Again, different conditions under which they were either stored or they were placed outside. A more shaded area is going to provide cooler air, maybe more moist air. That kind of tissue, if it's cooler, may not putrefy as quickly and it may not mummify. You need relatively dry, hot air for the mummification process to occur. There are also other factors that could be happening before they are, in this case, before they were placed into the park. Portions may have been kept refrigerated or frozen, or they may have been kept in a cooler place. There are many factors that go into it, so I can't say just one, but if I could tell you if one is consistent.
Okay. Thank you. Turning to slide 28. What is significant about slide 28?
On slide 28, we're looking at the left knee again, and we're looking at the femur. So in the big white square in the middle, you can see again those kind of linear horizontal cuts on the bone. Those can be as a result of either cutting away the soft tissue or initial attempts at cuts that just didn't go, a fracture or a blow with a heavy object.
Turning to slide 29. What does slide 29 demonstrate?
So slide 29 is demonstrating, again, that right knee, but now we're looking at it kind of upside down. So what we're looking at are the tibia and the fibula. So those would normally be the bottom parts of your leg, but we've turned them upside down for photographs. And just like we've seen in the other tissue, we're seeing both the smooth edge as it's cut. You can see that it's almost a flat end, right? And that's demonstrated by the red arrows. But the green arrow is showing you a step or an irregularity, in the way that that bone is cut. So we're seeing some evidence of a sharp force that's not clean all the way through, but kind of jagged cuts on top of the bone. And again, I'm using my left hand to make kind of a sawing motion to demonstrate the movement.
Thank you. What is shown in slide 30?
In slide 30, now we have reflected the skin from that knee. You can see that this looks very different from the remainder of the tissue. On the outside, it wasn't as parchment-like, it wasn't as dried, and you can also see here that the fat has stayed yellow as it would, and that the muscle is pink. So this bone and muscle tissue and soft tissue is better preserved than that right leg, left thigh, and left foot. Again, there's no hemorrhage here either. Even though we have very good soft tissue, we don't have a lot of putrefaction and no artifact, there's absolutely no hemorrhage here.
In slide 31. What are we observing in slide 31?
In slide 31, we have removed all of the soft tissue from the bone. And at this point, before we involve the anthropologist and before the bones are prepared for that examination, I am just putting together the bones of the left thigh and the left knee. You can see, identified by the L-shaped ruler, you can actually see the linear, irregular kind of line across the bone. That is where the end of the left thigh and the end of the femur of the knee are put back together, and that they approximate very nicely. They come right back together like pieces of a puzzle.
So does that suggest that they were at one point the full leg?
To me, yes, this indicates that these pieces of bone are from the same leg.
And turning to your last slide, what does slide 32 show us?
Slide 32 is that same process. Remove the bone from the distal portion of, or the entire knee, and I put that left foot and the left leg back together. You can see that the large bone right in the front of the photograph has a bit of a gap. That's just a piece of tissue that's gone, and of that bone that's gone and not going to be recovered, probably because of the tool that was used to separate them. But those pieces do come together. And to the left of that, you can see the fibula, and you can see how those two pieces of bone come nicely together.
Again, fitting them like puzzle pieces, demonstrating that they're of the same leg.
Yes.
Now, doctor, you have a name on your report of who you believed these legs belonged to, Krista Halderson. Is that correct?
Correct.
How did you come to identify that these legs belong to Krista Halderson?
We collected DNA samples from the fragments of tissue. The tissue from the left knee that was pink was still viable for DNA analysis. And the crime laboratory made a comparison and identified the remains as that of Krista R. Halderson.
And doctor, in doing your autopsy of these legs, were you able to determine a cause of death?
Not specifically, no.
What, if anything, were you able to report?
Well, I do know that there are sharp force injuries, and I do see that there are blunt force injuries. But again, as we've already mentioned, these are post-mortem. So I don't actually know what injury caused the death of Krista Halderson. But I believe that she died as a result of some violence, a non-natural death. And the cause of death is described as homicidal violence.
And that would be the manner of death.
The manner of death is homicide.
But again, you don't know the specifics. She could have been shot, strangled. You have no information to determine.
That's correct. We don't have anything other than the legs to make that determination.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
Just a couple questions for you. We had looked at page 15, if you don't mind turning to page 15. I believe it was the knee, and there was a defect that she spent some time talking about. As far as that defect goes, I believe you mentioned that it could be some type of stabbing, correct?
Sharp force injury, yep.
And just to confirm, that defect happened post-mortem as well? Yes?
Correct. If it is a stab wound or an incision, it is post-mortem as well.
Now, bringing your attention to the cause of death, you had mentioned that you can't specify what exactly the cause of death is, correct?
Correct.
And when we're talking about cause of death, we're talking about, as Attorney Raymond said, gunshot wounds, stabbing, strangling, something along those lines, correct?
Correct.
Now, when we're talking about the manner of death being homicide, how is it that you determined that it was a homicide?
It's the totality of the events. It's the fact that we have a pair of legs that are separated from the head, a torso, and its related extremities. The fact that these remains have been dismembered from an individual post-mortem, that there is an attempt to hide these remains. And it's also in conjunction with what we know about the death of Bart Halderson. We believe that this all occurred at relatively the same time under the same circumstances.
So it sounds like you're using a lot of different factors other than just the legs in and of themselves to determine that homicide was a manner of death.
Yes, although I will say that I have no explanation for why these two legs would be found in a state park in the course of a natural death. There's no way that I could call this anything natural. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so let me see if I can kind of understand that. The fact that the legs were found where they were is something that you use to determine a homicide versus a natural death.
It's part of what we use to determine the manner as a homicide, yes.
And I guess that ultimately is the issue. You just have a pair of legs. You can't really determine much from the legs in and of itself.
Well, I can determine that the dismemberment occurred. They didn't fall off. They were actually taken off the body. I can determine that we have different types of injuries. We have sharp force injuries and blunt force injuries. I can also determine that this happened post-mortem. So there are a few things that I can determine, but you're correct that there's a limit to what I can say.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
One follow-up question. So, doctor, is it fair to say that your determination is based on the totality of all of the evidence that you know at the time and not just a decision made in a vacuum?
That's correct.
All right, thank you. Nothing further.
I actually have a clarification question, Doctor, and it has to do with both the use of the term and the description of movement that you've made, reference sawing. You're testifying about that movement or that style of motion and not about whatever implement was used at the time of that motion. Is that correct?
That is correct. As a forensic pathologist, my ability to determine tool marks is limited. However, we know forensically that when we see those kinds of skin tags, that is usually the result of a motion of a sharp object, either a sawing or a stabbing motion.
Thank you. Any questions in a follow-up to my question?
No, Your Honor.
From defense?
No, thank you.
May this witness be excused
She may.
and released?
Yes.
Thank you so much. I'll take the exhibits that are there with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let me inquire of the jury whether they'd like to take a break at this point or proceed. Does anybody feel a need to take a break? We've been here an hour, but it's been an hour with a lot of information. I see nobody looking like they need a break. So we'll go ahead and invite the next witness to be called.
All right, the state is going to call Deputy Will next.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Good morning.
Morning.
If you believe you can safely and responsibly testify without a mask, thank you so much.
You bet.
Attorney Raymond.
Deputy, I know you've testified once before, but could you please restate both your first and last name for the record?
Yes, my first name is Michael, Michael. Last name is Wilk, Wilk.
And just to remind the jury, part of the duties in your particular role is occasionally to view video and help Scott Coons with analysis.
Yes, that is correct.
And I'm going to approach you with Exhibit 568. Now, one of the videos that you painstakingly watched in this case was from the Bridgman property. I think it's 522 Bridgman from July 6th of 2021.
Correct, 7022 Bridgman.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
And in the course, I would like you to look at Exhibit 568. And would a fair description of 568 be still shots from the Bridgman video on July 6th, 2021?
Yes, that is correct.
And specifically the early morning hours from 12:01 a.m. to about 4:30.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Those appear to be true and accurate images or screenshots.
Yes, they do.
At this point, I would move Exhibit 568 into evidence.
No objection.
Thank you. It is received.
And if I could have the left HDMI, Your Honor. And specifically in watching this video, you detailed or listed every time you observed a light in one of the corresponding windows. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, that is correct.
And specifically of the Halderson home?
Yes, the north side of the residence.
Okay. Okay. And slide 2, that is at 12:07 a.m.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And slide 3 is just with a circle. What are we observing in slide 3?
Yes, on slide 3, you can see a low light level emanating from what has been labeled and described as the fireplace window.
And moving now to 12:11 a.m., what are we observing on slide 5?
On slide 5, on the west side of the residence is a window attached to the garage of the residence, and you can see a low light source emanating from that window.
And slide 6 is 12:16 a.m. What are we observing in slide 6?
In slide 6, again, we are observing a low light level, slightly more intense than the initial image of a light source emanating from that fireplace window.
And again, this is also based on your analysis with Scott Coons, and we watched a video of the July 1st going into July 2nd previous.
Yes, correct. I was present and assisted with that analysis the evening that we conducted it. I also have had the opportunity to review his report.
Okay. Slide 7 is at 12:23 a.m. Light source appears to have gone away.
Yes, that is correct. There's no observable light source at this time.
12:33 a.m. What are we observing in slide 10?
In slide 10, we can see light source emanating at this time from the kitchen window, which also with a lower light level emanating from the what would be the dining room window.
And then 12:35 a.m.
There's no observable light sources at this time.
1:18 a.m.,
We're again seeing a low light source emanating from the fireplace window.
1:18 a.m.,
The light source is now dissipated and there's no observable light source at this time.
1:27 a.m.,
Again, we're seeing a light source emanating from a window located on the west side of the residence, which was associated with the garage.
1:40 a.m.,
No observable light source.
2:15 a.m.,
Again, we have another light source coming from the west side of the residence with a window associated with the garage.
2:20 a.m.,
No observable light source at this time.
3:43 a.m.,
Again, we're seeing a observable light source coming from the garage window.
3:48 a.m.,
No observable light source at this time.
3:52 a.m.,
Again, we're seeing another light source coming from the garage window.
3:57 a.m.,
No observable light source at this time.
4:03 a.m.,
4:03, we're seeing another light source emanating from the garage window.
4:09 a.m.,
No observable light source at this time.
4:25 a.m.,
Again, we're seeing another light source emanating from the garage window.
4:30 a.m.,
No observable light source.
4:31 a.m.,
At this time, we're seeing another low-level light source coming from the garage window. We also have, it's not circled in this image, but we have a light source now slightly to what would be south of that window coming from the driveway area of the residence.
and then 4:31 and 24 seconds a.m.
At this time, we're observing automobile leaving the residence. You have both in the upper right-hand corner of the image, video still from the 111 Oak Springs Circle residence video surveillance system that shows that vehicle leaving, which was the light source that we initially saw in the previous image.
Okay. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Now, you have seen, is it Detective or Deputy Kuntz's light analysis from the night of July 1st, correct?
I'm having a slightly difficult time hearing you. If you could
Sure.
maybe use the
the fan's
microphone, that'd be great.
turned on.
Yeah, the fan
Yeah.
right above my head
Yeah.
here. Thank you.
You've seen, I don't know if it's Detective or Deputy Kuntz, you've seen his light source analysis from the July 1st Bridgman Road footage, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, is it fair to say that the light you saw in the video from July 6th was not of the intensity of the theorized fireplace light, correct?
Correct. There were varying levels of intensity from the night of July 2nd, as well as the night of July 6th. There were, or I would guess would be the early morning hours of July 6th. There was also a slight varying level of intensity, however, not quite as intense in times as the night of, or the early morning hours of July 2nd.
And for the July 6th video, Deputy Kuntz didn't do that level of light analysis, correct?
Can you rephrase your question?
Yes, from the July 6th video that these slides are the subject of, Deputy Kuntz did not do the same type of in-depth analysis that he did for the July 1st video.
The video, in essence, would be the same video. It's the same view. It's the same perspective. Nothing necessarily changes in regards to what lights come from what windows that were identified during that light analysis.
Well, maybe I'll rephrase the question a little. The slides that we see here that you've presented today
Yes.
are the only time you saw lights coming from those windows on that Bridgman Road video on July 6th.
On July 6th, correct. Those are the lights that I documented during that viewing of the video.
So if they're not documented in these slides, you didn't see lights, correct?
Whatever was documented in my report would be associated with what was previewed here in court today.
So are you saying there's things in your report that document lights that aren't reflected in this video presentation or this slide presentation?
No, I'm saying this, what was demonstrated or shown here today mirrors what was documented in my report.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any redirect?
No.
May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Do you still have the exhibit, sir?
I do not.
Okay, all right, very good. We'll go ahead and file that with the clerk. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am informed that this would be a good point to break, given the length of the next witness, so we will take our morning break.
All right, for the jury.
All right, I'm going to fast forward through the next section, and we'll get to coming out of the break.
Could you call your witness, please, Attorney Brown?
The State Coast Dr. Christina Figueroa Soto.
Doctor, if you're willing and able to do so safely and responsibly, testifying without your mask would be our preference if you can.
Sure.
Thank you. I'd ask you to stand and take the oath.
Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go right ahead.
Good morning. Please state and spell your name for us.
Christina, Cristina, Figueroa, Figueroa, Soto, Soto.
And what do you do for a living, doctor?
I work for the Dane County Medical Examiner as their forensic anthropologist and chief of investigations.
I'm showing you what's been marked in this case is exhibit number 371. Can you briefly identify what that is?
This is my curriculum vitae.
All right. I'll move 371 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received, and I'll ask the witness to slide the microphone a lot closer because the blowers have turned on and they create a good deal of noise in the
Is this better? Okay.
Doctor, do you hold any postgraduate degrees?
I do.
Could you please talk about those?
Sure. So I have a master's in forensic anthropology at Texas State University. At that university, they do have one of the largest decomposition research facilities in the country, or what we usually call a body farm. I also hold a PhD, again, in forensic anthropology from the University of Tennessee in Knoxville. This is the university where you could consider the pioneer of forensic anthropology, again, with another body farm in place.
Sure. As part of your work and your postgraduate degrees, I imagine there's a good deal of academic study in the classroom, but also a good deal of practical study in the field?
It is correct, yes.
And you use the phrase body farms. Could you tell us, essentially in your profession as an anthropologist, how does one learn to do the work practically that they have to do in their career?
Sure. So pretty much we focus on three things. One is the search and recovery of human remains. So that's where the body farm comes into place, right? So that you can learn how to search for, recover the remains, and then once the remains are located, pretty much that's where the second thing comes in, which is the analysis, right? So one of the main things that we are focused on doing is trying to identify human remains, right, whenever they're unidentified. So at the facility, once the individuals are pretty much done with decomposition, the skeleton itself is a valuable part of the research, right, in order for us to create new methods for identification, right? So whenever we have unknown human remains, we can actually estimate the age of the individual, the stature, the biological sex of the individual, as well as the ancestral background, or what we usually call race. Usually, once we get that profile or that information from the bones, we can usually give that to law enforcement or the medical examiner in order to narrow it down and help with identification. The third thing that we do is focusing on trauma analysis, right? Once we search, once we recover, once we identified, then we look for trauma.
Our main goal is to A, identify the type of trauma that it is. Second, to locate. Where is the trauma located in the body? And third, mostly trying to figure it out how that trauma had something to do with the cause and the manner of death. So those are kind of a summary of the three things that we do and how the facility actually helps us getting that training.
Sure. And when we talk about human remains and the practical part of your education and getting your master's and your PhD, are these actual human remains that you're studying?
Yes. So both skeletal collections and both research facilities, they're donated remains. So individuals, once they're alive, they decided to donate their bodies to science, or usually the next of kin can actually donate their bodies to science as well.
After receiving your PhD in biological anthropology, could you just talk through what your career progression has been, where you've worked and what you've done?
Sure. So once I was almost done with my PhD, I actually started a position at the Waukesha County Medical Examiner's Office. I was in a dual position as their forensic anthropologist as well as their deputy medical examiner. So there I spent about a little bit over 5 years. And then after that, I was hired here at the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office as their chief of investigations and also forensic anthropologist as well.
Aside from this case, what types of deaths or crime scenes are you often called upon to work on?
So, especially in Waukesha and also here, I had experience with motor vehicle accidents that engulf in flames, all the way to gunshot wounds to the head, gunshot wounds to the torso, pretty much search and recovery of remains as well. And that can be categorized into a very secluded area, right, where the remains are undisturbed, all the way to areas where the remains have been disturbed. That could be from animal activity all the way to, obviously, human activity, right? In those regards, it's usually maybe because of a motor vehicle accident or because of fire trauma. So pretty much, I would say from all the spectrum to search and recovery to multiple cases of trauma as well.
Sure. You're not a medical doctor, correct?
I am not.
We've heard from multiple medical examiners, Dr. Rogalska and Dr. Breslauer in this case. Could you explain how your job as a forensic anthropologist is different from their job as a forensic pathologist, essentially?
Sure. So I always look at it as I work with the hard tissue, and the pathologist focuses on the soft tissue, right? So I focus on the bone itself, right? But the soft tissue is very important to me, right? So that's why I have to work along with the pathologist, right? Because just to give you an example, if I see a bone still during autopsy and I see a potential fracture, I always like to look at the tissue because there might be hemorrhage there, right? So we kind of need to work together. I do not establish cause and manner of death. I actually provide information so that the pathologist can actually put it together and from my information get an estimated, guess about the cause and manner of death. So my focus is on the bone itself, right? And we go back again to the identification process and the trauma analysis, how that information is actually going to help the pathologist determine who this person is, and then from there also determine and help with the cause and the manner of death.
Since graduating and beginning your career as an anthropologist, are you ever called upon to teach or instruct law enforcement and other professionals, both at a state and national level, about what you do and the concept of forensic anthropology in general?
Yes. So I actually started that during my graduate career. So part of my graduate career involves teaching. So, and especially at Texas State and also the University of Knoxville, the Tennessee in Knoxville, because those facilities are actually used for training. So since my master program, I had to teach from search and recovery all the way to identification and trauma analysis to local law enforcement and to the FBI. The same with Tennessee. We have a program there where law enforcement from all over the country usually comes here for training. The same with the FBI as well. And also here in Wisconsin, I've been able to teach and train some of the local law enforcement in regards to search and recovery, as well as the identification process when we have unknown human remains.
Doctor, were you asked to become involved into the investigation of the homicides of Bart and Krista Halderson, and as well as obviously some remains or bone fragments found at the home on Oak Springs in the town of Windsor?
I was.
And you performed quite a bit of work in this case, did you not?
I did.
You have written 4 separate reports.
I did.
One involving Bart Halderson.
That's correct.
One involving Krista.
That's correct.
One involving the remains found near Krista that hadn't been DNA determined to be Krista, correct?
That's correct.
And then lastly, one regarding items found at the home on Oak Springs.
That is correct.
Okay. I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 569. Is this a printout of the presentation that we've developed to try to present some of your testimony here today?
That is correct.
And 379 is just a USB containing that presentation?
That is correct.
All right, I'll move 569 and 379 and move to display 379.
No objection.
They are received.
Every case presents different questions for people at the medical examiner's office, and specifically for you. Every case presents different questions you're trying to answer. Correct?
That's correct, yes.
And even today, as we go through the different sets of remains, at different times you're trying to answer different questions.
Yes.
All right. We're going to start with Bart Halderson. For the record, I'm showing you it's been marked as Exhibit 375. Is that your report related to Mr. Halderson?
That is correct.
Okay, I'll move 375 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received. It may be published.
When it comes to Bart Halderson, you weren't necessarily trying to identify who he was. That was established already, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
What questions were you trying to answer when it comes to Bart Halderson?
So in this case, the main question was because there was trauma. There was sharp force trauma to the bone. So in the setting of a potential dismemberment, the goal of this examination was to trying to determine or trying to provide information about the class characteristics of the tools that were potentially used for the dismemberment.
Sure. So if we go to the first slide, it talks about the beginning of your involvement. Just tell me how you became involved in the study of Mr. Bart Halderson's dismemberment.
Sure. So pretty much once the autopsy was completed and the individual was positively identified, again, due to the presence of sharp force trauma, I was in the setting of a potential dismemberment. I was called in order to examine the human remains, again, because of the trauma analysis and the potential goal for getting an anthropological tool mark analysis that can provide information about the classifications of the properties of the tools that were potentially used in this setting.
When you use the phrase anthropological tool mark analysis, what do you mean by that? What are you trying to determine?
Sure. So an anthropological tool mark analysis focuses on the characteristics, right? So I'm looking at the characteristics that were left on the bone and how those characteristics actually are similar or dissimilar to any other tool or potential characteristics of other tools that were found near the decedent or anything that is of potential evidence.
Sure. Could you tell me a little bit about the general condition of the remains when you had access to them?
Sure. Specifically for the decedent, there was a lot of changes, especially on the torso. There was marbling, there was skin slippage, there was maggot activity. So pretty much once the autopsy was completed, Dr. Corey Bereslauer was the one who actually dissected the elements that were needed for analysis. Once the elements were dissected, the elements were macerated in water, which is just pretty much cleaning in water. And then after that, they were dried for about 2 weeks. The elements that were removed from the body that had dismemberment trauma were pretty much both arms and both femur or the legs.
Sure. The last bullet point there, you say each element was macerated in water and air dried. Throughout this presentation, the jury's looked at a lot of photographs in this case. We're not going to look at any photographs of the body being decomposed or anything of that sort, correct? We're going to look at bones.
That is correct, yes.
There are photographs of bones, and these are, in fact, the bones of Bart Halderson we're going to look at.
That is correct.
Okay. After you were able to take a look at those bones, you performed something called a skeletal inventory.
That is correct.
What is a skeletal inventory?
So pretty much for me, I just need to know what I have, right? So in order for me to start my examination, I want to look for features, and I want to make sure that I have one single individual, and B, that all the elements that I'm looking for, that I need for the analysis, are present.
Sure. So we'll start here. And just to clarify, those are in fact Mr. Halderson's bones we're looking at?
Yes.
Okay. And we have an example, obviously, a skeleton on the right showing us the location, but tell the jury what we're looking at here.
Sure. So right now we're looking at the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th cervical vertebrae. So cervical vertebrae is pretty much what makes your neck, right? So that is the reason why I put that in there, so that you guys can get an idea of what section we're looking at. Like I said, it's for all the way from the 4th all the way to the 7th. Below the 7th, that's when your thoracic vertebrae starts. So it's pretty much almost at the bottom of the neck.
In counting the vertebrae, we start at the top with 1, and then we go down, correct? So the 4th there is the highest one?
Yeah, so pretty much we have the skull, and then from the skull we have 1, 2, and 3, and then from 3 all the way to 7, that's what makes up your neck.
And are these the only are these the top vertebrae that you were able to obtain from the torso?
Yes, those are the only cervical vertebrae that were available.
What are we looking at here?
So that's pretty much your arm. So it's the humerus. So we have the left humerus, and what I did is I show you different views, right? The front, the back, the side, the inside, and then we also had the right humerus. And again, I provided you with multiple views of it. The humerus is just pretty much your arm bone. So it's pretty much from the top of your shoulder all the way almost maybe kind of halfway.
Sure. And on the left there is the left arm, and on the right is the right arm?
Yes.
Okay. And those are Mr. Halderson's bones?
That is correct.
Okay. What are we looking at here?
So now we're looking at the femur, or pretty much kind of the top part of the leg. Again, we have the left femur, and what I included is different views that you guys can see the front, the back, and the sides. And then we have the right femur. And again, I show you multiple views so that you guys can have a general overview of the element itself.
Sure. And you were able to make some observations fairly quickly about what was going on, or at least of some suspicions you had of how those limbs were severed?
Yes. So the first thing that I noticed is that there is dismemberment trauma on the skeleton, and it is consistent with transection via sawing. Pretty much when I'm doing an anthropological tool mark analysis, I'm trying to focus on several things. One of them is false starts, also the distance between the teeth of whatever tool we're using, and then also the direction of blade, direction of progress of the blade, and also of the cutting stroke.
Sure. And for Mr. Halderson, we're going to go through these in some more detail just to teach everyone about what we're talking about, right? But we're not going to do that for everybody.
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about what is a false start.
Sure.
All right, go ahead.
So a false start is just a cut that did not go through, right? That it did not separate the bone completely. One of the reasons why I'm very interested in false starts is because it gives me a lot of information. The deeper the false start, the more information I'm going to get about the tool. One of them is the minimum curve, right? So the curve is just a fancy word for the walls, right? The walls of that false start. So the width, the minimum width of that false start is actually going to give me information about the width of the set of the blade, right? If you think about it, the knife goes through the bone. So whatever false start I have and whatever width I have is directly correlated with the width of that blade. So that's why it's so important. Again, the deeper it is, the more information I can get.
Sure. And an example I think maybe you and I talked about meeting in December was I talked about cutting down my Christmas tree, and where I pushed the saw through and it got stuck and I pulled it out. That's a false start.
Yes, that is a good example of a false start.
Okay. What do we mean when we talk about teeth per inch, and why is that important?
Sure. So in regards to teeth per inch, right, if we're thinking about tools and the type of tools that we're utilizing for whatever type of job you have, right, you're always, depending on the tool and the job, you always want to look for teeth per inch. So teeth per inch, the smaller the teeth per inch, the rougher the cut is going to be, right? If you're thinking about wood. If you have a higher teeth per inch, that is usually something that is going to give you a smoother cut. So that's just thinking in terms of, right, if you go to the hardware store and you're looking for, some type of job. In this case, teeth per inch is actually very informative for us as well, because it's a very unique characteristic of the tool itself. And that actually reflects on the bone itself. So as you're cutting through, depending on how many teeth per inch you have, it's going to create some grooves and some dips in the bone itself. So those dips and those grooves, we can actually measure them, and we can that distance is actually correlated again back to the teeth per inch. The measurement of the actual tool itself is very simple. You take the tool, you obviously put a scale, and then you count how many teeth you have within an inch, right? So the same is with the bone. I measure, and then from there, I actually calculate how many teeth per inch I have on that bone.
Okay. So we talked about the false starts. So we have a cut that didn't go all the way through. So from that cut, you know the width of the blade.
Yes.
And if you look inside the cut, you're saying you can see grooves that help you determine approximately teeth per inch.
That is correct.
Okay. We're going to talk a little bit today about breakaway notches and directions of blade progress. What do we mean by this, and what is this slide telling us?
Sure. So whenever you're cutting, right, we have the false start. Whenever we go all the way down, right, so we successfully cut whatever we need in 2 halves, sometimes we're going to get a breakaway notch or a spur. So a breakaway notch is just simply pretty much a projection of the bone in this case, right? So that projection is actually very important for me because it gives me some information. First, it gives me information about the energy or how much force was used, right? So we usually try to say the smaller the breakaway notch or the smaller the breakaway spurs, the less energy. And that's usually related to potentially a handsaw, right? If we are using something with more energy, right? If we're using a power-driven saw, that is going to give me a bigger breakaway notch, right? So it gives me a little bit of information about the type of energy. From the breakaway notch or the spur, we can also determine the direction. There's 2 types of directions here, right? And they're both very important. One is the blade progress. That is just simply telling me was the bone cut from front to back, from back to front. It's just pretty much the direction of the cut, right? The second thing is actually telling me the cutting stroke. So that's telling me, is the knife entering through the side, right, from the side, and then ending all the way into the inside of it. So you would think, why is that important? Well, if the knife is entering through the side, that means the handle was on the side, right? So that gives me a little bit of information about position, right? How was that bone cut? So it is very important for me to determine the blade progress and also the cutting stroke because it gives me information about, again, the mechanisms. How did this happen?
Okay. So we have the false starts, the width of the blade, the teeth per inch that you can see inside that false start, and now we're talking about something else, which is when it goes all the way through, what's that spur look like at the end? And you're saying you can gather something from that about the type of force used, essentially, in cutting through that bone.
That is correct.
All right. And then the last thing we're going to talk about is the classification of blades, the difference between a rip saw and a crosscut saw. Could you talk about that?
Sure. So these are kind of the most common ones, right, when we're talking about saws. So these are the classifications of the blade. This is also, again, very important because it's very unique to the bone, and it gives a very unique feature that we can look at and say, hey, this is mostly classified with a rip saw or mostly classified with a crosscut. And because these are so common, it is very informative when we're trying to classify and we're trying to find information about the potential tool that was used. For rip saws, they're very unique. Pretty much each tooth kind of chisels a bite out of whatever you're trying to cut, right? So in this case, it leaves a very unique mark. It leaves a very flat bottom and is almost squared, right? So I'm looking for that on the bone, especially on that breakaway notch, right? So as you're done cutting, that breakaway notch is going to give me that information. So we can look at the bottom and see if the bottom is flat and looks squared, that is indicative of a rip saw. The opposite will be for a crosscut, right? So we're looking again at that breakaway notch, and we're looking at the end of it. And if I see that it looks almost like a W, that is usually indicative of a crosscut. The reason for that is because the crosscut actually pretty much cuts with the grain, right? So it leaves that mark, a very unique W mark.
So let's start talking about Mr. Halderson, using all of those tools in our tool belt in terms of what we're looking at. Let's talk about the top cervical vertebrae where Mr. Halderson appears to have been beheaded at some point. Could you talk about what you were able to observe on that fourth cervical vertebrae?
Sure. So I only included the fourth cervical vertebrae because that was the only one that actually had dismemberment trauma, right? The fourth cervical vertebrae, I don't know if you notice on the other photos, it seems like this one is a little bit different. The reason for that is because we're missing the top, right? So if you can see, most of the inside of the bone looks very brittle, almost like a sponge. So that is actually the inside of the bone. Inside of that bone, you need almost like a top, like a cap. That cap is missing, right? So that tells me that at some point there was some transection or some pretty much dissection or dismemberment of that area. False starts, none were identified. One of the reasons for that is because of the type of bone that we have, right? You're seeing that it almost looks like a sponge. Those don't record the characteristics of the tool very well, right? So usually on more long bones, we will record a better characteristics, but usually on these, what we call irregular bones, the false starts are not as common. The direction of blade, again, and the direction of cutting stroke I was not able to identify it, again, because of the type of bone that we're using here. However, we were able to identify teeth per inch. So if you're looking at the bone all the way to the end, where you see that little bump, there's actually a groove there, and there were several bumps that I was able to measure. And those actually gave me a measurement of 4.5 teeth per inch.
Okay. And so everyone's clear, at the end of going through all of the different limbs that were severed, we're going to talk holistically with a table, talk about what these measurements look like together.
Yeah, we will put them together so that everybody can understand.
All right, and we'll move on to the dismemberment of the right humerus.
Yep, so we're looking again at the right arm. So we have a full view, which is the front, and then I'm also showing you kind of the inside. So medial is just pretty much kind of towards the center of the body. So first of all, I'm looking for false starts. And the right proximal had 4 cut marks that are consistent with false starts.
Okay. Were you able to determine blade progress in the cutting stroke?
Yes. So the blade progress in this case was from back to front. And also the cutting stroke pretty much started on the medial, right? So it was from the inside cutting all the way to the outside, right? So from back to front and from inside to outside. Okay. Another thing that I noticed is that now I'm looking at pretty much the whole area that was cut. In that whole area, I noticed that there was non-uniform striations. So pretty much they were all over the place. And indicating that there was a reciprocating action, right? So if you're cutting back and forth, and it's also with a straight blade. The reason why it's a straight blade is because those striations were straight, right? They were not circular.
Sure. And perhaps here we're getting a pretty good look at what you meant by the spur at the bottom.
Yes. So you can actually kind of see a little bit of the difference in the color. That is the breakaway notch. That breakaway notch is not very big. And we will go over and you will see some of the characteristics that I was talking about, some of the features that we were talking about.
Sure. Sticking with the same bone, were you able to determine teeth per inch that was used in the whatever instrument was used to dismember this body part?
Yes. So I was able, again, to look at the area that was cut. And there were several areas where you can see bumps and kind of grooves. So those bumps were measured. Here I'm showing you just one so that you guys can get an idea of how it is. And overall, the teeth per inch were 20 to 14.3 teeth per inch in this particular bone.
Again, sticking with the right arm, were you able to determine the saw set width?
Yes. So again, going back to that breakaway spur, in this breakaway spur, you can see on that little red square that that end is flat bottom and is squared, right? So that's when the blade goes all the way down it hits that point, right? So that's where it breaks, right? So that area over there is flat bottom and is square, which is indicative of a rip saw.
Sure. Let's talk about the left arm or the left humerus. Talk to me about the false starts that you were able to identify.
Sure. So on this one, we do have a little bit more false starts. So we have about 11 cut marks that are consistent with a false start.
Were you able to determine blade progress in the cutting strokes direction?
Sure. So on this one, pretty much the cut was made from back to front. And the cutting stroke was pretty much from the lateral, so from the outside, all the way to the inside. So the cutting motion was from side to inside.
And were you able to determine teeth per inch?
Yes. So this is an image. So some of the measurements, most of the measurements are taken under a microscope, right? Because you do want to look at those, small areas that you cannot potentially see with the naked eye. So this is an image from a stereo microscope, and we're looking again at that bone. The area that is in the square, in that red square, is pretty much for you guys to see the divots and the dips, right? So we actually measured the distances between those, and those actually gave us about 20 to 16.7 teeth per inch. Again, you're looking at non-uniform striations, right? So those striations are non-uniform. They're pretty much kind of all over, which is indicative that is a very inconsistent, right? That is a reciprocating motion with a straight blade, because those are actually straight, right?
Let's start talking about the legs. Let's start with the right leg, the right femur.
So in the right femur, I actually saw 2 cut marks, which are consistent with false starts.
Sure. And just to point out, the jury is able to actually see them. Those are those red lines on that left picture, correct?
Yeah. So if you follow the arrows, you will see just below the arrows, you will see the first one, and then just below that one, you will see the second one.
And so those represent times that the saw hit the bone, cut, but didn't go all the way through, and then it was attempted again.
That is correct.
Again, same questions. Let's talk about when we deal with the right leg, the direction of blade progress and the cutting stroke.
Sure. So here, first of all, I try to identify the breakaway. So is it a notch or is it a spur? So in this case, we have a notch. If you can see it on that red square that I have in the presentation. And that is, again, what is going to help me determine, okay, was the blade progress from front to back in this case. And then the direction of cutting stroke was a little bit more different here. The cut was a little bit more clean. So I was not able to really determine where, how the cutting stroke was. In order for me to determine that, I usually look at kind of some chips of bone on the side, some different features. And in this case, I did not see any of those features in the bone.
Okay. Were you able to determine teeth per inch?
I was. Again, we have an image from the microscope, and then pretty much an image from a photo of the actual bone, so that you guys can see where I'm coming from with this microscopic image. And you can see on the arrows that those are all the grooves and dips that were used to determine teeth per inch. As you can see on this one, we have a lot, right? So we have about 25 to 14 teeth per inch that were calculated from all of those. And then you can also see on this one the striations, right? So the striations kind of go all over the place, right? Most of them are straight, and then they exhibit, again, that reciprocating motion with a series of striations in different anatomical planes. That is important for me because it's telling me that it's an inconsistent cut, right? That is pretty much cutting in multiple anatomical planes, right? I'm cutting from the front, and then I go back, I go sideways. So it is an inconsistent cut.
And of course, you looked into how wide the saw set was here.
Yes. So again, we look at the breakaway spur and the notch. And in this case, again, I'm looking at the shape. And in this case, we do have a curved floor, and you can see over there on the L, the red one, that is flat bottom, that is squared, which is consistent with a rip saw. And also, we were able to measure, which is points .07, which is indicating an approximation of the blade, of the width of the blade.
Got it. Okay, let's talk about the left leg. I think that's the final one for Mr. Halderson. The left femur here. Were you able to observe any false starts?
I was. In this case, we were able to see one cut mark, which is consistent with a false start. And again, is if you can see at the arrows, this is just pretty much below that arrow.
And here is a microscopic view of that false start.
Yes. This false start was actually very informative. Remember when I mentioned the deeper the false start, the better? So this one was quite deep. So I was able to measure, and then it gave me a lot of information. It gave me information about pretty much the width of the blade, which was .04, and also told me that there was a little bit of information about there was a wavy set blade. That is usually related to fine-tooth hacksaw blades. A wavy set is just pretty much when the blade goes from one side, the tooth go from one side, it go to the other side, and then there's kind of in between, right? So there's a little bit of irregularities there, and that is going to be seen on the actual false start itself. Yep.
Okay. Blade progress and cutting stroke here.
Here, again, we have a little bit of an entrance shaving. So it's giving me the blade progress. So this bone was actually cut from back to front. And the cutting stroke is telling me that the blade entered through the back of the bone and it went through the front. So it started on the back and then it goes all the way to the front.
So anatomically, if a person's standing up, literally from their back forward.
Yes, pretty much.
Okay. Let's talk about teeth per inch and the inconsistent cut that you observed.
So again, I wanted to show you pretty much where those teeth per inch were measured from. So you can see again those little dips and grooves. Here we have 16.7 to 12.5 teeth per inch. And then I'm giving you a microscopic view of the bone itself. And on this one, you can really see the inconsistency, right? Those striations are straight, right? So it's telling me that it's a straight blade. However, the striations go in multiple anatomical planes. So it's telling me the inconsistency of the cut, right? So we go down, then we go up, then we go to the medial aspect. And the same pattern is seen across the entire wall.
Sure. And perhaps this slide's a good time to ask this question, but why are the teeth per inch expressed in a range?
So this is an estimation, right? So every time we do an anthropological analysis, I always tell this is not a determination. This is an estimate, right? So I'm looking at depending on how many areas I can measure, right? So you want to give a range. Also, you want to take into account there's a lot of outliers, right? So you'd have to take into account the type of tool that was used. Was the tool new? Was the tool had a wear and tear? There's a lot of variables and a lot of features that I cannot account for, right? Also, the individual itself, the position of the body in terms to the individual. So those are the reasons why we always give an estimate. And within that estimate, we give a range.
When it comes to Mr. Halderson, and we're going to go to some more summary slides in a second, but when it comes to the dismemberment of his head, his arms, and his legs, were any of those dismemberments, in your view, performed with power saws?
No, I would say at this point, the examination and the analysis really goes towards a handsaw. Again, we're looking at very inconsistent cuts. We're also looking at the striations, right? Those striations are telling me that there is pretty much a straight blade, right? It's not a circular blade. In addition to that, you want to look at the breakaway spur, right? That breakaway spur is very important, and they're not very big, which is indicative that there was not a lot of energy, right? So that's one of the reasons why, you want to use a power-driven saw, right? Because you want to have a clean cut that is consistent and there's a lot of energy there, right? When you're using your hands, there's not going to be a lot of energy there. So therefore, the breakaway spur is going to be small and the cut is going to be inconsistent, right? Because especially in this case, when you're thinking about the femur is one of the thickest bones in your body. So it takes a lot of energy and a lot of force to cut through that bone. And you can kind of see it here on that microscopic view. It is quite thick.
Sure. When it comes to Mr. Halderson, were you aware he was found at a rural farm in the woods?
Yes,
And were you on that location? Were you there?
I was not.
Were you made aware at some point that there were some tools or saws found near the remains that were suspected to have been used in the dismemberment?
I was made aware.
And you were provided information regarding those tools?
Yes, they were providing me with some photos.
Okay. And what were you able to determine? You had what you needed from these photographs, correct?
Yep.
Okay. And tell us why that was important. You looked at it and what information you were able to glean from just looking at the tools.
Sure. So again, we go back to teeth per inch. That is a measurement that I can take just with a simple photograph and scales. So in this case, I wanted to pretty much gather the information and all the characteristics to see if those actually match what I was able to see on the bone. So the first thing that I look at was the Alway Super Saw, which I try to figure it out and is considered to be a keyhole saw or similar to a carpenter saw. So first of all, I was able to measure, and it has around 16 teeth per inch. Then there is a distance between the teeth of 0.06 inches, and then it has a flat chiseling tooth, which is consistent with a rib saw. There was a second item, which was a broken hacksaw. So I was able to measure, and that one had about 4 teeth per inch. And it had a distance between teeth of 0.19 inches to 0.31 inches. And again, this is a flat chiseling tooth consistent with a rib saw, and it also had a saw tooth consistent with a wavy set.
Okay. So now you have the measurements of all of those false starts, which give you the blade width and the teeth per inch and things of that sort. And now you have some suspected saws. You were able to compare all of those things, right?
Yeah, that is the goal of the analysis.
Are you able to definitively say 100% what saw was used?
No.
Are you able to say what saws were consistent with which cuts?
Yes, I can use the class. So I'm using the characteristics, right? The class characteristics of what I found on the bone. And I want to know, are they consistent with the class characteristic of these suspected tools, right? So I'm not going to be able to say, yes, this is the tool that was used, but we can say, don't exclude it or exclude it from your analysis or from the investigation.
And here's perhaps a summary of what we're talking about. Here we have the fourth cervical vertebrae, the right humerus, the left humerus, the right femur, the left femur, and then the 2 saws at the end. And here you're putting everything on a table.
Yes. So it's pretty much a summary. So, because it's a lot of information. So that way you guys can pretty much do your own comparisons, right? So in this case, what I did is I put all the distance between teeth, and you can kind of see that most of them pretty much fit within that range, right? So I'm trying to see, is there something that fits within the range? The same with teeth per inch, the same with minimum curve, or just pretty much the saw set width. The cutting motion, right? Is it a reciprocating motion? The blade shape, is it straight or is it circular? And then also the saw set, right? Is it a rip saw, a crust cut? So in this case, I can say that the class characteristics that I saw on the elements or on the skeletal elements are consistent with the class characteristic of those 2 tools that were found at the site.
Sure. Are all of them consistent with the same tool, or are one of them consistent more with one tool than others?
Yeah, so actually the fourth cervical vertebrae seems to be a little bit more consistent with the broken hacksaw. And then the other elements, the right humerus, the left humerus, the right femur, and the left femur are more consistent with the keyhole or the Alway Super Saw.
Sure. So if we go back a slide, you're saying the vertebrae, or the fourth cervical vertebrae, where the head was removed, consistent with that image on the right of the broken hacksaw blade, and the limbs consistent with the Alway saw on the left.
That is correct.
Okay. We'll conclude with Mr. Halderson, and we'll move on to what's labeled Joe or Doe, or a Jane Doe, ultimately. We heard the medical examiners testify about these different body parts that were found of Krista Halderson, or what they identified as Krista Halderson. You identified part of them as Krista Halderson and part of them as Doe. Can you tell me why?
So obviously at the time, they were found in kind of the same area, but they were found apart, right? So I cannot pretty much say that they're both the same, even though potentially, right, based on the case circumstances, once you're trying to put everything together, I could potentially say that they belong to the same individual. Scientifically, I cannot do that, right? So I pretty much have to rely on DNA or an anthropological analysis in order to say that they both belong to the same individual.
Sure. And so when it comes to, and we'll combine up for the purposes of this question, Jane Doe and Krista Halderson, not only were you trying to answer the same question as you did with Mr. Halderson, which was what tools were used or how did this happen, but you were also trying to figure out, is this the same person?
That is correct.
So 2 questions there. I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 376. Is this your report regarding Doe?
That is correct.
Okay. I'll move 376.
No objection.
It is received.
Talk to me a little bit about how you became involved and the summary of the early stages of this investigation.
Sure. So pretty much, again, there were several human remains that were found in the area on July 14. Once those remains were found, it was determined that it was a set of human remains consisting of a left leg and also a potential right leg as well. On July 16, there was an autopsy conducted. And once the autopsy was conducted, we pretty much did the same. We actually removed all the elements, dissected and then macerated the elements in water and let them air dry. In this case, we had a little bit more of information and more skeletal remains. So we had, like I said, the left leg, the feet, as well as a potential right leg.
So same process here, you macerated in water to remove the skeletal remains, essentially the bones from the legs.
Yeah, that is correct.
Can I ask you, were you on scene in this occasion?
I was not.
Okay. Are you aware of what the scene conditions were in terms of how the remains were found, in terms of any insect activity or maggot activity?
Yeah, I was able to look at some of the photographs.
Is it your opinion that any of those things affected your ability to obtain any results here?
I would say potentially for the identification, yes. The identification on one of them was a little bit more difficult than on the other one. On the other one, DNA was still available. On the other one, the elements and the outdoor elements really took a toll on the human remains, and those we were not able to get DNA out of them.
Sure. Talk to me about the skeletal inventory of Jane Doe in this case.
So in this case, we have what you can call maybe a full-on right leg, right? So we have the right femur, we have the tibia and fibula, which composes of kind of your lower leg, and then we have the left foot and the right foot. And then if you can see just at the top of that left foot, there's 2 little pieces of bone. So those are the ends of the fibula and the tibia, right? So if you see to your right, that is the full-on bone, and then to your left, that's just a little bit of what is supposed to be a full-on tibia and fibula.
So the same with Mr. Halderson, same with Doe, you're going to have some trauma to look at here and try to examine?
Yes, especially to that right femur, because we're missing the head. And then obviously we're missing a really big part of the tibia and the fibula.
All right, let's talk about that. Let's start with the right femur. Did you observe any false starts?
I did not.
Okay. Tell me about blade progress or cutting stroke or what you were able to observe.
So in terms of the blade progress, I was able to determine that this was cut from back to front. And then the cutting stroke actually started from the medial side, from the inside all the way to the outside, right? So it was cut from back to front, and then the cut actually started from the inside all the way to the outside.
Talk to me about, were you able to observe on that bone teeth per inch and the blade set width?
Yes. So in this case, we were able to determine that it was about 20 to 12.5 teeth per inch. Again, it was an inconsistent cut. We're looking at very inconsistent striations, right? They're straight, which is suggestive of a straight blade. And again, is in very different anatomical planes. The reason why I included a photograph of, again, the microscopic view is so that you guys can see really those striations and how different they are, right? So the more inconsistent it is, the more inconsistent the striations, the more inconsistent the cut. In terms of blade set, I was able to determine that it was about 0.05 inches of a width. Actually, on this one, I was able to determine as well that the curved floor is flat bottom and is square, again, indicative of a rib saw.
Talk about the left tibia, if you could.
Yeah, so this is the end of the tibia. This is what makes your ankle. So here you can see that there is at least 5 cut marks, which are consistent with false starts. And this one is a little bit difficult to see it because the bone kind of turns. So the cuts are actually going all the way from the front of that image all the way to the side.
Okay. Were you able to make, with the tibia that makes up the ankle, were you able to make any conclusions as to the blade progress or the cutting stroke?
Yes. So in this case, we were able to look at the blade progress. The blade progress, again, was cut from front to back. And then the cutting stroke, how that knife entered through, was actually entering through the lateral. So pretty much the outside, and it goes all the way to the inside. So the cutting motion was from the outside to the inside. Again, non-uniform striations all over, which are indicative of reciprocating motion, and again, an inconsistent cut.
Sure. Speaking with, again, same bone, we're talking about the ankle. Were you able to determine teeth per inch and the blade set width?
Yes, so you can see pretty much on these red squares, again, those dips and those grooves, we were able to determine about 25 teeth per inch. And then the blade set, again, we were able to give an estimate about the width and say that is a ripsaw based on the curved floor, again, which was flat and squared.
Let's talk about the left fibula.
The left fibula, again, so the left fibula goes next to that other bone that you just saw. So that, again, makes up for your ankle. So we have about a blade, we have a false start. This false start was actually quite deep. So again, it gives me a lot of information about the blade set. So I was able to measure, and it gave me 0.04 inches for a blade set. Again, it's suggestive of a raker set, which is, again, fine tooth, consistently usually with bow saws or pruning saws.
And staying with the left fibula, blade progress, cutting stroke?
So in this case, this bone was actually cut from front to back. And then the cutting motion was very similar to the tibia, because you have to think about it, they're both right next to each other. So it was pretty much cut from the medial, through the medial and then going all the way to the outside, right? So it's very consistent with the tibia that we just saw. Again, non-uniform striations, which are indicative of reciprocating motion, and is also a straight blade. In this case, we're looking at teeth per inch, and it's about 20 teeth per inch. And the blade set, again, was consistent with a ripsaw. I added a photo of the microscopic image, so that you guys can see where those dips and those grooves were, so that we can measure those and get those teeth per inch.
Sure. As to Jane Doe, you reached some conclusions.
I did. Pretty much in this case, according to the blade set, we can categorize these characteristics into a hacksaw, a potential rip saw, or also a keyhole saw. There was a kerf width a little bit higher, which was about 0.07 to 0.08, which is indicative of a crosscut or a carpenter saw. Pretty much all skeletal elements show me that there was a flat bottom, right, at that breakaway spur, and that it was squared, which is indicative of a rip saw tooth. And finally, pretty much in terms of teeth per inch, all of them were between 25 all the way to 12. The striations were all straight, which indicative of a straight blade. They were non-uniform and in different anatomical planes. Again, this is consistent with a handsaw, right, versus that power-driven saw.
Regarding all the cuts that you saw, the dismemberment cuts with Jane Doe, are they consistent with the blades that we've previously looked at least in characteristics, the keyhole saw and the broken hacksaw blade?
Yeah, so all of the characteristics of this particular individual were consistent, again, with the characteristics of those two tools that were found at the scene.
Understood. Now, you indicated that there were some human remains found nearby that were by DNA positively identified to Krista Halderson. You had to write a separate report for that set of remains, correct?
That is correct.
All right, I'm showing you it's been marked as exhibit number 377. Is that, in fact, that report?
That is correct.
I'll move that 377 report into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
And again, same questions. Here, we're going to talk about, is Krista Halderson also Jane Doe, but also the same thing of how were these cuts made, right?
That's correct.
Good. All right. Talk to me, same general observations about how you became involved in this investigation with Krista?
Yeah, so pretty much on July 14, again, there was 2 sets of human remains that were found. And then in this case, pretty much the reason why we had to assign 2 different case numbers, right? Scientifically, I cannot say that they're both the same. So based on not just DNA, but also the anthropological analysis, we try to narrow it down to see if, in fact, these remains do belong to Krista.
Right. Same process of essentially before, but you attended, or there was an autopsy performed, and then the remains were transferred to you for your work at some point.
That is correct. In this case, in addition to the sharp force trauma, right, and the type of analysis that we're trying to do, we're also trying to identify the individual and try to see if what I do is a morphological analysis. So I look at the shape and I look at the size and I also look at the measurement. So I measure the bone and I try to pretty much analyze and see if they actually are similar to each other.
Same process, macerated in water, the skeletal remains were air dried, and then you performed some analysis.
That is correct.
All right, let's talk about the skeletal inventory of Krista Halderson.
So in this case, the skeletal inventory consisted of just the shaft of the femur, right? So if you have your leg, I'm missing pretty much the top part of it. The distal end, which is the part that makes up your knee, was still there, but it was actually separated. We have a patella, which is your kneecap, and that one belongs to the left side. We also have a left fibula and a left proximal shaft of the tibia. Again, that's your lower leg, but we're missing those 2 ends of it.
All right, so let's perform the same work as we have. Let's start with the left femur. Were you able to observe false starts there?
We did. So we're looking at the top part of the femur, right? So we had pretty much the shaft. So this is just the top, and we're looking at 1 superficial false start.
Okay. Able to determine blade progress and cutting stroke?
Yes, on this case, we can say that the bone was cut from front to back, and that the cutting stroke was actually from the front all the way to the back. So pretty much the blade was entering through the front and cutting all the way to the back.
Okay. Were you able to determine teeth per inch?
Yes, so in this case, we were able to determine about 9.1 teeth per inch and 6.7 to 5.9 teeth per inch. Again, the striations on the breakaway spur actually gave me indications that this was a reciprocating motion. And then the floor itself gave me information about the width of the blade.
Sure. And there, are we looking at a close-up of the microscopic view of that?
Yeah, so that's pretty much how I was able to calculate the teeth per inch. So I'm looking again at the top part of that bone, and I'm looking, that is a breakaway spur, and I'm actually looking under the microscope at that breakaway spur. And then,
sorry.
No, you're fine. And then the second one is the actual floor, right? So remember that once it cuts, that floor in between that breakaway spur or notch and the actual cut, that area in between is very important. That's what we call the floor. And on that one, I was able to determine that it was, again, flat bottom and it was squared, which is suggestive of a rib saw. And then we were able to measure it in order to get a little bit of information about the blade set.
Let's talk about Krista Halderson's left femur.
Yeah, so in this case, if you remember, these were 2 separated items on the skeletal inventory. So what I did is I put them back together. And you can kind of see on those arrows, all of those are false starts. We had a total of 10 false starts, and some of them were quite deep.
Sure. This is more false starts than we've seen in some of the previous images of Bart and Jane Doe, correct?
That is correct.
False starts are attempts. So one explanation, it could be someone is getting fatigued. That's possible?
Yeah, it could be an explanation.
Sure. Or they're just having trouble.
Yeah, it could be another.
Okay. Talk to me about those false starts and what we're looking at there.
So what I did is I actually looked it under a microscope because I saw they were quite deep. So again, it gives me a lot of information. So in this case, I was able to get a little bit of information about the blade, the width of the blade, and I was also able to determine that it was a curve set blade. Again, that's because of the shape of the actual false start alone. Raker sets are usually considered to be just fine tooth bow saws or pruning saws or sometimes keyhole saws, depending on the brand.
Talk to me about blade progress and the cutting stroke.
So in this case, you're looking at kind of the medial view of that bone. So remember, I put it back together, and we're looking kind of the inside, almost by your knee. And you can see the red arrow is the one that gives you the blade progress. So the bone was actually cut from the inside all the way to the outside. So that's how the cut actually was made. The cutting stroke, or the blade, actually was cutting through the front. So that cutting motion was from front to back.
All right, we were able to determine teeth per inch for this cut.
So again, we look under the microscope, and we had about 12 teeth per inch on average on the striations in those dips and grooves. Again, the striations were indicative of a reciprocating motion in different anatomical planes. Again, we're looking for that, we're seeing that inconsistent cut throughout.
And the blade set width.
Yeah, in this case, we had a really defined floor. In this case, it was very flat bottom. It was squared. You can see it over there on the L, which is indicative, again, of that rip saw. And then it was also able to give me information about the blade set.
All right. So we talked about those two questions, which is Doe and Krista the same person? And then we're going to talk about the tools. But starting with Doe and Krista, what are we looking at there?
So we're comparing. So what I try to do is to compare each element, right? So I know I have two femora, right? So in this case, what I did is I put them together just to pretty much try to understand the shape and the size, right? Aside from that, I try to take measurements. In this case, I was a little bit, I was not able to take a lot of measurements because I'm missing the top part. And most of the measurements that we do take involve that top part. So I was able to measure the bottoms, right? So pretty much the distance from that area, that kind of wider area that you have, that's where your knee kind of forms. So I was able to measure that, and that the right one gave me about 74 millimeters, and the left one gave me 73 millimeters.
Tell us about this slide.
So we're looking here at the left tibia. So pretty much your lower leg. So we're looking at that lower end of the tibia that is very close to forming your ankle. And here you can see multiple false starts. The left tibia exhibits at least 6 cut marks that are consistent with false starts.
Sure. And this is a more close-up view of that?
Yes. Again, these were quite deep, so it gives me a lot of information. So we wanted to look at them under the microscope. And under the microscope, we were able to see, again, a blade set width of about 0.01. And again, those were flat bottom, and they were squared. The walls were squared, so that is indicative of a rip saw.
Okay. And here you had to determine blade progress and cutting stroke, of course.
Yeah, so again, we're looking at the whole bone, the whole lower left leg. The red arrow, which is indicative of the blade progress. So it seems like this bone was cut from front to back. And then the cutting stroke of how that knife went through, how that saw went through, it went through the anterior, so the front of it, and it kind of went down to medial. So it went from front to side a little bit. So it was almost in an angle.
Okay. And lastly, when it comes to at least the measurements, you had to determine teeth per inch. And here we have maybe an overall view and then a microscopic view?
That is correct. Okay. So here we're looking again at those grooves and those dips, and we have about 5.6 to 4.8 teeth per inch.
Okay. So now we're just going to compare essentially the Krista to Doe in almost like a puzzle-like fashion. Okay.
Yeah.
Tell me what you're doing there.
So I'm pretty much trying to compare, and again, in this case, I'm not just looking at the shape and the size and the measurements, but I'm also trying to see if it actually fits together, right? So if they can join. So in this case, we have the distal end, right, that ankle part of Doe, and then we have what we already know and was positively identified as Krista. And as you can see on the photos, it actually conjoins fairly well. So obviously, we were able to also take some measurements and look at the morphological, overview, the size and the shape, and it was a close match.
Okay. And here's perhaps a table comparing them.
Yes, so these are all the measurements that I was able to take. These are standard measurements that we use whenever we are trying to identify someone. And these are specified for the tibia and the fibula. And as you can see, most of the measurements are quite similar, right? In addition to that, you want to look at the overall shape and size of the bone, right? So that's why we want to put it all together in one image so that you guys can see next to a scale how similar they are.
Sure. And so next we have a slide about the left fibula.
Yes. So here, the left fibula, again, we do have one false start located just below the initial corner of the curve.
Right. And here we have blade progress and cutting stroke again. Just briefly describe that.
Yeah, pretty much very similar to the tibia, right? It's next to the tibia. So it was cut from front to back, and the cutting stroke was pretty much entering through the inside and exiting through the outside.
Okay. And then the teeth per inch.
The teeth per inch in this case was about 11.1 teeth per inch. And again, we go back to its non-uniform straight striations is a reciprocating action with a straight blade.
Okay. And then before we get to the summary, here just is a comparison at a different end or a different view, correct?
Yes, so we just wanted to compare, right, that doe, that little piece of bone that we found that makes your ankle, and we wanted to compare it and see, and then you can see here it actually matches fairly well.
Sure. I think I asked this before with Mr. Halderson, but as to Doe and Krista, before we get to the summary, is all of these cuts, from your estimation, were made with hand saws, not power saws, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. There were two saws in here found near Bart Halderson, not Krista Halderson, but you used those at least in considering making a table regarding which saws were possibly used to cut Krista Halderson's legs.
That is correct.
All right. And we're looking at the table there?
Yes.
All right.
So it's a very similar table to the other one.
Sure. Is it your opinion that those two saws on this slide, the always saw and the broken hacksaw, should they be ruled out as possibly the saws that were used to dismember Krista's legs?
They should not be ruled out.
Tell us about this slide.
So pretty much in terms of trying to identify the other set of remains that we had as Doe. So in this case, as I mentioned, they were able to identify one set of human remains as Krista Halderson via DNA. The other set of remains, the tissue was quite mummified, so we were not able to really obtain DNA out of that second set of remains. However, we were able to do an anthropological analysis, so we were able to measure, we were able to compare the size and the shape, and given all of that information, this association can really provide a means to identify that second set of human remains as Krista.
Sure. So if we started at the beginning with those questions as to Bart, were those saws consistent with his dismemberment? Your answer was yes?
Yes.
Those two saws? And as to Krista and what you identified as Doe as being Krista, those saws are consistent?
Yeah, all the class characteristics are consistent.
And then you were able to, the third question, you were able to positively identify Doe essentially as being Krista.
Yeah, it's pretty much giving you the information to say that yes, the second set of remains is consistent with Krista.
Sure. The next part of your work here, and the last part.
Would you like any water?
I'm good.
Okay. You were asked at times to actually go over to the Halderson home on Oak Springs in Windsor to assist them in some remains they were finding at the home, correct?
That is correct.
What is your role when you're called to a crime scene like that?
In this particular case, they were calling our office in order to determine if the remains, if what they have at the house was actually human remains or not.
Sure. And did you actually go over to the house?
I did.
Okay. I'm showing it's been marked in this case as exhibit number 378. Is this your report related to your visits to the Halderson home?
That is correct.
Were you there on a couple different occasions?
I was.
Okay. When you were at the Halderson home doing this work, were you by yourself or were you assisted by other people, both in law enforcement, to assist you in some of your work?
Yeah, so the first time that I was called, pretty much there were several investigators there, and I was able to do kind of a quick analysis. They were pretty much trying to determine, right, do we have human remains here or not? Because if so, then obviously there's a different type of approach that we need to take when we're trying to search and recover those remains. So on the first time that I went there, I actually was shown to the house and then shown to what they thought were human remains. And then once we determined that there were in fact human remains, we did a second visit. And on that second visit, it was a little bit more labor intensive in order to try to pinpoint and find all the human remains.
And before we start, we're going to hear about a couple different areas or things you searched in the home. But your analysis was the fireplace itself, the fireplace grate, the ash pit below the fireplace, a vacuum, and then a fire pit in the backyard.
That is correct.
And just to start off, there was nothing in that fire pit in the backyard, was there?
No, there was none.
All right, and let's start with the vacuum cleaner. You at some point examined a vacuum cleaner that was found in the Halderson home?
That is correct.
Okay, and is that in fact the vacuum cleaner?
That is the vacuum cleaner.
What happened? How did you examine it, and tell us what we're looking at here?
So we pretty much dissected the vacuum. So we almost did an autopsy on the vacuum. So we remove everything from it so that we can get to the inside. So we documented every single step of the way. And what you're looking at is pretty much what we were able to recover from the inside of the vacuum, right? So there's a lot of dust. However, there were other elements there that we were able to recover.
Sure. And I'm going to ask you about a couple of those. Let's just start maybe on the far right side of that tray. There's some paper-looking material. What is that?
You mean the white paper that is shredded?
Yeah, let's start there.
Yeah.
Were you able to identify that as anything other than just paper?
It was just shredded paper, yeah.
Okay. Above that, there's a small pile of looks to be debris. Were you able to identify that at all?
Seems we were not really able to ID. It seems like it was more like seeds and kind of random things that you find outside.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if we keep moving counterclockwise, I suppose, around, there's a pile of clear material there. Almost looks like rock salt. What is that?
That was actually glass.
And during this case, while you were in the Halderson home, did you have an opportunity to actually look through the fireplace yourself?
I did.
And is that glass consistent with glass you found in the fireplace?
There was broken glass in the fireplace.
Okay. Slightly to the left of that, continuing going counterclockwise, there appears to be a pile of debris. What is that?
We were not 100% sure. Seems like it was almost like burn, something kind of woodish. We were not really able to identify that very well.
Sure.
But it was quite dark.
And we'll save the bottom left corner for a second, but in the very center appears to be a pile of dirt. Is that what it is?
Yeah, it was just dirt from normal vacuum.
And in the bottom, there's some dog hair, pretty much.
I think so, yeah.
Okay. There's some white rocks, and so the judge is clear on the record. I'm pointing to the bottom left corner of this tray. What are those?
That is bone.
How are you able to tell it's bone?
Again, by the size and the shape and the morphology, right? So bone is very unique. So when you're looking at bone, you're looking at two types of bone. One, remember that spongy look-like bone that we had in the cervical vertebrae? So that's one type of bone, and that's usually on the inside, right? You want to think about it as a sponge that has little holes, and those little holes are the ones that kind of give you the nutrients, right? That's where the blood vessels, that's kind of the reasoning for that. The outside of the bone is called compact bone. I always think about it as concrete. It looks like cement, right? So it's usually the outside of it. The reason why it's like that is because it gives you the shape, right? So the inside is very hollow so that you can get the nutrients, and the outside is the one that gives you the shape. So you do want that to be really strong and really hard. So whenever you have bone pieces, I'm always looking for that. I'm looking for that spongy bone and that really concrete or compact bone. And there were several features on those little fragments that can tell me that that was bone.
In relatively to other fragments you may have found in this investigation in the Halderson home, were those somewhat small?
They are very small and very fragile.
So we talked about it being bone, and just so no one's confused, you cannot positively say that's human bone, correct?
No, I can't.
What's the difference between what you're able to identify as bone and what you can positively identify as human bone? What are you looking for?
So I'm looking for, again, features, right? So the morphological features, the size and the shape. Aside from that, I'm also looking, so bone is the one that is so the bone actually attaches to the muscle, right? So those areas actually have some bumps and grooves that are very unique to the bone, right? So as an anthropologist and as an osteologist, right, somebody that knows the bones really well, I know where all those features are, right? So I know where each muscle attaches. I know the features of each bone as well, right? So facets, like those flat areas where it attaches to another bone. So me knowing the features and the characteristics of each human bone, I can actually look at another fragment and say, yes, this is human, this is not human, right? We do get training on non-human remains, right? So deer, dogs, anything else that we know potentially could be of an analysis in the future.
Sure. Are you able to say whether or not, or what type of bone that is? Whether it's an animal bone or whether it is a human bone?
No, I can't.
All you can say is bone.
I can say that it's bone. I cannot say that it's human.
Okay. Let's talk about the fireplace itself. Now, this is the physical fireplace. You observed this, correct?
Yes, I did.
All right. Showing what's already been admitted is 239. Is that the fireplace, in fact, that you observed?
Yes.
Showing further what's been identified and admitted evidence is 324. There's a spot on the top of the fireplace, kind of there in the center, that was of interest to people?
Yes, that is the reason why I was called in the first place.
And just to go back, we're talking about the spot on the very center of that photograph?
Yeah, that white spot, yes.
Okay. Were you able to take that little piece off at some point?
So when I arrived to the residence, that piece was actually already removed by one of the investigators.
And did you take a look at it?
I did.
Okay. Are we looking at it there?
Yeah, it's just a nicer picture of it.
And here it's labeled skeletal inventory, but could you tell us what we're looking at there in some of these nicer photos that are maybe a bit better lit than the photos on scene?
Sure. So this is actually that little piece of bone that you guys saw in that other picture. So when I was asked to look at the photo and look at the remains, the main question was, is this bone? And if so, is this human? So the first thing that I can tell you is that it is bone, right? Remember that categorization of spongy bone and compact bone? So you can actually see it in this image. You can kind of see that sponge in between, and you can kind of see that compact bone in the top also and on the back. The second thing that I can tell you is that this is potentially consistent with cranial bone or bone from the skull. The reason for that is because, so the skull is very unique, and the skull is composed of 3 layers of bone. So we have that compact bone, that cement looking like bone. Then we have spongy bone in the middle, and then we have another layer, which is compact bone. So it's almost like a sandwich, right? So as bone, especially in this case, potentially underwent fire damage or thermal damage, that first layer of bone is gonna be destroyed and is gonna expose that second layer. So that's what it's telling me that is potentially associated with the skull or the head. And then in this case, I know you guys can't see it very well, but there's actually a cranial suture. So as you grow, you right now have close to 206 bones, but when you were little, you probably had more. And the reason for that is because all of those bones are going to fuse, right? So the same happens with the skull. Those bones are going to fuse, and those lines of fusion are what we call sutures or cranial sutures. So those lines of fusion are very informative for us. It can give us information about age, sometimes can give us other information related to ancestral background. So in this case, I can see on one of the edges that it is a suspected cranial suture.
You were able to find other bones in this skeletal inventory of the fireplace?
Yes. So we were able to search throughout, and we found other pieces of bone scatter around.
Do you know anything, or can you tell us anything about these pieces?
So to your left, right? Yeah. So you have pretty much kind of a group of pieces of bone. These are too small for me to identify, but again, we can go back and say that they're bone, right? Because we have that spongy material, and we also have that flat material that is consistent with compact bone. On the other side, that is actually the root of a tooth. is pretty much the shape consistent with a root.
As well as the fire itself and the built fire, you looked at the fireplace grate.
I did.
Showing the jury what's been marked as 323, just an overview of the grates, and 331, perhaps zoomed in a bit closer. Was there anything that started to cause you pause or suspicion as you looked at some of these photos or on scene?
Yes, so I was able to look at the grate pretty much in situ, right? So they removed the grate from the initial, from the original location, and I was able to look at it, and I noticed that there was a human crown or a dental crown stuck to the grate.
And are we looking at that right now?
Yes.
And if you can crank your head a little bit with the screen, am I pointing to it with the laser right now?
Yeah, that's the one.
Slightly top right of center.
Yes.
For the court record. You pulled that off at some point?
We did. We
Tell us
removed
what we're looking
it.
at. Yeah.
Yep.
Sorry.
And that's exactly what you're kind of looking. So you're looking again to that piece of bone that was consistent to be human, that is consistent with the cranial bone, and then the other one is the dental crown. That is potentially a molar right on the back, so there's a lot of surface area there, but you can see the grooves, right, that are very, very unique, and those are very unique to humans.
And so these were the two areas of what you believe to be unique to humans stuck to the grate.
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about the ash trap a little bit. There was a lot of work performed with the ash trap.
Yes, there was a lot of work done.
Okay. I'm showing the jury what's been marked as exhibit number 334. They've seen this before, and they've heard from Mr. Boswell testified, who I'm sure you know. This was in the basement of the Halderson home?
That is correct.
Okay. And Mr. Boswell testified that he was unable to kind of fit himself in there, but were you able to kind of fit yourself in there and take a look at the ash trap for yourself?
Yes, I was able to get in there.
Okay. What is it? Can you describe the general condition of it?
So, so just so you guys can get a little bit of an idea. So we have those three different squares. So I was able to kind of fit in through that first one and then also the last one. The reason for that is because I really wanted to see if there was bone in there, right? So that's pretty much the pit. So whatever was on the top can potentially be on the bottom as well. So, and I really want to see it without being undisturbed. So I tried to snuck in and try to fit in there. And you can see it's almost like like a little mountain. And then at the top of it, you can kind of see, again, that brittle bone-like material that had different colors, right? That white kind of residue, that black residue. So it was quite unique.
And so I'm showing now 337. Is that the inside?
Yeah, that is the inside. So you can kind of see the little mountain.
And is that on the right side of that photograph?
Yes.
Okay. You're an anthropologist by trade. Is ash or an ash trap kind of an ideal environment to perform an archaeological dig for bone or for fossils or for something of that sort?
It's not. It's very difficult. If you want to think about it in terms of just a regular archaeological dig, you're always digging in dirt. So it's the consistency is there, so you can actually move the dirt and you can kind of go by layers. It's difficult, but it's definitely possible. Here, it was a little bit more tricky because of the confined environment, and second, the material itself, right? This is very loose. So we have to be very careful when we were pretty much removing everything.
Do you believe it's possible that some material had sunk through as you were removing some of the ash material?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. In general, we'll talk about what your findings were in a second, but you found a number of items that you believe to be bone in this ash trap, correct?
Yes.
Many items.
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay. Were the majority on top, or were they in the middle or in the bottom or something else? How would you describe where kind of in this pile you were able to remove those items from?
So the majority of the elements were actually in the top. So what we did is we actually separated and we try to keep it very consistent here. So we only had one person digging in this area, so we can keep it, again, consistent. And then we try to do it by layers, pretty much like an archaeological dig, right? So you go layer by layer, because I really wanted to get a sense of how much was at the top, right? And then do we have anything at the bottom as well? So we separated it by pretty much once everything was out, we sifted everything that was taken, and then once it was sifted, it was put in a box, and that box was given a number, right? 1 being at the top, and I think it was 12 or 13 being at the bottom, right? You have to remember this is super loose soil, so yes, at some point, I do believe that maybe some of those elements trickle down to another layer, but I think we were quite successful at getting as much material as possible without really disturbing the evidence.
And so as the material was removed, it was sifted?
Yes.
And then the remains were put into Tupperware containers, essentially?
Yep, pretty much.
All right. And you listed, in fact, in your report, as you went through it, there were 12 Tupperware containers of material, of actual, fragments taken out. And you listed per container how much or which elements you found in which Tupperware container, correct?
Yes. I wanted to keep it consistent. And especially with this being such a difficult environment, I wanted to make sure that everything was labeled by container, and then also make sure that those containers were associated with the level as best as we could.
And we don't have to go through every single one. We're going to look at a lot of them. However, in your report, it's fair to say that box 1, for instance, the top, your list took up the better part of 3 pages of identified material.
Yeah, there was a lot of material in that first box.
Box 2, a couple pages itself.
Yes.
And then as we get to the end, there were numerous in Tupperware's 11 and 12 that had nothing in them.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Let's talk about the process. You have a little bit written here, but tell us about this slide and maybe what we're looking at with those Tupperwares.
So pretty much, again, we go back. So we try to do, this is, if you want to categorize as an archaeological dig, it was pretty much exactly what it was, right? So we go out, we try to dig through it. Again, we decided to just keep one person in that area so that it is consistent. Plus, it was too small for 2 people to be in there. And then from there, it goes into a table. So we had several tables laid out outside. And we had multiple law enforcement agents sifting throughout. Some of them had a lot of experience doing this before. So I was kind of jumping back and forth from table to table, right? And also kind of checking what group or what was extracted from the original location and where it was taken. And then from there, it was sifted. Everything that was found that was suspected to be human was put in these containers. And as you can see, it kind of looks a little bit rough, right? Because some of them do know what bone is, and some of them, didn't think, well, I'm not 100% sure if this is bone, so I'm putting it in. So they put everything in there, right? We did not toss anything. And then from there, we actually had 12 boxes with significant material.
And you took that back to the medical examiner's office?
I did.
And there are more ideal conditions there for you to actually examine the bone?
Yes. So what I do is I kind of do a second sifting. And this one, I actually do it by hand. Pretty much I sit in front of that box and I go element by element and I try to clean them a little bit with just like a toothbrush. And I try to determine if this is in fact bone or not.
Sure. And we're just going to look at a couple different photographs. Here are varying Tupperware. Some of them have little to no items in there. Some of them have a lot.
That is correct.
And we'll just keep looking at them. Again, just different ones that were removed that day. And here we're getting maybe to the end where there's very little.
Yeah, so that's the end. And we also research the fireplace, and we research the fireplace grate just to make sure that we didn't miss anything.
Okay. You go back to the medical examiner's office. Tell us what you do. We have some example photos here just to allow you to maybe describe what your process is.
Sure. So what you're looking at is box 1. So what I try to do is I sit down in front of my box and I go element by element. I have a toothbrush. I try to have some tools with me because, again, these are very fragile elements. So you do want to make sure that they don't crumble in your hand and that you can get as much information as possible. And then what I try to do is I laid out paper like you can see there and I label it box 1 of 12. And then I start categorizing them. So in this case, you can see almost at the bottom, you have cranial fragments, right? So I try to pretty much establish, okay, this is my first cranial fragment that I found in this box. So I usually label it as A. So that way, if I have to go back, I kind of remember pretty much what the inventory was. So I go by cranial fragments, dentals or dentition, right? Any teeth, vertebrae. We found a potential long bone. I found some hands, and then also some small fragments that I cannot identify. So everything that you see that says small fragments, that's something that I know it's bone, but it's too small for me to say something about it.
By their location, these bone fragments that were found in the ash trap, you strongly suspected, I believe, that they've been burned.
Yes.
Talk a bit about, if you could, the burning of bone and what that does to your analysis. And I think we have an example here that's not a bone involved in this case, but just an example. Talk to me about this.
So when bone is burning, so you have to kind of go back a little bit to biology. So bone, again, has two major components. We have the organic material, which is, the blood, I think about it almost like the good stuff, right? The DNA, everything that is inside that bone. And then I have the inorganic material. Inorganic material is salts, it's minerals. Those are the ones that go in the outside of the bone. Those are the ones that give the shape of the bone, right? So when it undergoes fire, the first thing that is going to burn is the organic material, right? So that is why it is so difficult to get DNA out of burnt bone, right? Because that inside, that organic material, that good stuff, actually burns quite quickly. So then the reason why you get still the shape of the bone is because you have that minerals. The minerals won't burn. So that is the reason why you still have that shape of that bone, even though it undergoes fire, right? So the color of the bone is extremely important to me because it tells me the time, the duration, right? So if you remember the other images of the other bones were kind of a yellowish, kind of brownish color. So that is unaltered bone, right? So that is bone that has not been through any type of damage. So then as the bone is exposed to the fire, you're going to see that it's starting to get black, right? So obviously the organic material is starting to burn, but that inorganic material is still quite good. And as you can see, it's moving from brown, which we call charred bone, all the way to calcined bone. Calcined bone is white, so that white kind of grayish color. So that tells me A, that all the organic material is gone, and B is telling me that the bone is quite fragmented. However, it has been in the fire for a very long time, right? So the color is giving me a lot of information about the duration of the fire.
Talk to me about the color of the bones you were able to find at the Halderson home.
So here we have mostly white bone. The dentals is a little bit of a black color, but the reason for that is because the dentals were actually embedded at some point, they were embedded in the mandible, right? So usually the mandible is the first one that burns, right? So as that burns, the teeth are protected. And then once they're exposed, they're usually exposed to the fire, and you usually get that kind of black to grayish color, right? So I'm expecting that on the teeth. However, on the bone, you can kind of see that is all white, right? So we have the cranial fragments at the bottom, and those are quite white. And then you have the vertebrae, which is just on top of the dentition, and those were they're also quite white. And you can kind of see, we do see that proximal distal end of a long bone that is kind of transitioning, right? You see that it's a little bit black, and it kind of transitions into a white bone. So that also tells me that it was exposed to the fire for a long time.
We're going to look at the inventory, skeletal inventory, much like we did with Bart and Krista, their remains. We're not going to look at every photograph, correct?
Yeah, there were too many.
But we have some examples here, and let's just go left to right. So let's start with the left, which is the assortment of many, and then we'll just go left to right. What is that left image?
So these are pretty much just cranial bones. They were too small for me to kind of pinpoint, okay, where they're located. Is it the front, the back? But I can tell you that some of them, most of them were human, and they were cranial bones, but they were too small for me to try to pinpoint exactly where they're located.
What that center image?
So that center image is actually, it was a very informative fragment. do you remember those sutures, right, where the bones kind of meet? So if you kind of take a peek at the top, you can kind of see that little mark. That is actually a cranial suture and is a well-defined cranial suture. And this bone, if you flip it, you can kind of see again that layer, right? Remember that sandwich-like where you have that compact bone and then you have that spongy bone in the middle and then you have, so you can actually see the layers of that bone.
Are those cranial sutures informative in any way as an anthropologist to who this person was in terms of their gender or age or anything like that?
Yeah, so again, looking at age, the cranial sutures are actually very informative to tell age, right? Because if you think about it, as your bones are pretty much growing and fusing, there is a documented information and documented data about how the sutures should look like when you are a kid, a young adult, and then an adult. In this case, they're completely sutured, so that tells me that this was an adult.
Okay. And what about the image on the right?
So again, this is cranial bone. The good thing about this one is that I was able to pinpoint that is in this area over here. So kind of by your ear. So that area over there is very unique because there's a lot of sutures, right? There's a lot of bones that kind of meet in this area. And that tells me that it was pretty much, I can't tell you if it's left or right, but I can definitely tell you that it was in this area.
Okay. Move to the next slide. You found a number of teeth in that ash trap, correct?
I did.
All right, so we're going to look at some photographs. Just what are we looking at there?
So pretty much you're looking at, so all the ones in the blue background, they are considered to be canines or central incisors or lateral incisors. Some of them might be premolars, kind of after your canines, but you can see well-defined roots in here. And then on the black one, you can actually see is a little bit bigger, right? A little bit wider, which could potentially indicate that is a molar, right? So the ones on the back.
Now, sometimes when we hear on the news that someone like you is involved in a case, we'll hear that they're looking at dental records to identify human remains. What do people mean by that when they say they're looking at dental records? And what role does dental records have in identifying teeth in human remains?
Yeah, so in this case, when we're trying to identify someone with dentals, what we do is we go back to their medical records, right? So their dental records. And we get x-rays. We get pretty much their dental chart. When you go to the dentist and you get an x-ray, all of your teeth are in what we call in situ. So they are still embedded in your jaw, right? That is one of the unique features that the odontologist and myself use for identification, right? Because the shape of that root is actually linked or associated with the mandible, right? So the mandible is the kind of the one that works with the tooth to create that shape, right? So that's what we tend to use, one of the many characteristics that we use. When you have teeth that are just loose, that you don't have a mandible, it gets very tough. It gets very difficult to identify them because, first of all, you need to figure it out what tooth this is, right? So in this case, I'm missing a lot of the crowns. So I'm having a hard time saying, well, it looks like a central incisor, but it also looks like a lateral incisor. So that's where the challenges of identification come, right? Because we're missing the crown and we're also missing the mandible where those go.
So the phrase identify someone by dental records means the position of their teeth, not so much the actual teeth.
Yeah, that's one of the characteristics that we use.
Got it. Next slide, we have some additional teeth.
Yeah, so as you can see, these have a little bit of a different color. So that's why I put a black background so that you guys can see it a little bit better. You can see we have all the way to your left and all the way to your right. Those are potentially canines or premolars, but then the ones in the center are a little bit bigger, right? So those are the ones that go all the way in the back, the molars, right? When you're chewing, most of the food goes to the back, and those are the ones that are responsible for that. So we were able to find an array of different types of teeth.
And just because this is the last slide dealing with teeth, I'll ask the overall question. You were not able to identify whose teeth these were because of the condition they were in and how they were removed, essentially.
That is correct.
Okay. And did you consult with other experts in the field?
We did.
Okay. What are we looking at there?
So this is a vertebrae. Specifically, it is a So the one on your left, that is the cervical vertebrae. I don't know if you remember those images at the beginning, right? So we have those little pieces of bone that kind of come out, and then you have that center bone. So we're actually looking at one half of it. So you can see kind of the center bone in the middle, and then that little piece of bone, that flat piece of bone, that is supposed to attach to another vertebrae, right? And that is the cervical vertebrae. The reason for that is I'm looking for several features. Again, the cervical vertebrae are very small, and they have several features that are telling me that this is cervical. None other vertebrae has those features, and this one has the features of a cervical vertebrae. The same with the other image. Again, you can see this is probably a first or a second. The reason for that is because of the curvature of that little piece of bone. Usually the ones at the top that hold your skull are very curved because they want to hold that weight. So that feature was very informative.
And because it's a first or a second, you don't have either Bart or Krista's first or second vertebrae in any of the remains you examined, correct?
That's correct.
With Bart, you only had the fourth and below, and with Krista, you had none.
That's correct.
Okay. And what are we looking at here in the ash trap images?
So this is just a summary of what I found for what I can categorize as hands. So that little, to your left, that long piece of bone, that is actually part of your hand here. So it's one of these. The reason why I know it's a hand and not a foot is because it's very round, right? So the ones in your hand, those little pieces of bone, they're very round. The ones in your feet are actually quite wide. Again, you want to think about holding all that weight, right? So that one over there is just here, one of these. And then the two other ones are from your fingers. So those are what we call distal phalanges. So these are the ones over here pretty much at the top.
Those are your fingertips?
Yes.
What is this image?
So this is what I classified as long bones, because I was not 100% sure if it was left or right. So to your left, if you look at it kind of from an angle, that is actually the knee. So I don't know if you remember the femur, right, in those little kind of grooves where the knee goes. So this is actually one of the grooves of a femur. And then on the other side, that is actually from a tibia. So the tibia, I don't know if you remember from those images, is actually very sharp. It has a very sharp edge, and that is very unique of the tibia. There's no other bone that has that type of sharpness. So we can definitely say that that is a tibia. I just can't tell you if it's a left or a right.
Sure. That concludes, and we have more slides, obviously, but that's the sample images you included. But just an overall question of the many bone fragments you found. Is it challenging, or are there additional complexities to determining what type of trauma that bone went through than if you just, for instance, with Krista, found remains outside, laying outside in a state park? What's more complex about bones that have been burned?
Yeah, so you want to think about, right, what we talked about, the organic and the inorganic, right? So organic material is completely gone. So these are extremely fragile just because I have that inorganic material there, right? So those are the ones that give it a shape. But as soon as you hold those, sometimes they can crumble. So that's why we needed to be very careful. Obviously, the fire is masking some of those potential traumatic elements that I cannot see.
Okay. And so let's talk about some of the trauma maybe that you tried to observe or did observe. Let's talk about this vertebrae, for instance.
Yeah, so I know it might be a little bit difficult for you guys to see that as a vertebrae, but that is actually from the vertebrae itself, is those little pieces of bone that come out, right? So this is one of them. And then with my experience, right, and the way I know how that is supposed to look, that is, as you can see, there was a transecting horizontally cut, right? Because that is supposed to be pretty much round, right? So those are the two transverse processes that are going on the side of the vertebrae, right? So we have the vertebrae in the middle and those two on the side. So it seems like one of them was actually cut transversely.
Sure. Other than that, are there any conclusions you can draw from that?
No, there was too much damage. I can tell you that there is a cut there. I cannot tell you anything else because of the thermal damage. I use the arrows for you guys to kind of see what I'm talking about in terms of that straight cut.
Sure. Let's talk about this vertebrae on the next slide.
So again, this is a fragmented transverse process. So again, we're looking at the sides of the vertebrae itself. And I know what it's supposed to look like, right? So it's kind of round and has very round edges. And on this one, you can kind of see, so those two images are from different planes so that you can actually appreciate the cut itself, right? So those arrows that you can see are indicating the cut. And then on the other image, you can kind of see the border of it that is almost, it is indicative of a cut mark.
Okay. Let's talk about the hands. Talk to me about this slide.
So this one was a very unique fragment of the lunate. So in your wrist, you have multiple bones here that consist of your wrist. One of them is called lunate because it resembles the moon. So I kind of put it up in that corner over there for you guys to kind of understand how it's supposed to look like. So in this case, lunate is supposed to be round, right? It's supposed to have all of these shapes, and you can kind of see that there is a cut on it, right? That is not supposed to look like that, right? So it is, and it's very clean, right? Even though undergoing thermal damage, you can still see it. So yeah, you can see kind of the arrows over there where you can kind of see where that cut was made.
Sure. But there were hand bones you were able to identify maybe more about the cut, right? In terms of the next image.
Oh, yes.
Talk to me about this one.
So this is actually a fragmented distal end of the radius. So you have your hand, right? You have these, you have your wrist where you have several, little pieces of bone, and then you have your radius and you have your ulna. So we're looking at almost like this little bump over here, right? So that's what consists made of your radius and your ulna. So what we're looking at is a little piece of bone that is supposed to be connecting with your wrist, right? And in this case, you can actually see, because this is a bigger bone, obviously it preserved a little bit better. And you can kind of see the cuts. Again, it's supposed to be a long bone. It's supposed to have a lot of shape. It is not supposed to be flat. And you can kind of see on those arrows over there where that actual cut was made.
And you say it's consistent of a chop mark.
Yes. So in this case, the bone was big enough for me to put it under the microscope. And you can kind of see it actually without the microscope. So in this one, it was very unique because it had unpatterned striations. So if you go back to Krista and Bart, right, we saw a lot of striations that were uneven, right? They were all over the place. And at times, it seems like it was very inconsistent. Those characteristics are consistent with a saw, right? But when we're looking at another type of tool, potentially a knife or something that it has a blade, we are looking for unpatterned striations. So we're thinking about the topography of the tool itself, right? So in this case, it was pretty much clean to the point that it actually created striations, but there's no pattern to the striations, right? They're all the same, right? So in our field, that is consistent to be with a chop mark.
And if I go to the next slide, what are we looking at there?
Yeah, so here you can kind of see it a little bit better. So to your left, that is just an image, a photograph from, taken with our camera. And you can kind of see on those arrows where those striations are. And if you can see, it's very different from the other ones that I show you. This one, we don't have a pattern. They're all pretty much the same, right? So that is usually related or correlated with like a blade. And in this case, you can kind of see it also at the top as well. And then the image to your right, that is actually a microscopic image. And you can kind of see a little bit more of the unpatterned striations throughout the entire bone.
And we're talking about the wrist, correct?
Yeah, pretty much at this area over here.
And when you say chop marks, could that be consistent with a machete?
It could.
And could it be consistent with an axe?
Yes.
Okay. You reached some conclusions here.
I did.
Talk to me about those.
So pretty much as we all know by now, there was extreme fragmentation. And this is due to the fire, right? The thermal injuries. And they're mostly represented by that calcine bone, that white bone that I show you guys. And then we also have that charred black bone. There is compelling evidence of dismemberment here, even though we were not able to really pinpoint, again, like we did for Bart and Krista, how, what type of characteristics we can see because there was so much damage. We can definitely say, with the suspected distal end of the radius, that there was unpatterned striations, right, consistent with chop marks. 3 other fragments exhibited, that transecting, cut marks, but because of the damage, I was not able to really give you more information about it.
And I know you've been talking for a while, but this is my, I guess, last slide we're going to go through. You put some of your conclusions about what you found in this slide. Tell me about this and those numbers that you came to include on the slide.
Sure. So I just wanted to kind of give you an overall sense of what we found, right? So we found a total of 106 fragments of bone that were able to be identified. From those 106, 53 of them were considered to be on the cranium. When I'm saying cranium, I'm talking about skull and also mandible. And then we were able to identify 18 of them as hands, part of the hands, 24 of them as dental fragments, and 8 of them as vertebrae, and 3 of them as long bones. In addition to that, I had 124 fragments that I know they're bone, but I was unable to identify them. So we had a grand total of 230 bones, fragmented bones that were found, again, inside the fireplace, on the grate, and also on the ash disposal area.
Nothing further. Cross-examination?
Thank you. Good morning, or good afternoon now, I think. Starting sort of where we left off with those bone fragments found at the home, I think I heard you say that you could identify whether they were human or not. Let's start there.
That is correct.
So some of the things you found, for whatever reason, you could not identify as human. Some you could identify as human.
That is correct.
Now, some of them you also were able to determine came from an adult human. Is that right?
Some of the fragments did have features of an adult.
Now, none of the fragments that you found could tell you whether it was a male or a female adult human, correct?
That is correct.
And despite the number of bone fragments you found, you weren't able to determine if they came from one human or 6 different humans, correct?
That is correct.
Now, turning back to your analysis from the beginning of your testimony, you were given a couple of tools to compare with the evidence that you found. Is that right?
That is correct.
So the total number of tools you were given was 2. Is that right?
Yes.
And you were able to say that what you found was consistent with those tools, but you couldn't say that those tools were the actual tools that caused those marks, correct?
That is correct.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Any redirect? No. And may this witness be excused?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I don't think there are any exhibits where you are.
No.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take the lunch break at this time. I'm hoping we can start very close to 1 o'clock and continue moving forward. Obviously, during the time that you're away, don't speak with each other about the case or speak with or engage in any discussions or overhear any discussions about the case or take any steps to learn any information that you have not heard or learned of here in this room. Thank you. We'll see you. In an hour at 1:05. Thank you.
All right, for the jury.
All right, so that was the ME, Christina Figueroa Soto. Whew, I feel really sorry for this. Well, I don't know, sorry is the right word, but I feel for this this jury. This is the I think at least the second day that they've had to look at really and hear really gruesome, graphic testimony, and then they go and they have lunch. It's just the way it is. I'm sure they were all, vetted, if you will. But man, oh man. Oof. All right. Let's fast forward. Let's get through lunch. Oh, hi. Hi there. Hi there, little Houdini. How are you? Your little poofy tail in my face. All right, let me just get us queued up here. Okay. I'll probably feed the kitties after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll inquire if over the break anyone was exposed to conversations, engaged in conversations, or otherwise researched or learned or sought any information about the case. I see no hands. Thanks very much. We're going to continue with the state's case. If you would call your witness, please.
The state calls Andrew Smith.
Mr. Smith, do you believe you could testify safely and responsibly without wearing a mask? That would be our preference if you can.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and remove your mask then. And next I'll ask you to please stand so that the oath can be administered.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And then you can pull the microphone back up nice and close. Perfect.
Good afternoon, sir. Could you please state your name and then spell it out so everyone who's taking notes just knows how it's spelled?
Andrew Smith.
And how do you spell it?
Alpha, November, Delta, Romeo, Echo, Whiskey.
Okay, and your last name, Smith, common spelling?
Sierra, Mike, India, Tango, Hotel.
And how old are you, sir?
22, sir.
And what area of the country do you live in?
Kansas, sir.
Okay. Do you know someone by the name of Chandler Halderson?
Yes, sir.
How did you meet Chandler Halderson?
Playing video games while I was stationed in Germany, sir.
Okay. And do you see Mr. Halderson in the courtroom here today?
Yes, sir.
All right. What's going to happen here is the judge is going to give some instructions, and then I'm going to ask you where he is. So wait 1 second.
I would ask everyone who's not in the jury box to lower their masks for just a short moment so that all faces are observed by the witness. You can replace your masks. Thank you.
Did you see Mr. Halderson here in the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me where he's sitting and kind of what he's wearing?
Over on the right, sir, in a suit, sir.
I'd ask the...
Is he at a table?
Yes, sir.
Very good.
I'll ask the record reflect identification.
It will reflect identification.
Sure. Let's talk a little bit about, I guess, that time period in which you met Mr. Halderson. You said you were stationed over in Germany?
Yes, sir.
Were you in the military?
Yes, sir.
What branch?
Army, sir.
And where in Germany were you stationed?
Ansbach, sir.
And whereabout is that?
Middle of BFE, sir.
Okay. And how did you meet someone who lived here in Wisconsin while you were in Germany?
Playing video games on Arma 3 server, sir.
Okay. And what type of video games were you playing?
Mostly FPS, sir.
Okay. What type of game is that?
So, a go around, complete objectives, and capture certain scenarios, sir.
Okay. Is it a shooting game?
Yes, sir.
And some people on the jury maybe play video games, other people don't. If you had to explain to someone how you end up meeting someone playing a video game, could you describe how that happens?
So you'll connect to a server, and then you can type in voice channels or type in voice channels. You can type in text channels, meet people. You can die by other players and interact through them like that by just typing them, or if you guys get in a voice altercation at safe zones where some players can't necessarily hurt each other.
Okay. And so how about did you end up meeting Chandler? Was he just in one of these games and you talked to him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you talk to him a lot?
Yes, sir.
Did you develop a friendship?
Yes, sir.
About what time was this? What year was this?
I want to say it was 2019 or 2018. It was shortly after my son was born, sir.
Okay. And how often, if you just had to give us a general overview, how often would you play video games with Chandler online?
Almost every day, sir.
Okay. And would you be talking and communicating during that time period?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At some point, you start to learn a lot about Chandler, I would imagine?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any idea of, at the time, kind of what he was doing in life, school, work, anything like that?
As far as I knew, he was going to college in one of the towns somewhere in Wisconsin and doing all that.
Okay. At some point, you end up coming back to the United States.
Yes, sir.
Military service was over?
Something like that, sir.
Okay. At any point while you were in the military toward the end of your service, did you suffer an injury yourself?
Yes, sir. I was in Germany, and I was coming off the 50 cal range in a German totaled our Humvee, and I got in a Humvee wreck. So I slammed my forehead on a hard side wall of the vehicle, unfortunately. So
You had a head injury?
essentially, sir.
Okay. Were you talking to Mr. Halderson around this time, in between that head injury and when you came back to the United
Yes, sir.
States? Okay. When you came back to the United States, what state did you move to or live in?
Kansas, sir.
Is that your home?
For now.
Okay. Had you ever spent much time in Wisconsin before?
No, sir.
Okay. After you moved back to Wisconsin or to the United States, did your frequency of playing video games with Mr. Halderson, did it increase, decrease, stay the same?
Increase, sir. I was in the same time zone.
Okay. And would you continue to play the same types of games?
Yes, sir.
All right. Is there any specific weapons that Mr. Halderson liked when he was playing these games?
It really depended on what we were playing. On Tarkov, or Escape from Tarkov is what the game was called. It would range for realistically to whatever we could find inside the video game, because not everything was necessarily easily to collect, but the SKS was certainly a weapon that was fun to use in Tarkov and was something that I had grown interest in as well.
Okay. And around this time, after you came back to the United States, did you learn anything more about where Mr. Halderson was in life? Had jobs changed, school changed, or was things the same for him?
Essentially, what I understood was he was still going to college, and he at some point had gone back to Windsor, or I think it's called Windsor, and had started working for some company installing solar panels or working on contracts for solar panels.
Okay. At any point in your discussions with Mr. Halderson, did he get another job, or was that the last job you knew him having?
As far as I know, that was it, sir.
Okay. At some point, you decided to come visit Chandler.
Yes, sir.
Whenabouts was that?
Sometime during, I think it was June, sir.
Of this past year?
Yes.
Okay. In generally, just how did that come about? Did he ask you to come up? Did you decide to come up?
So it was one of those last-minute decisions I was able to make, sir. So my wife had ended up going to visit family in Ohio, and she was going to be gone for 2 weeks. So I went and looked at how many points I had. I was able to take off work, and I went and called off work that day so I could come up and have a weekend with driving up there and then spending 2 days with him, sir.
Okay. Had you ever been to Wisconsin before?
No, sir.
Okay. It's a long drive up here?
No shit.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
It's okay. Everyone slips up. I'm showing you what's been marked in this case as exhibit number 392. Is that you and Chandler up here?
Yes, sir.
All right. And I'll just move 392 into evidence. I'll just show it to the jury if that's okay, Judge.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's received. You may publish.
Where'd you stay when you were up here with Mr. Halderson?
In their family home in the basement, sir.
Did you meet his parents?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you were up here, what kind of things did you do for fun? Where'd you go?
So we went swimming at some river at some point, and then we went and drove around to the different department stores, and we're looking at weapons and all that. So we went to Cabela's. We went to, I want to say it was Bass Pro, but that doesn't sound right. I know we went to Gander Mountain, and then we went to like one or two other places, but I can't remember what they were.
Okay. Showing you a photograph labeled exhibit number 563.
Jesus.
Did you take that picture?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
The river, sir.
That you went swimming?
Yes, sir.
And who took you there?
Chandler and his girlfriend at the time.
All right. I'll move 563 in evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
And I asked the publisher on the Elmo. Well, actually, it's not set up right now. I'm just going to show everybody.
Oh, that's
Was that a river or a lake you were swimming at?
River, sir.
And was there a city across the street or across the river from there?
Yes, sir, and there was a bridge on the right.
Okay. Having never been to Wisconsin before, you don't know exactly what river that was or where you were?
I'm just here, sir.
Okay. How long did you stay up here with Chandler and the family when you came to visit?
So I got up there on Saturday morning, right around 5 a.m., I think, and then I stayed there until Sunday evening around 1700, and then went and departed and was able to arrive back home on Monday around 2 or 4 in the morning, somewhere between, sir.
Okay. When you visited Wisconsin to see Chandler, you brought him a gift.
Yes, sir.
What did you bring him?
I brought him a 20-inch barrel SKS.
Okay. How did you acquire this gun?
So I had purchased it on a gun broker, and I went and had it sent to my FL, and then I went and sat in the FL until I went and did the FL transfer. So I purchased it initially because I really thought, like, oh, well, I like it in the video game. I might like it in real life. And then I fired it. It sat in my safe, and then I never touched it again. And then it just dawned on me, like, well, I'm going to give it to someone who might actually appreciate this weapon and take care of it and all that. So I ended up just giving it to Chandler as a gift.
Okay. So while you like guns, you didn't particularly love this gun?
No, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 391. You know what that document is?
Yes, sir. It's a FL transfer paperwork, sir.
And you've been saying the phrase FFL, correct?
Yes.
What does that mean?
That's a federal firearms license holder.
Meaning someone who's licensed to sell firearms and fills out paperwork.
And does the correct background checks and such.
Got it. I'll move 391 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
This document has your signature on it and the person who sold it, their signature, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it has the serial number of the weapon that you purchased.
Yes, sir.
Got it. Now, when you gave the gun to Chandler, did he pay you for it?
No, sir.
It was a gift.
Yes, sir.
Did you document in any way transferring that gun to him?
Yes, sir.
How did you choose? Did you fill out paperwork like this?
I took his photo ID that the state issued him, and I took it right next to the serial number, annotating that this was me giving this weapon to this individual, so that way, if anything like this would occur, that it wouldn't necessarily come back to me.
Okay. It was important to you to document that?
Most times it is, yes.
Okay. So I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 393, 394, and then maybe a more zoomed in version, which is 564. Do those all appear to be just general versions of what you did there?
Yes, sir.
And so these are Chandler's driver's license and the serial number of that weapon?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'll move 393, 394, and 564 into evidence.
No objection.
They are received.
All right. And I'll publish them to the jury just by showing it, if that's fine with everyone. Okay. So I'm showing first this one. This is Chandler's ID, and then you put it up next to that serial number.
Yes, sir.
Another version, zoomed in, same thing.
Yes, sir.
And then the actual serial number zoomed in a little bit closer.
Yes, sir.
Can you read the serial number for us of this gun from the zoomed in picture?
Yes, sir.
Slowly.
1017948 Papa.
Okay. So 1017948
P.
Paul. Okay. Had Chandler asked you for this gun, or was this just your idea?
I think he had at one point asked for it as a joke, but mostly it was my idea, sir.
Okay. You brought him other things that go with the gun?
Yes, sir.
What type of things?
So I had brought him a steel canister that had contained roughly 480 rounds of 7.62 by 39 steel case tool ammo.
And is that the ammunition that goes with that weapon?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And showing you what's been marked, exhibit 395, 396, 397. Do those appear to be that canister of ammunition?
Yes, sir.
And are you fairly confident that's the one you brought?
Well, I mean, I'm the only weirdo that stencils his ammo can, so yes.
You put those stencils on there?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I'd move 397, 395, and 396 into evidence.
No objection.
They are received.
And I'll move to publish to 396.
Yes, of course.
And so showing the jury this picture, when you say you stenciled this ammo can, what do you mean by that?
So I've got plenty of different kinds of rounds in my home, so I'll go and have different cans for them, and I take a spray can, I'll buy the stencil so I can make sure I know what I'm grabbing if I need something before I go to the range, so I'm not running around like a chicken with my head cut off trying to figure out what can goes to what.
So this yellow paint that says 7.62 by 39, that's you that stenciled that on there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And briefly, just showing you exhibit number 398, 399, 400, 401. Do all of those appear to be the ammunition that was inside of that can?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'll move 398 through 401.
No objection.
They are received.
And I'd move to publish. I'll publish just for purposes of just showing the jury something, 398 and 400.
Very good.
And these are just those ammunition.
Yes, sir.
Okay. There was a lot of ammunition.
A bit.
How did Chandler react when you gave him the gun?
Oh, he was happy.
What do you mean? But how do you know he was happy, or how do you know that?
Because he had a big smile on his face when I had given it to him as a gift.
Were you aware whether his parents that he was living with were gun people or wanted guns in their home?
As far as I knew that, or what I was explained by Chandler, was that his parents understood the reason why firearms exist in this world. And not that they necessarily support having them, but they're helpful in situations.
Sure. To your knowledge, did Chandler have any guns?
As far as I knew, he told me that he had owned a AR-15 with a barrel extension that had to be welded on or something like that. It was kind of looked like an M16 almost.
Did you ever see that gun?
He had shown me a picture of it on on the app called Discord, but I don't have any documentation of that.
When you were here in Wisconsin, did you ever see any guns in the Halderson house?
I think I asked about it, but I think he said that they had it at the wherever their cabin was.
Okay. What did Chandler do with the gun? Were you able to figure out where he put it in the house?
Yeah, he had initially, so if you would walk down the flight of stairs in the basement, you would look left, there was like a little wood pile, and he had stuck it in the middle section there because I understood that they might not be happy about having this firearm. So, but he had told me he was going to be moving soon to do a career in SpaceX in Florida, so he was just going to take it with him and move out there with it.
Okay. Were there any magazines that came with the gun?
Yes, sir. 3.
How many?
3.
And those all went with that gun?
Yes, sir.
Were they loaded when you gave them to him?
Not initially, sir.
How did they become loaded?
I think we were bullshitting with the magazine, sir, and both of us, and were like, he was asking me how to load it, so I was like, oh, and I was showing him how to pack the magazine.
Sure. Aside from, and I think we've got it, but aside from the gun, the 3 magazines, the ammo can, and then the 400 some rounds of ammunition, was there anything else related to the gun that you gave to Chandler?
The optic that came on the weapon.
The sight, for most people. If people aren't gun people, what's an optic?
It's the same thing, essentially.
If I showed you that gun, would you recognize it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're not going to touch it. The detectives, in fact, are going to touch it, but it's already been received into evidence.
Roger.
In this case.
Do you need the Elmo? You need the Elmo activated. Yeah.
So this is Detective Shunk, who I think you've met in this case. Does that appear to be the weapon that you gave to Chandler?
Can you flip it over? Yes, sir.
And looking at this zoomed-in picture of the serial number from the driver's license photo, you can stand up if you need to. Would you confirm to me if that's the serial number, in fact, on that weapon?
Yes, sir.
And I think just because you weren't speaking into the microphone, because I asked you to stand up, that last response was yes, that is the serial number?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The magazines themselves, would you recognize those if you saw them?
Yes, sir.
How so?
Well, I don't remember. My brain doesn't always work correctly sometimes, but I can remember most things for firearms. So I know 2 of them should be made by ProMag, and then one has a metal bottom with some black screwed up something on it.
When you gave Chandler the 3 magazines, and obviously there's 1 gun, but there's 3 magazines, there's a good deal of ammunition, several hundred rounds.
480.
480. Were you giving him everything you had related to that gun?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have any reason to keep any of the other things?
No, sir.
Okay. Just 1 second. We're going to show you some other stuff.
Gotcha.
And this might take a second. But again, you'll notice the detective's wearing gloves, so he'll show you anything, and he'll turn things around if you ask him, but he'll have to ask you not to touch anything.
Roger.
Just so the jury knows, because of the break that we had in suspending the trial, I asked the detectives to reseal all of the evidence boxes since we weren't going to be able to access them for a number of days, and that's the process that's happening at this time.
And so, can you flip that box over for me? Showing you what's been marked as 288. Does that appear to be a magazine consistent with what you gave Mr. Halderson?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what defining characteristics are on that magazine that lead you to believe that is in fact one you gave him?
The big ugly splash on the bottom of the magazine, sir.
All right. And I'll have the detective display that to the jury. All right, and so we're going to do the same process with the next two. And the next exhibit we're going to deal with is 289. Again, same process. We're showing you 289. You can ask that be moved any way you'd like. Does that appear to be consistent with the magazine that you gave Chandler Halderson?
Yes, sir.
And would that fit to the SKS rifle that you just looked at?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we'll go to the next one. And while the detective's pulling up the next one, the last one, which I can touch the outside, is Exhibit 288. You yourself have fired this gun in the past?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you aware exactly how much ammunition you gave to Chandler?
Yes, sir.
How much?
The box ammo that I had purchased had 500 rounds in it, sir. I've shot roughly 20, didn't enjoy the firearm, and gave him 480 rounds.
Okay. And when you say 480, is that an estimate, or do you know that to be exact?
That should be precise.
While you were here in Wisconsin with Chandler, did you all fire the weapon?
No, sir.
showing you that exhibit. You can ask for it to be moved any way you'd like.
Yes, sir.
Is that consistent with the magazine you gave Chandler?
Yes, sir.
Did you discuss with Chandler when you gave him the weapon in June of this past year anything more about what he was going to do with it other than I think you said he was going to move to Florida with his new job? Anything else? Did you discuss? Was he going to go hunting? Anything like that?
I don't believe so, sir.
You said you visited him over the course of a couple days. Did you give it to him right away or later on in the weekend?
I think it was either Sunday that I gave it to him or it was someday on Saturday that I gave it to him.
After you gave it to him and he placed it, I think you said was it under boards?
It was so it was almost like a bench like this, but there's a hollow center that had stuff stacked inside of it, and he just kind of shoved it in there since there was stuff blocking the front path of it from view.
Do you know where? Did the gun ever come out after he put it in there? Did you ever see it again?
We could have, sir. I think we could have played around with it, just showing how it works. And like, keep in mind, I had this weapon for a couple months, just had it sit in my safe, so I've had plenty of time to figure out a little bit of the ins and outs of it. So.
Okay. Did he place? Do you know where Chandler placed the magazines or the ammo box?
I don't recall, sir.
Okay. Did Chandler tell you anything more about his job at SpaceX?
Not really, sir. Just that he had an opportunity that he was looking forward to.
Okay. You left at some points, and you continued talking to Chandler, playing video games after you went back home?
Yes, sir.
At some point, did Chandler suffer some sort of injury?
Yes, sir. As far as I know, he went down the stairs and had fell somehow and screwed up his head or his neck.
Okay. And did that injury, according to Chandler, did that end up impacting his job or anything like that?
As far as I knew, so it seemed that because of the injury, he wasn't going to be able to take a flight out to Florida to do this SpaceX thing. But other than that, he didn't really explain what was wrong, just that he wasn't going to be able to fly out there and he wasn't able to look at computer screens or anything like that with so much blur on the screen or motion blur.
Did you find out at some point that Chandler's parents were missing?
Yes, sir.
How did you find out?
It was shortly after the 4th of July when I had came back from Texas from visiting my other buddy. He had gave me a sort of, not hysterical per se, but a pretty upsetting call that his parents hadn't got back to him or he hadn't seen them.
Sure. And then the cadence of things, was this was after the head injury?
Yes, sir.
Did Chandler tell you anything about the head injury in terms of specifics about what was going to happen or how severe it was?
He told me that he would have to wear a neck brace and that they were supposed to drill a hole in his head or something like that to alleviate some sort of pressure.
Okay. Did you talk to Chandler about his parents being missing?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about those conversations.
Well, day one when he told us, because he had told me and my friend that he's friends with that I visited when I was down in Texas, he told us that they had been missing. So we both suggested to him that, hey, if this is really a big concern for you, you might want to contact law enforcement immediately.
Okay. What did Chandler say to that?
He said, well, they might turn up, so I'll just wait a few days, and so it goes.
After that conversation, do you recall having any other conversations with Chandler about his parents being missing?
Just talking about how or where they could have end up it or what was going on with the situation.
Was Chandler expressing worry to you or that he was concerned?
He seemed concerned, yes.
Okay. At some point, I'm sure, and obviously now you're aware that Chandler was arrested for what happened.
Yes, sir.
You began having to have some conversations with law enforcement because a gun that was found very close to Bart Halderson, Chandler's father, was that gun that we just showed you. And so law enforcement started talking to you, right?
Yes, sir. Well, I had reached out to them immediately upon figuring out that he had been arrested.
Right. You've been cooperative with law enforcement the whole time, haven't you?
I'm not going to be a broken piece of glass, sir.
Sure. Meaning you'll help if you need to?
Yes.
Okay. The police, in fact, visited you down in where you live at some point.
Yes, sir.
You, when asked, had given them access to things like bank records or your phone and things of that sort?
Yes, sir.
And you've provided photographs whenever you could?
Yes, sir.
Why was that important to you to assist?
Well, to put it bluntly, sir, I served in the Army, and I'm not going to get fucked for something that I didn't do.
Where were you? July 1st, July 2nd, 2021?
Crystal Beach, Texas, sir.
In fact, what is Exhibit 566?
Looks like my bank statement, sir.
And where's that bank statement show that you are?
So if you follow this down, so you can see that I went and did some sort of purchase at a gas station at Texas at 7:02. Then follow this down, 7:02 Lufkin, Texas. And then keep following it down. You can see 7:02 Crystal Beach, Texas. Keep following down. You can see Lufkin again, sir, and then Crystal Beach, sir. Sure. And then more purchases at Crystal Beach, Texas, sir. And then a few interspersed things that my wife had been purchasing at Dollar Tree, apparently.
And where was she at?
She was in Manhattan still, sir, or Junction City, sir.
Junction City. And in all of these purchases, and this is a bank statement from the 1st, looks like through the 10th, there's not a single one from Wisconsin, correct?
No, sir.
Nothing from Illinois? No?
No, sir.
Iowa?
No, sir.
Minnesota?
Unless I have the power of God to teleport, sir, I don't think that's going to occur.
Understood. I'll move 566 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's received.
I don't think it needs to be published. I think your bank statements can just be right there.
Has information been redacted on?
They have been redacted if ultimately.
All you can see is how broke I am.
That's fine. And in fact, at times, you're aware that the police verified your location in other ways, phone records and things of that sort.
I'm sure they did, sir.
Yeah. You were never in Wisconsin in July of 2021.
No, sir.
One second. Thank you, sir.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Mr. Smith.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
I'd like to first ask you a few questions about that SKS that you purchased. Is it correct that you purchased that initially for yourself?
Yes, sir. Or ma'am, sorry.
Is it fair to say you're interested in guns?
In firearms, yes, ma'am.
You said you went and fired that SKS maybe 20 times?
I had shot it once and put 20 rounds through the rifle itself through my hands, ma'am.
After that, you decided it wasn't that appealing to you?
No, ma'am. Just too much of kick, too much of anything that didn't make me happy about the weapon.
What do you mean by too much kick?
So each caliber of weapon or bullet will fire X amount of powder through it. So, for example, the SKS, which shoots 7.62 by 39 or whatever it is in Russia, it shoots a bigger payload of powder versus 5.56/223, which shoots up to 27 grains of powder. So it's not as much kick, but you can still put enough firepower down range.
Why does the kick make it unappealing to you?
Because if I had to defend my family from a home intruder, I think 5.56 is going to be a lot easier and a lot faster for me to react with than a 7.62 by 39 round.
Compared to other guns or firearms that you've used, the SKS is somewhat louder than similar type firearms, correct?
Not necessarily. It depends. It really depends on a lot of things, along where the location is. If you're in let's say you're shooting it in here, it's going to be loud as hell because there's all the encasing around you. If you're outside, it's going to be not as loud, but it's still going to be pretty loud.
Louder than a handgun?
Not necessarily.
Under similar circumstances, louder than a handgun?
Possibly, yes.
Now, you're familiar with your familiarity with firearms. You're familiar with the terms of flash suppressor or flash hider?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are those?
So a flash hider, depending on what you have, it can make either the ball flame that comes out of it a lot bigger. It can make it so when you're shooting or at a prone position, when you're firing, the weapon gets pulled forward versus sending the recoil back, so it's not as much. And it really depends on what you're talking about specifically. You can't just throw a flash hider in with one of the other things because they all do different things.
Potentially, they could also reduce the sound.
Not necessarily unless you have a suppressor.
So a flash suppressor can reduce the sound.
A flash suppressor? If you can go out and buy a suppressor with a tax stamp, yes.
So could any kind of silencer?
Yes, ma'am.
And you didn't provide any of those with this SKS when you
No, ma'am.
gifted it
But
to
with
Mr. Halderson?
the SKS's barrel at the end of it, regardless, it's kind of an act of God almost to put a suppressor on. So there's barrel threading, which was not on this SKS at the end of it. There might be a special attachment you can get and purchase and put onto this firearm, but unless you have certain special attachments, it might not necessarily fit in correctly or seat correctly, which can cause problems itself and cause an obstruction.
Bottom line, though, this SKS that you gifted Mr. Halderson didn't have any of that.
No, ma'am. It's the standard end of an AK-74, essentially.
Now, when you gifted this SKS to Mr. Halderson, you talked about this procedure you use with taking a photo of someone's driver's license with the serial number from the firearm. Do you
Yes,
remember
ma'am.
that? That's not something you only have done with Mr. Halderson. It's something you've done anytime you've sold, transferred, or gifted firearms, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you've done that several times?
Yes, ma'am.
How many?
Depends on a lot of things. If I have, so I can have an AR-15 that I'll buy and I'll build it and then it'll sit in my safe for whatever reason for a long time and then I can go like, oh, okay, well, to go and sell it. But as per how many I've sold, that's none of your business, frankly.
Okay. That's really all I have. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No.
May this witness be excused and released.
He is both, yes.
Thank you, sir. Have a good
Yes.
rest of your day.
Have a good day, sir.
Thank you. And the next witness, please.
State calls, Clint Seltzer.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Judge.
If you believe you can do so safely and responsibly, testifying without your mask would be a preference.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Go right ahead.
Good afternoon. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Greetings. My name is Clint, C-L-I-N-T. My last name is Seltzner, S-E-L-T-Z-N-E-R.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a detective for the Dane County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been a detective?
Since August of 2015.
Were you yourself involved in the investigation into the homicides of Bart and Krista Halderson, specifically into the search of their home on Oak Springs?
Yes, I was.
In what capacity were you involved in that search?
I was just one of the detectives assigned to help search.
And particularly, did you end up searching Chandler Halderson's bedroom?
Yes, I did.
What gave you the impression that that was Chandler's bedroom?
The pictures on the wall, the size of the clothes, documents, things like that.
Sure. When you searched the bedroom, were you searching for any items in particular, or were you just looking through and seeing what you could find?
I think at that point we were just looking for anything we thought that could be related to the case.
And were cell phones an important item for you to look for at that time?
Yes, they were.
That was included in the search warrant of things that you could take from the Halderson home?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to show you a couple photographs. I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 469. What is that a photograph of?
I see Apple iPhones, an iPod, I believe, and then there's also a black and silver Apple iPhone.
Okay. And I'm showing you 470 with some of those items pulled out, correct?
Yes.
There were numerous phones in Chandler Halderson's bedroom that were seized as evidence.
Yes, there were.
Were these photographs of those phones in those general areas?
Yes, they were. This is an Alcatel flip phone.
Sure. So at least were these all found in the same general vicinity?
Yeah, these phones were found, the Apple iPhone was found in a desk drawer, and where you would put your legs underneath the workspace, there's that fold-out drawer where typically pens and things like that are found. That's where that was. The Alcatel phone was found in the bottom drawer.
Okay. Same desk?
Same desk.
Okay. So a couple different phones, and then just some general USBs, normal office stuff in there, correct?
That's right.
All right. I'll move 469 and 470 to evidence.
No objection.
They are received.
And then before I publish, did you find any ammunition or ammunition cans in the bedroom?
Yes, I did.
Whereabouts was an ammunition can found?
The ammunition can was found in the closet on the right-hand side on the floor.
Showing it's been marked as exhibit number 471. Is that the ammunition can?
Yes, it is.
And is that kind of where it was found?
It was in the closet. I can't really see it from the context.
Things are moved around here. Take a photograph at the top.
Yeah, that's the ammo can.
All right. So 471 moved.
Any objection to the receipt of 471?
No objection.
It is received.
All right. I'll move to publish.
These items should show up on the computer monitor, Detective.
And we're just going to show them here because there's not many, and the detail perhaps isn't as important as some, but is that the ammunition can there in the center of 471?
Yes, sir.
And you said that was in Mr. Halderson's closet?
Yes, it was.
469, is that a photograph of the top drawer of that desk?
It looks like it, yes.
And we have some phones that became relevant that you ended up seizing?
Yes.
And other just general debris. And then if we look at 470, is that laid out all the phones that were collected from that desk?
Yes.
And then obviously there's just appears to be some normal office things, but we have a flip phone kind of in the center right, and then appears to be two iPhones.
I believe one was an iPod.
iPod and an iPhone.
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. And all those items were seized?
Yes.
Okay. Were any gloves found in Mr. Halderson's bedroom?
A Detective Liz Allen located a glove in the drawer of his nightstand. That was a black glove. And then I found a box of Walgreens exam-style gloves in a container or box underneath the bed.
Sure. Exam-style gloves, the gloves that we've maybe been wearing in court, the plastic gloves, the latex gloves?
Right.
Okay. And did you seize that box of gloves?
Yes, we did.
I'm showing it's been marked. You don't have to open it. 474, is that in fact the box of gloves that you seized that day?
Yes. Yes, it is.
I'll move 474 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
That box of gloves, had it been opened and had some taken out, or do you recall?
I can't remember for certain.
Sure. And those phones that we previously talked about, one flip phone and one iPhone found in the drawer, were those seized by yourself, or others involved in the search of his bedroom?
We were seized, yeah, but they were seized by detectives, yes.
Sure. Showing exhibit number 567, does that appear to be the Apple iPhone?
Yes, it does.
And I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 473. This is just labeled as what?
Labeled as cell phone.
Okay. And in fact, we're going to open these. So we'll have one of the detectives bring up, don't think there's any scissors up here, so we'll have them bring something up to open those.
Thank you.
Did we move those two into evidence? Or you have to, are you moving based on on testimony regarding the labels?
We'll open them up first.
Or after that, okay. What were the numbers?
So we'll start with 473, labeled as cell phone. If you want to open that up for us. What do we got there?
This is an Alcatel flip phone.
Okay. And you're not here to tell us what's on the phone, but it's a flip phone.
Yes.
And consistent with what you seized in Mr. Halderson's room in his desk drawer.
Yes, it is.
All right. I'll move 473 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
All right, same thing. We'll look at this one, labeled in this case 567. If you could open that up, let us know what we're looking at. What do we got there?
This is a black and silver Apple iPhone.
And was that the phone found in the top desk drawer in Chandler Halderson's bedroom?
Yes, it was.
All right. Take that back, and I will move 567 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
And don't go too quick or too far here. While we're here, these are the gloves I think we already talked about. It's 474 moved into evidence. If you could just open those up so everyone can take a look. And is that box of gloves open?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what's it labeled?
Nitrile exam gloves.
Okay. From Walgreens?
From Walgreens.
All right, we can place it back in the bag. Thank you. We have one more to look at. Was that ammunition can and all the ammunition collected?
Yes, it was.
That box, I'll sit exhibit number 475 down. Does that appear to be the ammunition that was collected from Mr. Halderson's bedroom?
Yes, it does. Yes, it is.
And is it appropriately marked with an exhibit sticker as well as the Dane County Sheriff's evidence sticker?
I recognize that evidence ID number and the sticker.
All right, I'd move 475.
No objection.
It is received.
And if you could just open it up so we can take a look at it. And what I'm going to have you do is just pull that out, if you could, and hold up so the jury can see the stencil side of that. It says 762 by 39. Is that full of ammunition right now?
Yes, it is.
It's very heavy, isn't it?
Feels like it.
Okay, we'll put it back. Looking for a place to sit this one. Regarding those phones that we talked about that were seized, you're not the person who does the analysis of those phones, right?
No, I'm not.
You took them, they got put in a bag, they put in evidence, and that's what you're testifying to?
Yes.
All right, no further questions.
No, thank you.
May this witness be excused?
He may be excused, yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good remainder of your day.
State now calls Alex Cravat to the stand.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Good afternoon. I've been asking every witness if they believe they can safely and responsibly testify without wearing a mask, that they should do so if they're comfortable with that.
I would prefer to keep mine on if that's okay.
That's fine.
Thank you very much.
Go right ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon. Could you please state your first and last name and spell both for the record?
I am Alex Gravatt, Alex Gravatt.
Mr. Gravatt, do you know somebody by the name of Chandler Halderson?
I do know Chandler Halderson.
And how do you know Mr. Halderson?
We were childhood friends and roommates.
Okay. I'd ask that you look around the courtroom. The judge will give instructions in just a second, and tell me whether or not you see Mr. Halderson.
And before the witness does so, would everybody not in the jury box lower their mask for a moment so that he can see everyone's faces? Thank you. You can replace your masks. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, I see Chandler Halderson.
Could you please identify him by perhaps where he's located and perhaps the color of his shirt?
He is wearing a black suit with a white shirt next to somebody wearing green.
All right. And ask the record to reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Halderson.
It shall.
Mr. Gravatt, did you ever go swimming in the Wisconsin River with Mr. Halderson?
Yes, a handful of times.
Okay. And where did you guys go? Could you describe the location?
We had two spots, one next to a local park in Saukville, and then one kind of down the road across a bridge, and we had to go into a cul-de-sac and then down a winding path through a little prairie to a beach.
And that second location you described, how many times do you think you went there with Mr. Halderson?
Me personally, 2 or 3. I know that they went, he and a few of my other friends went more times without me.
Was it your understanding that Mr. Halderson knew how to scuba dive?
Yes.
What did you know about his scuba diving?
Well, I knew in high school he was a diver, but then he loved to swim, and from my understanding, he joined the Madison police diving team for search and rescue missions. I know he'd gone a few times with them, to my knowledge, but I never went with him or dropped him off or saw anything too much.
Did he
like
ever tell you about any of his search and rescue missions?
Yes, he told me a couple of times about getting caught in riptides, and one time he said that he saw a body while doing it, while scuba diving, and that he was a little weirded out by that.
Okay. Did he ever bring home any mementos or anything he found while scuba diving?
Yes, I know there was one time he brought home a large pink sex toy that he found, and then there was one time I believe he brought home like an old rusty looking knife.
And were these from his scuba diving missions with the Madison Police Department? Was that your understanding?
I believe so.
Okay. No further questions.
Any cross-examination?
No, thank you.
May this witness be excused and released.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Have a good remainder of your day. Thank you. And the next witness, please.
State will call Dakota Brown to the stand.
She's gonna go with that.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes.
Good afternoon. I've been asking every witness if they believe they can safely and responsibly do so to testify without wearing a mask, if that's comfortable. Would you be able to do that? Thank you so much. Go right ahead.
Good afternoon. Please state both your first and last name for the record and spell both.
Dakota Brown, DAKOTAHBROWN.
And do you know someone by the name of Chandler Halderson?
Yes,
How do you know Mr. Halderson?
I was in a relationship with him for 1 year.
Okay. And I'd ask that the judge will give instructions in a minute, but I'd ask that you look around the courtroom, see if you see Mr. Halderson, and then identify him by where he's seated and perhaps the color of his shirt.
I'll ask everyone not in the jury box to lower their mask for a brief moment. Thank you. You could return your masks. Were you able to see Mr. Halderson?
Yes, white shirt, black tie, blue mask.
And is he seated at a table?
Yes.
I'd ask the record to reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
It shall.
Now, Miss Brown, did you ever go swimming with Mr. Halderson in the Wisconsin River?
Yes.
Where did you guys go?
We went to Sauk City, to a beach area on the river, right on the riverbank.
Okay. And was that a place that, to your understanding, Chandler swam a lot?
No, we found it one day as a group, us and our friends, and we all went together for the first time.
Okay. And what year was that? Do you remember?
2020.
I'm going to show you what has been marked and received as exhibits 123 and 124. Do you recognize either or both of those photos?
Yes, both.
How do you recognize them?
Chandler sent them to me.
And do you know anything about where these were taken or any of the circumstances surrounding?
He just said a beach day in Sauk City with the boys.
Okay. And just quickly, Your Honor, if I could have the Elmo. And these are pictures that the jury has already seen, but I just want to show them what we were talking about. 123 and 124. And you provided those photos to police in connection with this investigation. Is that fair?
Yes.
Ms. Brown, what, if anything, do you know about Chandler's scuba diving career?
I don't know anything other than he told me that he has gone diving, that he was certified, and that he had a job diving.
And did he say what department he dived with?
For the Madison Police Department.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Cross-examination?
No, thank you.
May this witness be excused and released.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you so much. Have a good remainder of your day.
State calls Paige Valenta to the stand.
Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you are comfortable and believe you can safely and responsibly testify without wearing a mask, that would be our preference. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Correct.
Good afternoon. Could you please state and spell your name?
Paige Valenta, P-A-I-G-E, Valenta, V-A-L-E-N-T-A.
And how are you employed?
With the City of Madison Police Department.
In what role?
I'm the Assistant Chief of Operations.
Sure. In the realm of ranks of police officers, you're at near the very top.
I report directly to the chief.
Okay. I asked you a couple of questions in this case, which is why you're testifying, but does the Madison Police have a scuba diving rescue team?
No.
Has someone named Chandler Halderson ever been employed by the Madison Police to your knowledge?
No.
No further questions.
Cross-examination?
No, thank you.
May this witness be excused and released.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Have a good remainder of your day.
The state will recall Brian Sharp this time.
Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you.
I'm just going to get situated. Give me 1 second.
Of course.
Detective, we've heard from you a couple of times. Due to some things you've done in this investigation, be fair to say that there was a large team of people responsible for determining what actions were taken, what steps to take next in the investigation, or was it just you or just Sabrina Sims?
No, Detective Sims and I were the lead detectives, but we had a lot of help.
Sure. We have seen a lot of evidence in this case, both at all the crime scenes. Was it important to you to see if any of those items were connected to other crime scenes in this case?
Yes, definitely.
Why was that important?
It was important. We found tools out at the farm, obviously. We knew that there were items in the Halderson household that had been located. Trying to figure out how they were placed in the different locations, I guess. So the tools out at the farm, if there was anything that we could do to determine whether they had a tie directly to the Halderson family or the Halderson household, was important.
And were there some steps taken in this investigation to try to make those determinations?
Definitely.
Some of them involved just seeing things and some involved expert witnesses?
Correct.
All right. Let's start with one item. We've talked about a lot. It's marked. I'll show you the fence real quick. It's the target bag. It's marked as Exhibit 561 in this case. What is Exhibit number 561?
That's going to be the target bag filled with rags and cleaning supplies that Detective Feeney found on Irwin Road.
And these were the rags with the red stain on it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And they were securely placed in evidence, and this has been sitting in the Dane County Sheriff's Office evidence for since they were collected and up until court?
Yes.
Okay, I'll move 561 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
Those items, or at least that bag, had a sticker on it with a name, right?
Yes.
And what name was that?
It was C. Melander.
Okay. And in the course of the investigation, did you have an idea of where that bag was last known to be?
Yes, we had found several bags similar with the same barcode with the same name on it at the Halderson residence.
Okay. So that's an example of one item found at the Irwin Road property connecting to the Halderson residence.
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about the gun. There was a gun found at the Irwin Road barn.
Correct.
And that was in October?
I believe it was October, yes.
Were there any items in the home that drew your suspicion or that you wanted to examine whether those items were in some way connected to that gun?
Yes, during the search of the Halderson home, 3 magazines were located that were consistent with magazines that would fit into the SKS rifle found on Irwin Road. We had also located a spent shell casing or a fired shell casing, another way of saying it, in the home.
Okay. Was anything else located in the home that led you to believe that that gun was fired there?
There was metal fragments located on the north side of the basement.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about the, let's start with the shell casing itself, or the spent casing. Is that brass hollow bullet that everyone's seen?
Yes.
Why is that important to the investigation, or what drew your investigatory interest into that object?
Not normal to have a spent shell casing in a basement, especially within the proximity to the bullet fragments that were located nearby. At that point, we had already known that Bart Halderson had died of bullet wounds to the back. So obviously, tying all that together, made it more interesting.
Did the team engage an expert to try to analyze whether that gun fired the spent shell casing, fired that bullet?
Yes, and we'll hear from that expert.
Today, in fact, right?
Today, in fact, yes.
The gun, you mentioned that the magazines found in the wall, you believe matched the SKS rifle found at the barn?
They do.
And are you familiar with this gun?
I am.
How familiar are you with this gun?
I would say very. I'm a firearms instructor and have quite a bit of experience with the SKS.
Okay. And was there any other gun found at the Halderson house that would have fit those magazines?
No.
Okay. In fact, were there any other firearms recovered at the Halderson house? Actual firearms?
Not a real firearm.
Okay. There were some airsoft guns or things like that?
Correct, under Chandler's bed.
Okay. You used the phrase metal fragments, and I think maybe used it a different way. Did you have a suspicion of what those metal fragments were?
Yes, they appear to be bullet fragments.
What leads you to believe that?
The consistency. Like I said, being a firearms instructor, I've seen plenty of bullet fragments laying around on the range. I've been involved with numerous death investigations, which included firearm trauma. Finding these similar bullet fragments around. We also had pictures, photographs from the medical examiner's office that had these similar metal fragments, bullet fragments inside Mr. Halderson's torso.
Relative to the size of what the actual bullet is in this gun that you say you're familiar with, how were these fragments big, small, a large portion of the bullet, a small portion of the bullet? What would you say?
I would say small. The bullet's fragmented pretty widely.
Okay. And fragmented just means shattered?
Broken into several pieces.
Okay. This bullet fragment was photographed, correct?
Correct.
And I think we've seen some of the photographs. We have another one I've marked 557, just because we're going to talk about it. What's 557?
557 is the bullet fragment that was located on the north side of the basement in the Halderson home.
And the jury's seen this picture, but this is zoomed in, is it?
This is zoomed in, correct.
Okay. And who performed that work?
Deputy Scott Kuntz.
Who we heard from for about 4 hours the other day?
Quite a while.
Okay. I'll move 557 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
In the zoomed-in version of 557, was anything drawing your attention when you saw this zoomed in or when you looked at this closely before it was washed by the crime lab?
Yeah, several things drew my attention. First, it appears to be the inner portion of the bullet, the projectile of a round. I didn't see any of the brass or copper casing that would be on the outside of it. I also observed quite a bit of reddish-brown staining. It's not the best in this picture on the Elmo, but it's visibly there.
And when you say the staining, and I'll use my pen, are you talking about this area?
Yes, there's splatters all over.
Okay. And we heard about the DNA analyst who said that this was washed, essentially, and tested?
Correct.
Okay. You talked a little bit about not seeing any of the brass or the casing. Some people are more familiar with firearms than others. What do you mean by that?
So around the lead portion of a bullet would be some type of a casing, whether it be copper, most common. It just kind of holds the lead intact until it were to hit an object and expand. Typically, the copper will break away from the lead portion. Sometimes you can recover it, sometimes you cannot. This appears just to be the inner portion of that bullet.
Got it. You didn't see any of that casing?
I did not.
Okay. So when we talk about connections between Oak Springs and Irwin Road, you said that you had the spent casing tested for ballistics?
Correct.
Was the ammunition that was found in Mr. Halderson's bedroom, that big box that Mr. Selzner just held up, was that consistent with ammunition that would be fired out of that gun that was found out at the barn?
Yes, the SKS is a 7.62 by 39 caliber, and that was what the ammunition was that was located.
And obviously, as the case detective in this case, you've looked at the other pieces of ammunition, including that bullet given to Mitchell Halderson that said "get well." Are all of those consistent with ammunition that could be fired out of that SKS rifle found out at the barn?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about other items where we're talking about connections. Was there on Bart Halderson's torso, was there any sort of rope?
Yes, when Bart's torso was located, there was a section of rope that was wrapped around his waist.
Sure. And I think everyone's seen that enough, but it was around the waist of Mr. Halderson?
Correct.
Was it tied into a knot?
If I recall, yes.
Okay. Was a similar style or colored rope found at the Halderson house in the search of the garage?
Yes, it was located in a basket in a garage.
And I think we already saw a 210, but is that some black rope there?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Was a cutting of the rope found in the garage and then the rope found around Mr. Halderson's torso, was that sent out to the crime lab?
We did send it out for a fracture match.
Sure. Fracture match, meaning can someone actually say it's the exact same?
Whether they were once joined together.
Okay. The rope that was around Mr. Halderson's torso, we haven't seen it in court. Was it collected by the police?
Yes, we did collect it, and we have it in evidence.
Why isn't it here?
The rope is double bagged due to the level of decomposition on the torso. It just wouldn't be appropriate to bring it into a closed setting such as this.
Is it refrigerated?
Yeah, I don't recall.
Okay. Is there a smell to it?
Definitely.
Okay. In talking about other connections maybe present between the farm and the house, let's talk about some of the tools. There was what's been described as a keyhole saw, a hand saw found in an oil tank. I think we've all seen the photographs near Mr. Halderson's body. Was that tool collected?
The always saw was collected. All the tools inside that fuel drum were collected.
And you just said the brand name Alway.
Correct.
Had you ever heard of this brand name before this case?
I had not.
Did it stick out to you for any particular reason?
It appeared to be a very old saw. We actually performed a Google search on it, and it was an antique saw.
Okay. Is it a brand that you normally see yourself?
I have never seen one before.
Showing you what's been received into evidence is exhibit number 221. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Where was this photograph taken, and where's it from?
This photograph was one of the lower drawers in the Craftsman toolbox inside the Halderson's garage.
Okay. So showing everyone 221. Where my finger is, that silver handle right there, is that a saw?
Yes.
What brand is that?
That's also an always saw. The handle is a little bit different in design than the one we located out at Irwin Road. However, it's still the same name brand.
Okay. The other item that I think the anthropologist talked a lot about today was that broken hacksaw blade. You've seen that in the course of the investigation?
The bow saw blade, yes.
In fact, I think you're the one who held it up for the jury a couple days ago.
Unfortunately.
Might have been a week ago, actually.
Yeah.
Forgot we were gone for a little bit. Was there a frame, a bow saw frame found in the garage of the Halderson house that seemed consistent to you, that a frame that would hold that blade?
Yes, there was, along the west wall behind some boards.
Behind some boards? Showing you 224, these are already received into evidence, and 225, is that frame?
Yes, it is.
I'll show these to the jury so we're all looking at the same thing. And again, we've seen these all before, but 224, is that bow saw frame behind some boards?
Yes, it is.
And 225, that's maybe the end of the bow saw or where the frame or the blade attaches to the frame?
Correct. It's opposite of the handle side.
It's a little piece right there that's broken. Was that of interest to you?
Yes, it was. Knowing on Irwin Road that we had found the broken bow saw blade, we knew that there had to have been the other end that would attach to the saw somewhere. We also sent that portion along with the broken bow saw blade out for examination.
Okay. And someone to look at, see whether they matched or not?
Yes.
Okay. And we'll hear from that person today?
We will.
Okay. Let's talk about the tarps. A couple tarps found out at the Irwin Road property, one in the barn and one out by the torso, right?
Correct.
And so if we're remembering everything right from last week, Exhibit 174, this is a garbage can with a tarp in it.
Yes.
As it was essentially found with the tarp inside the garbage can.
Correct.
Is this the tarp that has some yellow tape on it?
Yes.
And then there is this big bag. I think the lab labeled it item S, but this is the barn tarp, right? This is labeled exhibit number 143.
That was the one found in the barn.
Okay. Let's start with the one in the garbage can. Did that tarp appear to be newer to you?
It did.
You've seen in this case the person from Fleet Farm testify about the tarp that Mr. Halderson purchased on July 2nd. You've seen in the crime lab measuring it. You've actually seen the tarp. Is that tarp consistent with the tarp that was purchased at Fleet Farm by Mr. Halderson on July 2nd?
Yes, it is.
In size and color?
Yes, the crime lab reported that the tarp was 6 foot by 8 foot. It's silver and black. I've seen that in pictures. And I know that the the Fleet Farm tarp was definitely of those dimensions and same color.
Was, in the search of the Halderson home, any other tarp collected at the house that would be consistent with that Fleet Farm purchase?
There was
tarp?
not.
Okay.
No.
This tarp that we're talking about, there was some testing that was done on it, correct?
Yes.
Is there something called footwear testing done?
There was a footwear analysis, and we'll hear from hear about that later also.
In general, what is that analysis?
They're able to determine if there's any footwear impressions on the piece, in this instance, the tarp. And then once they are able to identify whether there's footwear impressions on that tarp, they request, they're able to tell you what type of shoe they believe it is. And then, you know, they'll go on from there and can confirm whether or not a certain shoe made that impression. But like I said, we'll hear about that from an expert.
Okay. Same question with the tape. Was testing done on the tape, the yellow tape that was found on that tarp?
Yes.
Was that yellow tape of evidentiary interest to you as a detective in this case?
Yes, it was.
Why?
Several reasons. I know that we had located a roll of yellow duct tape in the south side section of the basement at the Halderson home. Also with tape, I know that fingerprints can be captured on there. From photos, I knew that there had been some red staining on the tape also, so possibly some DNA evidence.
It was an item of interest.
Of course.
Okay. Then briefly we'll talk about the barn tarp. In relationship to the tarp that's in the garbage can, is the barn tarp older or newer in your just general appearance?
It appeared older.
And in this case, were you able to discover any evidence that that tarp had been used before?
Yes, we have several photographs of Bart Halderson in his garage making a table on that would appear to be that same tarp. It's a much larger tarp.
Okay. Less evidentiary interest because you thought maybe other people had been on this tarp before?
Yes.
Okay. Nonetheless, the testing was done and we looked into it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I think we heard from the DNA analyst last week there was blood found on both of those tarps.
There was.
Okay. No further questions for now.
Cross-examination at this time.
Nothing now, thank you.
Thank you, Detective. You can return to the table. This might be a good point to break since we've been here for 90 minutes almost.
Right, we're going to hear from some expert witnesses next, so it might take a little time.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our afternoon break at this point in time. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
All right, and with that, we will do some zoom in here. So, yeah, what do you guys think of Andrew Smith, the friend and fellow gamer? He's an interesting guy. Interesting guy. So let's see. So far, we've heard from Chief Medical Examiner Agnieszka. She was the medical examiner for Krista. Then we had a recall Deputy Michael Wilk. Then we had the forensic anthropologist Christina Figueroa Soto. Then Andrew Smith, who's the friend and the firearms supplier. Then Detective Clint Seltner. And then the childhood friend and roommate Alex Gravatt. These guys went fast, right? Dakota Brown, she's the ex-girlfriend. Paige Valenta, assistant chief of operations. She was on so fast I couldn't even put her name up. I couldn't even pin her name. And then just now, Detective Brian Shunk, who we've heard from at least 3 times. And I remember he comes up quite a lot. But the ex-girlfriend, she said she was with him for about a year. So remember, Kat said, or the whole reason Kat put on the Snapchat location on Chandler was that he had cheated on her. So she was trying to keep tabs on him. So did he cheat with Paige? We don't know. So the humorous snark. Yeah, Andrew, he definitely had the humorous snark. Amanda, I believe he was being honest. Yep. Let's see. Northwest, yeah, you're only watching the Tennessee case. Nevada hasn't started. I saw that was supposed to start at noon, but now it's going to start at 1, I think. 1 or 2, yeah. So we'll be picking up on that, the Devin Michaels case. We're going to get through Chandler today and tomorrow. We'll be picking up on Devin tomorrow afternoon. We'll do day 1 tomorrow afternoon, and then we'll stream over the weekend. So if you guys are into weekend streaming, you are at the right place because we will be streaming over the weekend. All right, let's get into the end of day 7, and then we will move on to day 8.
If the state would call its next witness, please.
State calls Jessica Crawford to the stand.
Good afternoon. If you're willing and able to and feel you can safely and responsibly testify without a mask, that would be the preference if you can.
I can.
Thank you so much. If you would stand, my clerk will administer the oath.
Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Go right ahead.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your full name for the record and spell both your first and last name?
Jessica Crawford, JESSICA CRAWFORD.
How are you employed?
I am a firearms and tool mark examiner with the Wisconsin State Crime Lab, Milwaukee Laboratory.
And what do you do as a firearms and tool mark examiner?
We examine firearms and firearm-related evidence to determine if the fired evidence was fired either in the same firearm or a particular firearm.
And how long have you been employed with this crime lab?
As a firearms examiner,
Yes.
approximately 5 years.
And did you hold any positions before you were a firearms examiner?
Yes, I did.
And what were those positions?
I was a forensic program technician.
And, okay. What is your educational background and specialized training that allows you to be a firearms examiner?
I have a Bachelor's of Science from Fort Hays State University. I have also trained in the Milwaukee Crime Lab Firearms and Tool Mark Examiner Training Program. This is a modular apprenticeship training program.
I'm going to show you two exhibits, Exhibit 403 and Exhibit 404. How would you identify Exhibit 403?
This is my statement of qualifications.
And that's what the crime lab uses instead of a curriculum vitae, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, I would move Exhibit 403 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
And in this case, did you write a report?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 404. Is that in fact a true and accurate copy of the report that you wrote in this case?
Yes, this is.
I would move Exhibit 404 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
So when you say you're a firearms examiner, what does that mean you actually do?
When we receive firearms or firearm-related evidence into the crime lab, we examine the firearms to ensure their functionality, make sure that they work as they are intended, and test fire those firearms. When we receive fired evidence, which would be things like cartridge cases and bullets, we examine that evidence for characteristics that are both the class characteristics and individual microscopic characteristics that would allow us to determine if they were fired in the same firearm or if they were fired in a particular firearm.
And what are you looking for when you're looking at, for example, a casing that was fired and comparing it to another casing fired from a known weapon? What exactly are you looking for?
So we're looking at the markings that are left on the fired cartridge case from the firearm. We would be looking at impressions or striations that are left by things like the breech face, the firing pin, the ejector, the extractor, the chamber. These are all areas that we would look at in order to determine if they were fired in the same firearm or from a particular firearm.
So does each firearm leave unique characteristics on a casing?
Yes, it does.
So you can match them up in theory. If you have the weapon and you have the casing that was shot from it, you should be able to match them.
Correct, you should be able to.
Okay. Did you examine any evidence in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And specifically, did you examine a firearm in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. As the detective blows up and it's the firearm. I'm first going to show you the box that the firearm was in. This is 291. It's now been put into a secure carton, but if you want to look at that, does this have markings from you or your lab?
So when an item is accepted into the crime lab or submitted to the crime lab, we will give it its own unique crime lab number, and each item will receive its own unique crime lab identifier. So in this instance, there is a barcode label. That barcode label has the unique crime lab case number of M21-1575, and this is item AL.
And I think the detective is going to approach this. And Ms. Crawford, is this the weapon that you fired in connection and marked AL?
Yes, it is.
Thank you, detective. And in this case, you also given a casing to examine, specifically Exhibit 284, a casing found in the Halderson home in the basement floor.
Yes, I was.
And so when you had the firearm and you were given this casing, what did you do to examine both items?
So in the examination process, once again, I function tested the firearm to make sure that it worked, that there was no damage, and that it could safely function. I functioned these safeties in order to make sure that they function as intended. And then I performed test fires of the firearm. I then took those test-fired cartridge cases and I compared them microscopically on a tool we call the comparison microscope. A comparison microscope is a microscope that is two microscopes connected by one optical bridge. What this allows for me is that I can look at those two objects simultaneously. So that was performed in order to look at those individual markings that were left over from the firearm.
And in this case, did you compare Exhibit 284 to the test rounds that you fired from the weapon, did you say AL?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude in your examination?
I was able to determine that this test-fired cartridge, or this cartridge case, was fired in item AL.
And how did you come to that conclusion?
I came to that conclusion based on the different microscopic markings that I was able to identify in the breech face, the firing pin, and the ejector.
And was this case peer-reviewed and verified?
Yes, it was.
And what does that mean for your conclusion to be peer-reviewed and verified?
Peer review is when a second qualified examiner takes the paperwork and reviews it to determine that it is accurate and complete. And a verification is when a second qualified examiner takes the evidence, performs an examination, and confirms that my conclusions and the evidence are matching.
So to put it simply, a second pair of eyes looks at the data and the results and sees if they agree or not.
Yes, and the physical evidence itself.
Okay. And are all of your conclusions here today to a reasonable degree of professional certainty as practiced within your field?
Yes.
And is the lab that you work for, the Wisconsin Crime Lab, is it accredited?
Yes, it is an accredited lab.
And what does that mean?
That means that a third party oversees our policies and procedures in order to ensure that we are meeting or exceeding industry standards.
Okay, nothing further.
Cross-examination.
None, thank you.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, and released.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a good rest of your day. And the next witness, please.
I'm going to call Laura Matson.
testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you believe you can do so safely and responsibly, testifying without a mask would be our preference if you're comfortable with that. Thank you so much. Go right ahead.
Good afternoon. Could you please state and spell your name?
Laura Matson, LauraMatson.
And where are you employed?
The Wisconsin Department of Justice Crime Lab in Madison.
And what is your position at the crime lab?
I am an advanced latent print and footwear examiner.
How long have you been there?
I've been there since 2003.
Talk to me about what you do as a latent print examiner.
As a latent print examiner, I examine items of evidence and process items of evidence for latent prints to determine if there are any suitable prints on an item of evidence. If there are suitable prints on those items, I will then compare them to any known standards. I can also utilize our state and APHIS, state and FBI's automated fingerprint identification systems. I tech review and verify other examiners' work, as well as testify in court when needed. As an advanced analyst, I do more of the review process and writing of policies and procedures, as well as train new employees at the lab.
What is your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science from the University of Wisconsin-Oshkosh in Criminal Justice, and then I attended the Waukesha County Technical College Police Academy, where I've received my law enforcement certificate.
When it comes to latent prints, what specialized training do you have?
I had very little training as a law enforcement officer in latent prints. Most of the training was on site at the crime lab, which included trainings by both senior and advanced analysts, covering examinations, how to process items, how to do comparisons, and how to come to determinations of my evaluation. It also included learning how to use our databases. And then I've also attended over approximately 300 hours of external training in latent prints.
Are you certified by any organizations?
Yes, I'm certified in latent prints by the International Association for Identification.
Sure. What is a latent print?
A latent print is generally a hidden or unseen print on an item that you would normally have to physically or chemically process in order to see it.
What is a known print?
A known print is an intentional recording of a person's friction-ridged skin. Typically, you would see something like that on a fingerprint or a palm print card, an intentional recording.
We're going to talk about some latent print work, and you did in this case, correct?
Correct.
And in addition, we're going to talk about your work as a footwear examiner too, correct?
Correct.
Tell me about your work or what you do as a footwear examiner with the lab as well.
As a footwear examiner, similar to latent prints, I, again, will examine and process items of evidence for question impressions. I will analyze images of question impressions to determine if they are suitable for comparison. And if they are suitable for comparison, I can compare them to any submitted known footwear standards. I can also utilize our footwear database and our internal reference collections. And again, I will tech review, verify other examiners' reports, and testify in court.
Similar question to your fingerprints work. What specialized training do you have to do this footwear impression work?
My footwear training involved both internal and external training as well. Internally, again, by senior and advanced analysts, and externally by certified examiners. Again, it covered processing, examinations, comparison, and evaluation decisions. And I have, in footwear, I have approximately 100 hours of external training in footwear examinations.
When it comes to both latent print analysis and footwear analysis, have you testified in court before?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
Approximately 5 in footwear and about 38 or 39 in latent prints.
Sure. I'm going to show you a couple of exhibits. We'll start with exhibit number 426. What are we looking at there?
Exhibit number 426 is my statement of qualifications.
Sure. And this somewhat details what you just talked about in some of your training and experience in this area?
That's correct.
Right. When you do latent print work or when you do footprint work, do you reduce your findings to a report?
Yes, I do.
And in this case, the case of Chandler Halderson or regarding the deceased individuals, Bart and Krista Halderson, you wrote numerous reports in this case.
Yes, I did.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked. There's exhibit number 429, 430, 431, 432, 433, and 434. What I'm going to have you do is just page through those, and my question at the end is going to be, are these your reports in this case?
Okay.
And just let us know when you're done.
Yes, these all appear to be my reports.
All right. In addition to your reports, there are a number of photographs taken at the lab, and all of those items have been transmitted to my office and to the parties involved, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I'll move exhibits number 429 through 434 into evidence.
And 426?
Yes.
Any objection?
No objection.
426 and 429 through 434 are all received.
All right. And rather than having to read every one of those reports sitting here, we've created a presentation detailing some of those reports, have we not?
Yes, we have.
All right. And as 428 is in fact the printout of that presentation.
Yes, it appears to be flipping through. Yes, it does.
And 427 is just labeled as an envelope of the USB drive containing that PowerPoint.
Okay.
So I'll move 427 and 428 in evidence.
No objection.
Those are received as well.
And if we could have the HDMI left put up.
What shows on the large screen should appear on the computer monitor for your convenience.
Thank you.
So we'll start with 429, which is a report of August 17th, 2021. You examined some items in this case regarding some footwear analysis, correct?
That is correct.
What were those items?
I examined item C2 and item S, which were both tarps.
Sure. And I think the jury has seen in this giant box in a garbage can, we have item C2, which is a tarp, and item S, which we've been referring to as a barn. The barn tarp is in this giant bag right there. But for instance, if I bring you this item, are you able to take a peek at that item and let me know, for instance, is that item S?
Yes, it does have the crime lab identification of item S on it.
Got it. And that's exhibit 143. The crime lab uses its own identifying stickers on these items?
Correct.
All right. When you looked at these items, what were you looking for when you first saw them?
When I first examined them, I was in the presence of other analysts, and I was looking to see if there was any either footwear impressions or if there was any friction ridge detail, which is the detail that is on the palms of your hands or the bottoms of your feet.
At that time, did you have any shoes to compare it to, or were you just looking for if those prints were there?
I was just looking for impressions.
Sure. And you did some search for the designs of things you were finding?
That's correct.
Tell me about that.
So when there's a footwear impression, we have a database that we can use. It's called Soulmate FPX. Is one of the many databases that we can use. So if we have a question impression, if you think of the bottom of your shoe, we call that the outsole, and there's going to be a pattern on the bottom of that shoe, and that's produced by the manufacturer, and it's going to be shared by multiple shoes. When we see an impression, there are details within that impression. You know, there may be a circle or there may be triangles, and the relationship of where those are in correlation to each other, we can use that information and search our databases to see if we can find a potential shoe that did make that impression.
What type of databases are we talking about?
So Soulmate FPX is a database that is made by Foster and Freeman, and they have worked with many manufacturers and have uploaded the images into this database where we can search them. We also have just reference collections that we've made internally from shoes that we have received either from crime scenes casework or either from building our own from other analysts at the lab.
Sure. Some people bring in old shoes and donate them.
Correct. And we also can reach out to other examiners throughout the states on a forum to see if anybody else has ever seen this shoe and has seen before.
Sure. So examining C2 and S, you saw some designs that you wanted to look into further.
That's correct.
And you've personally seen these tarps in these images, correct?
Yes, I did.
And so just briefly, if we look at C2, we've been talking about it, this large box right here. There was a tarp inside of that garbage can. This is different lighting conditions, correct?
That's correct.
And this is the tarp we're talking about that has some yellow duct tape on it?
Item C2, you did, yes.
Okay. And inside the garbage can, that's what the tarp removed, correct?
That's what it removed, yes.
Okay. Just a different view of that same tarp?
Correct.
Tell me how you find these prints. Do you literally just get on your hands and knees and look? Is there a special tool you use? How does one go about this?
This is a fairly large item, so it was a little more difficult to, get to the center of it. So in this situation, we did open it up, and I was able to. The best way to sometimes see this is actually in darker. Like when the room's dark versus when it's very bright. So we did dim the lights in the room, and I used what we have different. We have flashlights that have different wavelengths. So it may be a purple or maybe UV. So I utilized those flashlights to see if there was any footwear that was able to be seen using that different frequency of wavelength.
And you were able to see things?
Yes, I was.
Is this an example of what you saw in C2?
That's an example, yes.
Okay. So once you have, perhaps this, recovered from C2, what you saw, and you then start looking to see if you can find that shoe?
In this situation, I finished my additional processing, and then once these images were taken, I analyzed the images and then used the information from the images to search the databases.
And were you able to find a shoe consistent with this print?
Yes, I was.
And was that at Brooks Launch 5?
That's correct, it was.
Now, these images are just commercially available images, right, of the Brooks shoe?
Yes, they are.
They're not specific to this case?
No.
Okay. Do sometimes you rely on those commercial images in your work?
Mostly we do. In general, when we are able to find a possible outsole that made that impression, we can use just an image search online to try to give the police an investigative lead on what the uppers of the shoe may actually look like.
Okay. And so then we're going to talk about the other item, the barn tarp. Item S, same procedure. You laid it out, looked, different lighting conditions?
That's correct.
Okay. And there you found an impression as well?
That's correct. That's a processed image, yes, or impression.
And there you did some different work in this case, I would imagine, with this impression. Was it the same database, or were you able to find this image a different way?
We utilized the same databases to find the images. This was, I believe, as a reference from the Soulmate database.
Understood. So at this stage, I imagine the police haven't brought you every shoe they collected in the investigation. They were waiting to see if you found something, and then you asked them, or how does that work?
I had not received any shoes at this time. I issued the reports with these findings of the images that you just saw as an investigative lead, and then from there, shoes were submitted to the lab.
Okay. So then we have another report, October 28th, Exhibit 433. There, the police bring you some shoes that they found in the case.
Correct.
Okay. Showing you what's been marked in this case is Exhibit number 359. It's been testified to be a pair of Brooks shoes, size 10.5, and we've heard about some DNA on it. But is that the item you labeled, or your lab's labeled AD, and then AD1 and AD2 for the two shoes?
Yes, it is.
When I say AD, Adam, David?
Correct.
Okay. So are these photographs of the actual shoes that you were provided from the Halderson house?
Yes, they are. These would be the bottoms of the shoe, the outsole design.
What do you do once you get a pair of shoes like this that appear to be possibly something that was on that tarp and you want to look at it and see if it matches? What's your process?
The first thing we do before I do any type of beyond my examination of just documenting the general condition of it is we always have it photographed so that we can have it photographed in the condition that it was received. Because the next thing that we do to help us in our comparisons is we will actually put a black powder residue, which is similar than what you probably see on crime scene shows where somebody powders for latent prints. We put that on the bottom of the shoe, and we make a clear tape lift from the bottom of the shoe, so then we can actually use that as an overlay to compare it with the question impression. So before we do any of that powder, we make sure that we do have it documented with images first.
Sure. And so here we have what's labeled as a test impression.
Correct. So the image on the right where it says test impression, that would be where I made the powder tape lift, so it was a clear overlay.
And once you have that, you're able to look at some comparisons of the original shoe print you saw on the tarp in C2 and then the shoes that you got that were purportedly from the Halderson house. You're able to compare those images.
Correct. I'll compare the images to both the standard, the physical standard, as well as the images and the overlay, the test impression.
And is that what we're looking at there?
Correct. The image on the left is a close-up picture of the question impression, which CIMP1 is what we designated that impression to be. So C stands for the item, so it was TARP item C, and then IMP is for impression 1. So this was the first impression that I compared on this item. And then the image on the right is the test impression from the known left shoe.
What are you looking for when comparing these? What types of, I imagine you're looking for abnormalities or something that is just different in both images that you could compare?
So we're looking at both similarities and differences when we're doing the comparison. The first thing that I'm going to compare is when we're looking at this, we're going to look at the outsole design, and that's going to be your general overall pattern that's on the bottom of the shoe. So we'll be looking at, and you can see pretty clearly that the pattern at the bottom of the shoe is similar. If there was they were different, at this point I could say that there is an exclusion. However, in this situation, I would go deeper and continue a back and forth comparison, also looking at the wear. In a previous image, you could see that a new shoe of a Launch 5 has, can't really point, but you can see where there's those square blocks. And they looked like one solid large block. However, a new shoe, when you get a new Launch 5, they have 3 little dashes, kind of like when you go further down in the impression, there's 3 in a row, and some of them look like M's. So a new shoe would have that throughout the entire pattern. This shows that this area of the impression and in this area of the shoe was actually worn in those areas. So those 3 hashes are kind of gone, and now they're one solid block. So that wear corresponds between CIMP1 and the wear that is shown on the bottom of the known shoe. So we'll start with looking at the wear. Then we'll also look at the design elements to make sure that they are also in the same size, they're in the same location, and they're in the same shape.
And in this case, were they of the same size, shape in general?
Yes.
And this may be an illustration of some of the defects that you were able to observe in both the item C2, the print you took off of it, and then the test impression from the shoes you were provided by the police?
Correct. So in order to make any identifications in a case, we need to have what are called randomly acquired characteristics. We call them RACs. RACs are going to be what randomly happens. It's to the bottom of your shoe or the outsole as a result of a random act. So normally your shoes are going to be nice and clean when you first buy them, but the minute you walk outside, there's a chance that you're going to step on a piece of glass and potentially cut one of these design elements, or you're going to have a stone get stuck or embedded in between the design elements. So we need those types of things in order to make an identification in footwear. And again, just like with the other things, you have to have everything in correspondence, including the size, the shape, and the location of these racks.
Okay. Based on all these comparisons, you've made a chart, essentially.
That's correct.
What are we looking at there? There's a lot of letters going on. Tell us what we're looking at.
So if you look at the first column on the left, IMP number, I kind of briefly explained before, and it was C2 IMP1. So again, it would be the impression would be C2, and then IMP1 is impression 1 from that item. And then it shows the comparison decisions for either item 81 or for item 82.
Okay. And maybe a more visually pleasing way to do this is you had some findings at the end that described what you found.
Correct.
All right. So let's talk about item 81, which again, we're talking about these shoes that were provided to you by the police from the Halderson house. Were you able to determine the left shoe here? How did it relate to the print that you identified on that tarp in the garbage can as C2 impression 1?
So for C2 IMP1, I identified the left shoe to have made that impression.
It did make, you identified it to have made that impression?
Yes.
Okay. What about IMP2?
So for C2 IMP2, I again identified the left shoe to have made that impression.
Okay. What about the third impression, IMP3 on the tarp in the garbage?
C2 IMP3, I concluded a high degree of association between the shoe, the known shoe, and the question impression.
And the fourth on the tarp inside the garbage can, C2 IMP4, what was your finding regarding that?
In C2 IMP4, I concluded there was an association of class characteristics.
Now, in addition to, we talked a little bit about your qualifications, you did some fingerprint work in this case in addition to that the work with the shoes, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you wrote a report labeled, in this case, as exhibit number 430. You examined quite a few items here.
Yes, I did.
Talk to me a little bit about fingerprints. Does every item that's touched by the bare human hand retain fingerprints the same way and the same quality?
No, they do not.
What types of things weigh into whether fingerprints are able to be recovered in a quality fashion from an item or not?
There are a lot of things that can determine whether or not you leave prints behind. It's really a chance. We always consider it as a chance that you're going to leave prints behind. You know you touch an item several times throughout the day, but you probably don't even notice your fingerprints on that item all the time either. It could be the condition of the item. It could be the temperature. It could be how much you're potentially sweating or how dry your hands are at the time that you touch an item.
In general, what types of surfaces retain fingerprints well?
In general, it's easier to leave prints on smoother surfaces. It's more difficult to leave prints on textured surfaces.
So when we look at, for instance, in this report, the vast majority of, in the right column, is no suitable fingerprints found, essentially.
That's correct.
Okay. But there's one that's bolded there, item C2A, which is labeled piece of yellow tape removed from item C2.
Yes.
And that was, in fact, a piece of yellow duct tape removed from that tarp that was in the garbage can?
That's correct.
Okay. And you were able to identify a print there?
Yes, I was.
Is that maybe a view of that print?
Yes, as an overall view of the print.
Sure. When you got this print, you saw it, were you able to immediately make any identifications, or did you need further fingerprints from the police?
I was not able to make any identifications initially.
So you asked them for essentially better fingerprints, clearly finger-rolled or rolled fingerprints from Mr. Halderson.
That's correct.
Okay. And were you provided those?
Yes, I was.
Great. Then you wrote another report, Exhibit 432. Did they provide you this item, AF?
Yes, they did.
And that's labeled in our case as exhibit number 362. Are those clearly rolled fingerprints?
Yes, there's approximately 9 or 10 pages in there. Yes.
Okay. What is different about these fingerprints than the ones that were initially provided to you?
So the first set of fingerprints that I received were from just a regular 10 print card, which you normally would see somebody had their prints taken on. However, it's more difficult to get all of the areas of your print on one of those small little squares on a fingerprint card. So after my initial comparisons, I requested additional standards so that somebody would be willing or able to take tape lifts or rolled prints that include like the tips and the sides and all areas of the palms, so that I could compare all areas of his fingers and palms to make the comparison.
And at that point, you, at least what you knew, you only had one item you were going to compare it to, which is the only item that you were able to find a recoverable print on, which was the duct tape, the piece of yellow duct tape that was on the tarp in item C2.
That's correct.
Okay. And then when they sent them to you, they also sent you an axe just to see if you'd be able to find fingerprints on it.
Yes.
And you were not.
I was not.
Did you do a comparison between the known impression from Mr. Chandler Halderson and the print that you recovered from the duct tape on the tarp?
Yes, I did.
And what are we looking at there?
So the image on the left is, again, the latent print that was on the duct tape. And the impression number is, again, C2A. That's the item it came from. FRD stands for friction ridge detail, number 1. So this is the first print on item C2A. So that is the impression photographed with the duct tape that was on the duct tape. The image on the right is the overall print from the standard that was submitted on the last, was it item AF?
Yes.
So that was what the print looked like when it came to me. And then the smaller image is the area that I ended up focusing on in order to make an identification.
What are you looking for when you focus on an area like this?
So everybody has friction ridge detail on the palms of your hands and on the bottoms of your feet. You have what's called friction ridge skin. And this friction ridge skin is different than the skin that you're going to find anywhere else on the rest of your body because it has raised ridges on them. And those raised ridges, when you look at them, may look like just fine lines, but under magnification, you'll actually see that these ridges have unique characteristics to them and features called minutia points. And those minutia points are where a ridge may abruptly stop and its ridge ending. It may be where a ridge, one single ridge splits into two, looking like a Y, which we call a bifurcation. So everybody has those types of features within their friction ridge skin, but where they are in relationship to each other is what makes them more different and unique to each individual.
Individuals, all of us have unique fingerprints.
Correct. So when I begin looking at this, I'll do an analysis of the question impression or the friction ridge detail first. And I'm going to make note of those unique features in the print. And then when I have a known standard that I need to compare it to, I begin by looking, again, going back to those features that I marked, and I find a target group. So I'm going to look for a grouping of maybe 3 to 4 areas of friction, of those unique features, the minutia points. And I'm going to go into the known standards, and I'm going to look to see if I can find a same grouping that corresponds. If there's correspondence, I will continue to go back and forth until there's enough sufficient data to either identify or exclude.
Sure. And you're looking for a lot of these different pieces of data as you do this, right?
Correct.
In fact, this is, in this case, some of those comparisons that you did?
Yes, this is the information or the data within the print that I use to support the conclusion of an identification.
Sure. And all those little dots, what do those represent?
So those dots are going to be those minutia points that I mentioned before. So the dots, if you can see clearly, may show where a ridge ends or where it may connect with another. So where one ridge becomes 2. There might be a couple dots in there as well. The circles in there where you can see with an item where I have marked A or D or F, those are going to be target groups. So when I start my comparison, I'm going to choose one of those and look for that kind of target group, and then I'm going to see if I can find those corresponding target groups in the known standard on the right, and you can see how they correspond between the two.
So were you able to draw a conclusion then from the print that you recovered on the tarp that's in the garbage can, item C2A, and then the piece of duct tape, which is FRD1, to the left ring finger of Mr. Chandler Halderson? Were you able to draw any conclusions?
Yes, I identified the left ring finger of Chandler Halderson to that impression from friction ridge detail.
No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Yes, thank you. So I want to draw your attention to that first report. And that, I believe, was just you originally taking the tarps and seeing if you could find any kind of latent prints, correct?
For the latent print one or the footwear one?
The footwear one.
Okay.
And you did both tarps, correct?
Yes, I did.
And I think we've identified the one in the garbage bag or garbage bin as the C2 one, and then the other one is the barn tarp is what we've been calling it, yes?
Yes.
So for the tarp, the C2 tarp, that was where you identified those Brooks Launch 5 shoes, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And the other tarp, the barn tarp, there was another pair of shoes that you identified there, correct?
Yes. I wouldn't say identified, found and investigated a lead of a possible type of shoe that made that.
Perfect, thank you. So that's basically saying that the tread mark matches this particular type of shoe.
Or a shoe similar.
Shoe
Yes.
similar to it. And what exactly is that shoe, if you don't mind reminding us what that shoe?
Can I refer to my notes for
Go
it?
for it.
Okay, so the impression on item S, I was able to locate a possible outsole bottom of the shoe that matched from a Polo Ralph Lauren.
And you're not able to identify the shoe size at this point?
No.
So later, when you did that supplemental report with the shoes that were provided to you from law enforcement, I believe you mentioned that those were the only shoes that were provided to you. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, they were.
So you were never provided any type of Ralph Lauren shoes?
No, I was not.
Now, as far as the prints that you found on the duct tape, where on the duct tape were those prints located? On the sticky side or the outside non-sticky side?
On the non-sticky side, on the yellow portion of it.
And were you able to identify any other type of prints, or was that the only print that you were able to look at and say, yes, this is a fingerprint?
That was the only one.
Were there smudges or anything else like that?
None that I noted, no.
Okay. And as far as the fingerprints and the shoe prints go, we don't know how it is that those fingerprints or shoe prints got on these objects other than at some point someone touched them. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Now, when you were talking about, bringing you back to the footprints real quick, when you were talking about first laying out the tarps and trying to identify if there even were any footprints there, you mentioned something about using different types of light sources to get that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
At any point, did you use luminol to try to get or to try to see footprints?
No, I did not.
So to kind of put my head around it, if you will, if I just step on a surface, regardless of whether there's anything on my shoe, it's possible for me to leave a footprint.
That's correct, yes.
And again, you can't tell when exactly that shoe print was made, other than at some point I stepped there.
That's correct, yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Nope.
May this witness be excused and released?
Yes.
I think you have some reports.
I'll grab it.
Oh, yeah.
We'll get those to the clerk. Thank you very much.
Thank
Have a
you.
good rest of your day.
You too.
Welcome, Megan McMahon.
Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you believe you can do so safely and responsibly, testifying without your mask would be our preference, unless you're not comfortable and able to do that.
I would prefer to leave my mask on.
All right, very good. Please proceed.
Could you please state and spell your name for us?
My name is Megan McMahon. My first name is Meghann. My last name is Mcmahon.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm employed by the State Crime Lab in Milwaukee as a trace evidence examiner.
And while I talk, if we could have the screen on, and I'll have you pull that microphone just up as close as you can to you by the base. It slides. What is trace evidence?
Trace evidence is the comparison and identification of fibers, glass, fire debris analysis, and it also includes physical fit analysis.
Tell me a little bit about your educational background and your qualifications to perform this type of work.
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Spanish from the University of Wisconsin-Madison, and I have a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from John Jay College of Criminal Justice.
Internally at the crime lab or in your work as a trace evidence technician, what types of trainings did you undergo, or what have you done in order to learn this skill set?
To perform physical fit analysis, I completed a training program at the laboratory that included readings, hands-on exercises, mock casework, and it culminated in a competency exam.
Sure. And how long have you been doing this work?
I have been doing physical fit analysis for approximately 3.5 years.
Okay. I'm going to show you a couple things and see if you can identify them. I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 419. What is that?
Exhibit 419 is a copy of my statement of qualifications.
And is that accurately described, your qualifications and educational background?
Yes.
All right. I'll move 419 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
Were you involved in the case involving Mr. Chandler Halderson and the deceased individuals, Krista and Bart Halderson?
Yes.
And you wrote numerous reports in this case?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you a few documents, and the question at the end will be, are these the reports you wrote in this case? So I'm showing you, it's been marked as exhibit number 422, 423, 424, and 425. Are these the reports you wrote in this case?
Yes. Exhibit 422 is a copy of a report from August 16th, 2021. Exhibit 423 is a copy of a report that I wrote on October 7th, 2021. And Exhibit 424 is a copy of a report that I also wrote on October 7th, 2021.
And what is exhibit number 425, if you could?
Exhibit 425 are copies of the photographs that are associated with the analyses that I did with the reports that I authored for this case.
Understood. So I will take these, and Judge, at this time, I will move exhibits 422, 423, 424, 425 into evidence.
No objection.
They are received.
And rather than reading those off, a presentation has been put together in order to display some of your photographs and your reports in this case, correct?
Yes.
And you've had an opportunity to look at that?
Yes.
And does that exhibit, is that labeled 421? Does that appear to be that presentation.
Yes, it does.
And so I'll represent to everyone that 420 is the USB drive containing the report, but I'll move 420 and 421 into evidence.
No objection.
They are received.
All right. So we talked about your education qualifications, and we talked about trace evidence testing. You used the term physical fit analysis.
Yes.
Just a little bit, if you could, tell us how you go about performing a physical fit analysis, and if you want to use an example of a stick broken in half, what are you doing? What are you looking at there?
So with physical fit analysis, what I'm doing is I'm examining broken pieces of evidence to determine if the broken ends could fit together, if the pieces of evidence were once joined. In layman's terms, it's sort of like a forensic jigsaw puzzle.
Okay. And you performed that analysis in several items related to this case in the State versus Chandler Halderson.
Yes.
All right. Let's talk about starting with your August 16th, 2021 report. You, in that case, or in this report, you reviewed two separate items. One, a piece of black rope recovered from the Halderson residence, and one piece of rope recovered from the torso of Mr. Halderson.
Correct.
We have some photographs just to demonstrate what you were looking at. This is one of those items. Is this one of those items?
Yes, it is.
And another photograph detailing perhaps the other one?
Correct.
Okay. One side's taped. Can you tell us why?
The side that was taped was marked non-evidence end, and that is just to indicate to me as an analyst that it was cut by the submitting agency.
So rather than bring you the whole rope, they cut off the segment they want you to look at and tape that end?
Yes.
Okay. You performed some analysis there. Tell me what your findings were.
So I examined both pieces of rope, and when I'm doing a physical fit analysis, what I'm looking for is enough detail in the broken ends to be able to see if they could fit together. In this case, I was unable to perform a physical fit analysis because there wasn't enough detail in the cut ends to determine if the pieces of rope could have fit together.
Sure. And you took some photographs of that?
The imaging unit took some photographs of it.
And that's a separate unit at the department that you work in?
Correct.
Okay. And is that a photograph of those two ends?
Yes.
Okay. And so while they might visually appear to be the same color and there's a couple different strands there, you're saying in your profession you're not comfortable making any conclusions related to that?
I wasn't able to perform physical fit analysis on these items.
Okay. Now we're going to look at exhibit number 423, a different report, this one of October 7th. You issued a couple reports on October 7th, but this is the first one. You examined some different items here. Here you had some yellow duct tape that was recovered from inside of a garbage bin, I think labeled item C by the lab, and there was item C1 and C2 inside of it, but a garbage can. There was some duct tape stuck inside of it?
Yes.
Okay. And then you had a long piece of yellow duct tape, a medium piece of yellow duct tape, and a short piece of yellow duct tape. Items C2A, C2B, and C2C. Where were those items recovered from?
Those items were recovered from item C2, which was a tarp.
Those were the pieces of yellow duct tape on the tarp?
Yes.
Okay. And then you had an item called item H. Item H is labeled as a roll of yellow duct tape. And that was an actual roll of duct tape?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm showing you what's been marked in this case is exhibit number 283. Is that roll of duct tape that you were able to look at?
Yes.
Okay. And does that have your lab sticker on it?
Yes, and my initials are on the seal.
Understood. Thank you. So when you had all of these pieces of duct tape, what was your thought process, or what were you trying to look for there?
So what I was looking at was general physical characteristics, so the color, the width of the duct tape, and then I was looking at the torn edges of each of the pieces of duct tape, as well as the edge that was attached to the roll, to determine if there were any physical fits between any of the pieces of duct tape or any of the pieces back to the roll.
Okay. And we have some photographs of the items. I think the jury has seen this image, Exhibit 58, which has already been shown to the jury, but that's the tarp inside of the garbage can out on Irwin Road. Is that piece of duct tape that was inside of that garbage bin?
Yes.
And the next image, is that the tarp laid out with the pieces of duct tape visible on it?
Yes.
And next slide, is that a closer up of one of those pieces?
Yes.
Same with the next slide, just another closer up?
Yes.
Okay. You removed those pieces from the tarp? Or someone did?
Somebody at the laboratory did. I did not.
Were they laid out for you for inspection?
They were previously analyzed and sent to me after the previous analyst was done with their analysis.
Things like fingerprints had to be done first?
Fingerprints would have to be done before physical fit analysis, yes.
Okay. So let's look at a couple of these pieces. C1A, one of the pieces, that's a photograph taken by the lab?
Yes.
C2A, another photograph of the other piece?
Yes.
C2B, just another piece?
Correct.
C2C, just another piece. Now let's talk about item, I think it was H. It was a roll of duct tape that you were provided?
Yes.
Okay. I'm showing with the jury what's been marked as exhibit number 259, image of the roll of duct tape at the Halderson home. Go back. The police provided you that, and you took some, or photographs were taken of that by the lab. Here now it's labeled, of course, item H.
Yes.
Okay. You performed some analysis?
Yes.
Tell me what you did and what you found.
So I looked at the items visually and microscopically. I was able to connect or to determine that physical fits were present between items H, which is the roll of duct tape, item C2A, which is one of the pieces of duct tape that was on the tarp. I was able to determine that item C2A, one of the pieces of the tarp, also fit to item C2C, which was found on the tarp. And then item C2C found on the tarp, the other end physically fit to item C1A, which is the piece of duct tape from the garbage bin.
Sure. So while you just said a lot of letters and numbers, what that meant was that the roll of duct tape that we saw pictured in the exhibit found at the Halderson home connected in one continuous line with all the pieces of duct tape that were found either in the garbage can or on the tarp that was found in item C.
The roll of duct tape physically fit back to one of the pieces on the tarp, and yes, those other pieces also physically fit to each other as well.
And thankfully the lab took some photographs of this.
Yes.
Okay, so there's the fit between C2A and C2C?
C2A and C2C and C1A.
Okay.
Yes.
And then C2A and C2C, that one's connected as well?
Yes.
And you were able to determine that was, in fact, a physical fit?
Yes.
Okay. And then C2A and H being the roll of duct tape?
Yes.
And you were able to determine that was a physical fit?
Yes.
When you determine this, are you looking at it just with the naked eye? Are you looking at it any closer? What are you doing?
So my first step in examination is to visually look at it. Again, I'm looking for sort of general class characteristics, so the width of the duct tape, the color of the duct tape. Then I'll use a microscope to examine the evidence in a little more detail, to look closer at the broken edges, to determine, again, if the broken edges could physically fit back together.
And in this case, this is what we talked about, that one continuous piece of tape?
Yes.
And is it your opinion that item H fits into C2A, which fits into item C2C?
Yes.
We'll talk about another report, exhibit number 424. Here you examined a couple of different items, one being a broken saw blade and one a bow saw frame.
Yes.
Okay. I'll show you what's been marked in this case as exhibit number 141. Is that the broken saw blade that you examined?
Yes.
Okay. And that's sealed, correct?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked in this case as exhibit number 226. We don't have to open it, but is this the bow saw frame labeled item AG that you examined?
Yes.
Okay. And for everyone's benefit, I'm including exhibit number 113, showing the saw blade. It's already been received into evidence. Exhibit 224, showing that bow saw frame found at the Irwin Road property, or excuse me, found at Oak Springs. The lab photographed that broken saw blade.
Yes.
And is this that photo?
Yes.
The blade was broken at one end.
Yes.
And is that a close-up of the broken end?
It is.
Now, the bow saw frame, did it have a piece of metal that appeared to be a broken end of a saw blade?
It did.
Right. And is that what we're looking at in this slide?
Yes.
Okay. And is that item perhaps a bit closer up?
Yes.
Okay. So you then, having all of these items, you perform some analysis on the very tip of a blade that was left on that bow saw frame that was at the Halderson house. You looked to see if it matched the saw blade that was found out at the Irwin Road farm. You looked to see if those were a physical fit.
Yes.
Okay. And what was your analysis?
So again, I looked at the items visually. I looked at the broken ends. Then I used a microscope, and I was able to determine that there was a physical fit between the saw blade and the small piece of blade that was removed from the saw frame.
Okay. And photographs were taken of this?
Yes.
What are we looking at there?
So that's the small piece on the left-hand side is from the frame, and then the end of the blade, and that's the physical fit that you can that I determined existed between those items.
Is that another closer-up view, but maybe a different angle of that same thing?
Yes.
And what are we seeing there that we maybe couldn't see in the prior photograph?
So with this item, it appeared that when it broke, it bent before it broke. So this is just a sort of like a 3D physical fit.
There we're looking at just a different angle of the same fit?
Yes.
And there as well?
Yes.
Based on looking at that item, you're comfortable saying, though, that those two items are in fact a physical fit?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions?
Cross-examination?
No, thank you.
May this witness be excused and released?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
If you have any exhibits, nope, go right ahead then. Have a good rest of your day.
All right, I think that's it. I think that's it for day 7. Yep. Doink. Doink. All right. That is it for day 7. So now we shall get to... Wait, does he come back? Hold on. Oh, hold on. They do come back.
For the day. It's been a concentrated day, and the state will continue its presentation tomorrow. Obviously, during the time that you're away from this room, please once again, don't discuss the case with anyone, don't engage in any research, don't look at any news reporting or media regarding the case, or accidentally be exposed to any information about the matter. Your notebooks will be in here, and I'll see you tomorrow morning at the same time as always. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
Okay. Thus ends day 7. So good testimony, good testimony. We heard from the medical examiner that looked at Krista. There was a recall, Deputy Michael Wilk. We had the forensic anthropologist. She was on for quite a while. That was some pretty good testimony. Andrew Smith, the friend and firearm supplier, the guy, the gamer and friend of Chandler that gifted him the rifle. Detective Clint Seltner. Then we heard from a childhood friend and roommate and then ex-girlfriend. So Alex Gravatt and then Dakota Brown. And then Paige Valenta, she was on so quick I didn't even get her, couldn't even pin her name. She was like, Choo! Basically they were all talking about the diver. Like Chandler was saying he was a diver for the police department, which of course he never was. Then they recalled Brian Shunk, Jessica Crawford, firearms and toolmark expert, Laura Matson, latent print and footwear examiner, and then finally Megan McMahon, trace evidence examiner. All really great witnesses. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to end our poll. Let's see, where do we have our poll? We have, has the state proved their case? I suppose I could say proven. Has the state proven? Has the state proved their case? 82 votes. And we have 98% of you said 100% resounding yes. 2% of you said 50, you still have doubt, need more. 0% said not guilty. So, yeah, brilliant day of testimony. Brilliant day. All right, we have one more day, and then they go into closings. So let's get to day 8. Let's get to day 8. Day 8's just under 5 hours. Day 8 is just under 5 hours, so 2:30, 7:30-ish we'll be done. All right, let's get to this. So we're not streaming till 10 o'clock at night. All right. So, JPC, there's a song. I don't know if you guys from Buffalo, do you remember Green Jello? CJ Biscaglia. If you guys from Buffalo remember Green Jello, or if you remember watching MTV, they were also in the Fred Flintstones. They did Anarchy in Bedrock. Bill Manspeaker and CJ Biscaglia. Anyway, one of their songs was "The Bear Went Over the Mountain to See What He Could See." Hey, so that's that's the song. They did "Little Pig, Little Pig, Little Pig, Let Me In, Not by the Hair of My Chinny Chin Chin." So if you guys remember that from the early 90s, that was Green Jello. So anyway, yeah, so JPC, I kept, when you said you were going to go over the mountain, that's why I said, "Are you a bear?" So I'm like, "The bear went over the mountain to see what he could see." Hey. It's a fun video. If you guys have nothing better to do after we're finished here, go check out Green Jello. Some great songs. All right. You remember that? JPC, you remember Green Jello? The bear went over the mountain to see what he could see. Hey! Let's see. Oh, and Aaron's reminding me, Dumb and Dumber was in, the bear went over the mountain was in Dumb and Dumber. No, we'll get copyright struck. All right. So the original movie, so Dumb and Dumber. The bear song was in Dumb and Dumber. So, all right. Anyway, let's get on. Let's not get hijacked. Let's not get hijacked here. Anyway, so JPC, when you said you were going over the mountain, that's why I'm like, are you a bear? All right. Day 8. Here we go. Day 8.
Please be seated, everyone. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before we begin, I will ask you whether anyone participated in or overheard conversations regarding the case or took steps to research any information or were purposely or inadvertently exposed to any information about the case. I see no hands. Thank you very much. We'll begin today continuing the state's presentation of evidence. If you would call your witness, please.
Yes, the state calls Detective Blank.
Detective, if you're able to safely and responsibly testify without a mask, that would be our preference. Thank you very much. If you'll stand, my clerk will administer the oath.
Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Go right ahead.
Good morning. Could you please just state your name for the record?
Timothy Blank.
And you've testified previously in this trial.
Yes.
During the course of this investigation, you were one of the detectives in charge of warrants and subpoenas for documents and business records.
Yes.
And did you, during the course of the investigation, in fact, write a search warrant or subpoena for TDS?
Yes.
And why did you write a warrant or subpoena for TDS?
In reviewing records from Google, we noted a consistent trend of IP addresses being used to log into various Google accounts.
And what is an IP address?
An IP address is an internet protocol address. It's essentially a series of numbers, or in some cases letters and numbers, that identify either a specific network or a specific device used to connect to other devices or networks on the internet.
And generally speaking, assuming that a home only has one internet account, would the activity that went through that home's Wi-Fi have the same IP address?
Yes.
So if you were at 4595 Oak Springs Drive, you would, and you use their Wi-Fi, you would have the TDS account that that home paid for.
Yes. Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as 483 and 484. Could you please identify 483 and 484?
483 is a certification of business records from TDS. And 484 is the records themselves.
And do they give you the IP address for the 4595 Oak Springs Circle address in Windsor, Wisconsin?
Yes.
And what is that IP address?
69.130.255.56.
And that's the account that Bart Halderson paid for. That was his internet user, or his internet company was TDS.
Yes.
At this time, I would move 483 and 484 into evidence.
No objection.
They are received. Counsel, at what point would you like me to read the stipulation regarding the business records?
After this witness?
Sure. Okay, very good.
And has already been explained to the jury, There was a bunch of email accounts in this case that became relevant or of interest.
Yes.
And those included Aaron Hoover at gmail.com, Alyssa Brandt 64 at gmail.com, as well as Chandler Halderson at gmail.com, Spieth Daniel at gmail.com, and Chaninja at gmail.com.
Yes.
And did you write warrants for those various accounts?
Yes, I did.
And I'm going to show you what has been marked as 479, 480, 482, 450, 451, 452, as well as 453. How would you describe these various documents as a group?
These are all Google records for various Gmail accounts.
Okay, and let's go through them one by one. 451, what is Exhibit 451?
451 appears to be the certificate of authenticity from Google Incorporated for Chandler Halderson at gmail.com, as well as chninjalderson at gmail.com.
So not that uncommon. People often have more than one email.
Correct.
And they both have part of his name in that. Does this appear to be a true and accurate copy of what you received from Google?
Yes.
I would move Exhibit 451 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
452, how would you describe 452 to the jury?
452 is also a certificate of authenticity for Chandler Halderson at gmail.com, as well as a chninjalderson at gmail.com.
Okay, true and accurate copy?
Yes.
I would move Exhibit 452 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
And the dates are just different on those, a different date range of emails, records.
Correct.
Okay. Exhibit 450, how would you identify Exhibit 450?
450 is also a certificate of authenticity for Chandler Halderson at gmail.com, also from Google.
Again, different dates than the other two. I would move Exhibit 450 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
482, how would you describe document 482?
482 is a certificate of authenticity for aaron.hoovermatc at gmail.com, Alyssa Brandt 64 at gmail.com, Spieth Daniel at gmail.com, and Jackstrap Cowboy 625 at gmail.com.
I would move 482 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
How would you describe 480?
480 is Google subscriber information for Alyssa Brandt 64 at gmail.com.
And that has information such as when the account was created, the IP address, and other such information.
Yes.
I would move 480 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
How would you describe document 481?
481 is the subscriber information for Spieth Daniel at gmail.com.
And again, has all that information such as creation date, backup phone, etc.
Yes.
I would move 481 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
And finally, 479. How would you describe document 479?
479 is the Google subscriber information for aaron.hoovermatc at gmail.com.
All right, and I would move 479 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
And I would also move 453, which is just a USB of the records already in evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
Now, a lot of this is somewhat technical information, not particularly user-friendly to people that aren't technologically inclined like myself. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, so we put together this chart, Exhibit 565. How would you describe Exhibit 565?
565 is a listing of the email accounts we've discussed, along with their dates of creation, the IP address of creation, the subscriber for each IP address, as well as the recovery phone number for the accounts, and the date of birth for the accounts.
Okay. At this time, I would move, and you checked this information and made sure it was the same information in all of these documents.
Yes.
Okay, I would move 565 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
All right, and here's just a copy of 565. I would ask to publish.
You may publish.
Oh. So while the Elmo is warming up, Detective, there's some known information also on this chart, Exhibit 565, towards the bottom. And one of those is the IP address of 45950 Oak Spring Circle.
Yes.
Okay. And that's the IP address starting with 69.
Yes.
And then we also have Chandler Halderson's birthday. And what is that date?
March 15th of 1998.
And that was gathered from a driver's license and also from the interview of Mr. Halderson.
Yes.
And we also have Chandler Halderson's phone number, which was 920-838-4549.
Yes.
And that was confirmed via phone records from the company?
Yes.
Pull it up on my computer and look at it that way. Okay. Okay. We're having a technical issue there, so I'm gonna attach it to my computer. How do I get it to my... This is the problem with my computer. I'm gonna pull it up on this computer. Is it warming up, Lindsay? It is, if you would like to use it.
Can we, that's working? Yeah. Let's go ahead and put that.
All right. Sorry about that delay, everyone. Okay. All right, so that chart, it might be a little hard to read, but and that's why I gave you a copy, Detective. Aaron Hoover, matc@gmail.com. What was the IP creation address?
69.130.255.56.
And again, that is the IP address associated with the Oak Spring Circle.
Yes.
And was a recovery phone number used in setting up that account?
No.
And a recovery phone number, again, is a phone number that you can put in when you create an email address in case you ever forget your password.
Correct.
And what was the date of birth of that is listed under that account?
February 11th of 1988.
Let's move to alyssabrandt64@gmail.com. What is the IP address of creation?
August 18th of 2020.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's the date of creation. What is the IP address?
69.130.255.56.
So again, the Bart Halderson internet account.
Yes.
So that email was created connected to that Wi-Fi.
Yes.
And what, if any, recovery phone number was listed?
There is none.
And what date of birth was listed?
March 15th of 1998.
Chandler Halderson's birthday.
Yes.
All right, what about chandlerhalderson@gmail.com? What was the date of creation?
January 20th of 2020.
And what was the IP address of creation?
69.130.255.56.
Again, the Halderson address is Wi-Fi.
Yes.
And what was the recovery phone number for the Chandler Halderson Gmail?
920-838-4549.
And the date of birth listed.
March 15th of 1998.
And speakdaniel@gmail.com. What was the date of creation?
August 5th, 2020.
And what was the IP address of creation?
68.113.249.195.
So that one is on a different Wi-Fi account.
Yes.
What is the recovery phone number for speakdaniel@gmail.com?
920-838-4549.
So Chandler Halderson's phone number is the phone number for the recovery.
Yes.
And what is the date of birth listed for speakdaniel@gmail.com?
March 15th of 1998.
Chandler Halderson's birthday?
Yes.
So detective, during the course of this investigation, did you also download some phones?
Yes.
How do you download a phone?
The phone needs to be connected to a computer running appropriate forensic software, and then perform a data acquisition from the device.
I'm sorry, I missed what you said.
The phone needs to be connected to a computer running forensic software, and then you're able to acquire data from a device.
And do you always get the same sort of data with every type of phone?
No.
Explain that.
There's a number of reasons why we get different data from different devices. First of all, different devices retain different types of information. For example, a brand new iPhone is going to retain different data versus an Android phone. Older phones typically do not retain the same information as well. There's a variety of reasons why phones don't all retain the same type of information.
And in this case, one of the phones that you dumped or downloaded was an old-fashioned flip phone.
Yes.
And I'm approaching you with Exhibit 550. How would you describe Exhibit 550?
Exhibit 550 is an extraction report.
And for what phone was Exhibit 550, the extraction report for?
That was a flip phone that was submitted.
These are often called burner phones
Yes.
because you can pay as you go and throw them away when you're done.
Yes.
And is this the phone in particular that you, I will let you look at that you downloaded in document 550?
Yes.
I would move Exhibit 550 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
And because it's a flip phone, what sort of information, if any, were you able to get off of a flip phone?
I was not able to extract any data from the phone itself.
Were you able to determine what the phone number was
Yes.
for this burner phone?
Yes.
And what is the phone number of this burner phone?
The phone number is 608-598-7868.
the investigation, did you download a phone that was associated with Bart Halderson?
Yes.
And what sort of data, if any, were you able to get from Bart Halderson's phone?
From his phone, we recovered a variety of data, including photographs, videos, call logs, text content, I believe some web browsing history.
And Bart had an iPhone?
Yes.
And if I bring you some iPhones, would you be able to tell which one?
Possibly.
I know it's one of these two. And it's okay if you can't. But it was the one associated with Bart Halderson.
Yes.
That was hidden in his shoe with his driver's license.
Yes.
And you were able to download his data into some sort of report?
Yes.
Describe that.
When the data is acquired from the phone, essentially you have raw data, which is not real useful to the layperson. So we move the data to the physical analyzer program, which then allows for a much more user-friendly viewing of the data.
And what sort of information can you get from a phone like Bart's?
Again, we see photographs that may be saved. We may see videos, phone call logs, text content, contacts. For example, if I entered you as a contact in my phone, I would get a list of those contacts. Possibly web browser history.
And I'm showing you what has been marked as 497. Could you please describe Exhibit 497?
497 is the USB drive of the download from Bart Halderson's cell phone.
And you provided a true and accurate copy of that download?
Yes.
All right, I would move Exhibit 497 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
Turning first to that phone download process that you just talked about.
Yes.
How many phones did you download for that data acquisition in connection with this case?
With this case? I believe 2.
Those would be Bart's phone and who else?
Ms. Melender's phone.
Now, when you download those phones and create these reports, do you look at them to see what they contain, or do you just simply give those reports to others who look for things of evidentiary value?
Depends on the case.
What did you do in this case?
In some cases, I believe I did view some of the evidence, yes.
So the information you downloaded was reviewed, and anything of evidentiary value from the Sheriff's Department's view was found, correct?
Possibly.
Well, let me put it this way. When you write reports, if you do something, or if you look at something and you determine it's not relevant to the case, you might write in that report, no evidentiary value.
Correct.
That's the only thing I have. Thank you.
Redirect.
Nothing.
May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Thank you so much, sir. Have a good rest of your day. Sure. See if it's working.
Let's just leave it there.
Okay.
The state will call Sabrina Sims to the stand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but Yes,
If you're still comfortable to testify without your mask, that would be fine. If you need to wear it today and believe that's important, you could. Well, thank you.
Judge, before we get started, would you mind, I think, reading the stipulation as it has to do with business records at this time?
Certainly. Oh, I do have it. And I just found the stipulation I emailed counsel about, so don't worry about that. I do have that here. Ladies and gentlemen, the district attorney and the attorneys for the defendant have stipulated and agreed to the existence of certain facts, and you must accept these facts as conclusively proved. The parties stipulate that the records produced by the below companies and organizations are authentic records, and there is no dispute to the accuracy of the records. Wisconsin law provides that records produced by businesses and organizations can be considered self-authenticating when certain conditions are met. The parties stipulate such conditions have been met regarding the records in this case. This stipulation concerns records produced by, number 1, Apple Inc., number 2, Discord Inc., number 3, Google Inc., number 4, Madison College, number 5, PayPal Inc., number 6, Settlers Bank, number 7, Snap Incorporated, number 8, Square Incorporated, number 9, TDS Communications LLC, number 10, US Cellular, and finally number 11, UW Health /CIOX Health.
Thank you. What's up?
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Case detectives on. As one of the 2 lead case detectives on this case, was one of your roles to review the email accounts that we just heard Detective Blank testify about getting all those records?
Yes.
And when I say review these email accounts, did you in fact go through and read all of the emails?
Yes.
So specifically, I'm going to talk to you today about 4 different email accounts. Chandler Halderson at gmail.com, Spieth Daniel at gmail.com, Alyssa Brandt 64 at gmail.com, and Aaron Hoover at gmail.com. Did you review those email accounts?
Yes, I did.
As it goes to Mr. Spieth, Ms. Brandt, and Mr. Hoover, we're going to talk about essentially the entirety of those email accounts, correct?
That's correct.
From creation through when you got access to them.
That's correct.
As it comes to Mr. Halderson, Chandler Halderson at gmail.com, that was his personal email?
Yes.
Were there an extensive amount of emails in that account?
I'd say there were.
Okay. Did you review those emails?
Yes.
Were there ever any emails to or from anyone at American Family Insurance indicating that Mr. Halderson worked there in any capacity?
Specifically American Family, no.
When it comes to the company SpaceX, were there ever any emails regarding a job application or employments with SpaceX?
No.
Does the word SpaceX come up, in fact, at all in any of those Gmail, Mr. Halderson's Gmail account?
No.
Okay. Does this document contain messages, emails, this is 549 I'm showing you, that were pulled out by you and other members of law enforcement in what you believe to be relevant to this case?
Yes.
Okay. I'll move exhibit number 549 into evidence.
Any objection other than as noted?
No.
And I'll note for the record, 575 is a USB containing it for display, and I'd move 575 into evidence and ask to publish it.
Those exhibits are received and may be published.
All right. So when we're talking about Mr. Halderson's actual Gmail account, were there emails in that account in between him and these people, supposedly someone named Mr. Spieth, Ms. Brandt, and Mr. Hoover? Did Mr. Halderson's own Gmail account contain those messages?
Yes.
And for purposes of what we're going to look at just first, talking about Mr. Halderson's Gmail account, we did not include those because we're going to look at them when we look at these accounts, right?
That's correct.
Okay. What types of messages were you looking for when looking at Chandler Halderson at gmail.com? What were you trying to figure out?
Any communication with anyone from Madison College, anything related to his employment, either at SpaceX or American Family, any communications with his parents, anyone else. If we identified somebody within the email that we would like to contact, then we went and maybe did an interview of somebody within that email.
Okay. So we're going to look at a number of emails, and we'll start with number 30. We'll just start here. This doesn't look like a normal email. It's in a different format. Tell us about the format that we're looking at these in.
Sure. As Detective Blank just spoke to, the data that he provides us to review as case detectives is within the Cellbrite Reader program. And so we can generate reports from the emails. And again, this is just number 30 within the report we created.
Sure.
On the left is the number 30, the timestamp and date. And then the subject of the emails is to the right of your screen.
Sure. And so this one we'll just talk about its makeup, and we won't do that for all of them. So 30 is a number created by Cellbrite on the far left. That just is the number of the email?
That's correct.
All right. The timestamp, there it says June 7th, 2021 at 8:13 a.m. As we go through this, we won't talk about time a lot, but is that time specifically accurate in this program?
In this program, in this particular report, it is not. So the UTC -5 is in regards to, you actually should add the 5 hours back to the email time. Detective Blank informed me that the Google records were actually received in our central time, and Cellbrite Reader program subtracted 5 hours.
So while the times might not be super relevant today, but if the jury looks at that, they should just think it's plus 5 hours each time.
That's correct.
Okay. And so then at the very top of the column on the right, we have the subject of the email, which is the subject line we always think of in an email.
Yes.
And here it's email from MATC. And the body, that's the actual email that was sent.
Yes, it is.
All right. And we have this one, Chaz, I did not receive the email string regarding the appointment on Thursday. Please send to me, signed Bart Halderson. And Bart Halderson's email is what?
B. Halderson at BDO.com.
What is BDO?
It was Bart's place of employment.
His accounting firm?
Yes.
Okay. So you went through these emails and pulled out ones relevant as you've discussed, and so we'll start going through those. Talk to me about email 20. If you could just, we have to read it into the record, of course. So I'll just say that it was on June 11th, 2021. The subject was HR. What did that email read?
Did you email HR to inquire about your paycheck? Unless there is something that you are not telling us, they have had ample time to pay you. Bart Halderson.
And that was from Bart to Chandler.
That's correct.
Email 19 on June 11th, 2021. The subject, HR. From Chandler to Bart, could you read the response, essentially?
I added him to my room queue, so hopefully soon.
Again, on the same day, we have email number 18. The subject is payment, and it's from Chandler to someone named Tom Selznick at protonmail.com. Could you read the body of that email?
Good afternoon. My name is Chandler Halderson. I was recently made aware of you taking my case. Can I have an explanation of why I haven't been paid yet? Thank you, Chandler.
And then if you look at the time on this one, it's 8:49:35. But shortly after that, on June 11th, obviously we're adding that 5 hours. So June 11th, 2021, Mr. Selznick, someone named Tom Selznick at protonmail.com, emails Chandler Halderson in response. What does he say?
Hi, Chandler. I was given your case on Tuesday. However, I have contacted your payroll company and have determined a few issues. 1, you are registered as salary, however, you are making an hourly wage. 2, for 2 months, the payroll company saw your name and dues as a clerical error. Unfortunately, you have been making $25 an hour when your salary states you should be making $61,000 annually. This is around a $10,000 difference annually. When I get in contact with payroll, I will show them exactly when you were switched and find out why there was a delay on your dues. Have a great rest of your Friday. Tom Selznick. Tom Selznick, Northeast Remote Human Resources Manager.
Okay. Email 16 on the same day, June 11th, from Selznick to Chandler. Could you read that?
I updated the log and changed your dues. I'll let payroll know of the change. Keep an eye on your bank account and let me know if you have not been paid by next Friday. Tom Selznick. Northeast,
You can continue.
Northeast Remote Human Resources Manager.
Number 13, this is again, June 11th, from Chandler back to Mr. Selznick. What does it read?
When is payday for me? I was wondering when I'd get paid.
From email 12, same day, June 11th, 2021, from Mr. Selznick to Mr. Halderson. What does it read?
First payment ASAP, then the first Friday of each month. Tom Selznick.
Email 10, from Mr. Halderson to Mr. Selznick on the 17th of June now. What does it read?
Good evening. I was hoping to hear the status of my check. Is there anything wrong or holding it back from being delivered? I recently had to go to the emergency room, so I will need my check ASAP. Thank you, Chandler.
Email 9, June 18th, from Mr. Selznick to Mr. Halderson. The subject is still regarding payment. Could you read the body of that email?
Good morning, Chandler. I will make some calls when your office opens to speed things along. I'm sorry to hear about your trip to the ER. That's never fun. I do appreciate your patience with this, Tom Selznick.
Okay. Email number 7 on the 18th of June from Mr. Selznick, Mr. Halderson, still regarding payment. Could you read the body of that email?
I will be traveling to Madison, Wisconsin, Wednesday of next week for restructuring of the HR department. It seems there is a lack of communication to be resolved. I will hope to meet you in person and have a sit down on Thursday if you are capable of travel. Tom Selznick.
Email 6 on the 18th of June from Mr. Halderson to Mr. Selznick. Could you read the body of that email?
Yes, that will work fine. I look forward to meeting with you. Thank you, Chandler.
Now to email 4 from Mr. Selznick to Mr. Halderson on the 24th of June. Subject meeting times. What did Mr. Selznick reportedly say here?
Good morning, Chandler. I'm holding a board meeting this afternoon to discuss the changes I've made to the department. If I am able to meet with you today, I will join your room around lunch over Team Viewer. My apologies for the inconvenience. However, there would not be enough members tomorrow to hold the committee.
Email number 3 from Mr. Halderson to Mr. Selznick. Meeting times. Could you read the body of that email?
I will be available 12 to 5 p.m. today in my room. I would like to be kept up to date with any news regarding my case. Thank you, Chandler.
That person, Tom Selznick, we heard about a lot of subpoenas from Alyssa Brandt and Hoover and Chandler, all at gmail.com. Tom Selznick at protonmail.com. Were you able to subpoena Proton Mail?
We did not subpoena Proton Mail.
What goes into that decision, or why not?
After reviewing the emails, Detective Shunk and I had a conversation with Detective Blank in regards to the Proton Mail, and we learned that it's an email server based out of Switzerland. So based upon that information, we opted to not draft a subpoena for the records, and we decided to contact American Family directly to ask if Tom Selznick was an employee there.
Sure. And you made contact with those people?
We did.
And in fact, we're going to hear from them today?
Yes.
Okay. I'll take back this exhibit from you. Showing what's been marked in this case, exhibit number 478. If you could page through that real quick and let me know what that is.
Exhibit 478 appears to be the spiethdaniel@gmail.com emails from the Google search warrant return.
I'll move that exhibit to evidence and just publish it.
Any objection other than
Nothing
the
further.
Very good. It is received.
So when it comes to Mr. Spieth, and I'll actually let you keep it in case you just need help reading, that's exhibit number 478. We're going to look at the entirety of the email, meaning all the emails sent from that account.
That's correct.
And so why are we looking at email 20? What does this show us?
This was the first email sent to this account. So there were 20 emails total. This particular email, reading the subject line, is finished setting up your new Google account, August 5th, 2020.
In your experience, is this the email you get when you set up a new Google account right away?
It is.
Email 19. So the account was set up on August 5th, and then right away on that same day, 2020, Mr. Spieth at gmail.com emails Bart Halderson at wirr.com and Chandler Halderson at gmail.com. Subject Zoom meeting. The B Halderson at wirr.com, was that another one from Mr. Bart Halderson's emails?
Yes.
Okay. What does this email say on the date of creation of this account?
Hello, my name is Daniel Spieth. I just spoke to Chandler on the phone earlier today, and I will be handling this ticket. Unfortunately, I will not be able to hold the meeting until Tuesday, the 11th at 10:30 a.m. If there are any conflicts, please let me know as soon as possible to reschedule. When the call starts at 10:15, I will send the link. Zoom is a browser application that will need access to your camera and microphone, so be sure to allow them when prompted. Thank you and have a great rest of your day. Daniel Spieth.
Email 18, 5th, from Mr. Spieth to Mr. Halderson and Chandler. What are we looking at there?
It appears it's an email sent with no subject or body.
17, just again, August 5th, from Bart Halderson to Daniel Spieth. Read regarding the Zoom meeting. What does it read in the body?
Daniel, that time will work. Please send Zoom details to my work email, bhalderson@bdo.com. Thank you, Bart.
Email 16, the 10th of August 2020, from Mr. Spieth to Mr. Bart Halderson. The subject is schedule alteration. What does Mr. Spieth have to say here?
First of all, I apologize. Recently, I have had a close family member become infected with coronavirus. I will appoint a coworker to the ticket of Chandler Halderson as soon as possible. I will be in the office. Log on Wednesday at 4 p.m. Chandler, call me at 9 a.m. tomorrow for further details. I apologize for any inconvenience. Daniel Spieth.
Number 15, the 26th of August 2020. What is this email?
This is an email from Google in regards to a security alert that a new device has signed into the account of spiethdaniel@gmail.com. The exhibit's up there.
Number 14, same type of thing.
Yes, again, this is an email from Google, the subject being Daniel finished setting up your Apple iPhone with the latest Google apps. In regards to setting up, it appears to be a new phone associated to the account.
And these are just emails in your experience. Do these emails just come through on email accounts when random things happen? You're using a new device or something along those lines?
Yes, that's correct.
Nothing weird about this?
No.
Talk about email 13. Are you aware of what this is? On the 26th of August, 2020.
Yeah, this just appears to be an email sent to Bart Halderson from Daniel Spieth, no subject line and no body within that email.
Email 12, 26 of August 2020, from Mr. Spieth to Mr. Halderson, subject meeting. What did the body say there?
Good morning. Chandler was recently informed his counselor was not going to be able to make it to her meetings for the day, so he gave me a call. I will be remotely conducting his meeting today. He also sent me a list of topics to have ready. I have full access to the servers, so I have the information. He gave me your contact information. Does 9:30 or 10 work for you to answer a call? Speak to you soon, Daniel Spieth.
Email 11, the 26th again, Mr. Spieth, Mr. Halderson. What does that email say?
I have approved his renewable energy certificate. Is the address on file 4595 Oak Springs Circle, DeForest, Wisconsin, correct?
Email 10, November 26th, Mr. Halderson, Mr. Spieth. What does that email say?
I can make either work. I just need to be done by 11:15.
Email 8, Halderson to Spieth. Now we're on the 26th. Still on the 26th. What does that email say?
I believe Chandler is in a meeting with a potential employer until 10. Did he say it was okay to have the call without him?
Email 7, Mr. Halderson and Mr. Spieth. On the 9th of September 2020, the subject is status update. What did Bart Halderson say to Mr. Spieth at this time?
Daniel, can you please give me an update on Chandler's account? I need to know the following items. Has his account been set up so that he can request transcripts? Has the national database been updated so that student aid can see that he is registered as an FT, meaning full-time student? When will we receive his certificate for completing the solar energy program? Thank you.
Email 6, 23rd October now, Mr. Halderson and Mr. Spieth. What are we looking at there?
The subject is progress update. Daniel, will you please provide me a summary of where you are resolving the open items for Chandler? New account is active. Registered in the IT degree program. Able to sign up for spring semester classes. Transcripts can be generated and picked up. Solar certificate has been signed and will be sent. National database has been updated for financial aid. Thank you, Bart Halderson.
Fine. Halderson to Daniel Spieth, grabbing college transcripts. November 2nd, 2020. Could you tell us what Chandler told Mr. Spieth?
Good morning, Mr. Spieth. Could you please send my transcripts to my home address? There is a program with my insurance to help save me money with a good GPA. If you or someone you trust could do that as soon as possible, it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you, Chandler Halderson.
Email 4, November 18th, 2020. What is this a standard email that you can see from YouTube with your Gmail account?
Yep, it appears to just be an email from YouTube in regards to changes for terms of service.
Email 3, from Mr. Spieth to Chandler Halderson. I think it was cut off there. What does this one read?
The subject is federal and insurance. The body reads, Dear Chandler, I believe I have finally gotten through to your federal loans and am getting squared away with them. I am also drafting your letter for insurance. Would a PDF copy work for you?
And you have the book in front of you, just because it's cut off.
Sure.
Confirm who Mr. Spieth sent that email to.
email 3 is to Chandler Halderson at Gmail from Daniel Spieth at gmail.com.
Number 2, now we're at December 9th, 2020, just another Google email at that time.
Yes, that's correct.
And 1, we're looking at the same thing.
Yes.
Now, when it comes to Mr. Daniel Spieth, so spiethdaniel@gmail.com, we've already looked at exhibit number 565. Was the phone number, the backup recovery phone number used to create this Daniel Spieth email, was that Chandler Halderson's cell phone?
Yes, it was.
And was the birthday that was used when he created that Daniel Spieth Google account, is that Chandler Halderson's birthday?
Yes, it is.
In reviewing the account of Mr. Spieth, who's purported to be an advisor of some sort of MATC, did he ever advise any students other than Chandler Halderson?
No, he did not.
So we'll take just maybe 1 minute. Council's looking at the next exhibit, so everyone can take
Oh, I can stop.
Very good. Pardon?
Oh, I can stop if we're.
Oh, no, yeah, finish up.
Oh, you need it? I've had enough time to see it.
Showing you now what's been marked in this case is exhibit number 477. What is this document here?
Exhibit 477 is the Alyssa Brandt 64 at gmail.com email return for this account from Google.
And in the course of working on this case, as a case detective, did you review the Alyssa Brandt 64 email?
Yes, I did.
And we're going to look at those emails, are we not?
Yes.
All right, I'll move to publish that exhibit.
Yeah. You may. Oh, I think it has to be moved to be received.
I'll move it and yes, publish it.
And it is received.
But
Any specific objections at this time?
nothing in addition to my prior objection.
It is received.
So what are we looking at in email 47?
Email 47 is an email from Google in regards to finish setting up your Google account, sent when the account was created.
So we're looking at August 18th, 2020.
Correct.
So is there some overlap with all of these emails, the Spieth, the Hoover, the Grant? There's going to be some overlap in time, is there not?
Yes, there is.
Let's talk about email 46 from Chandler Halderson. The day of this account was created on the 18th. Chandler Halderson is something named Alyssa Brandt 64 at gmail.com. The subject is schedule times. Could you tell us what the body says?
Good morning, Alyssa. We spoke on the phone yesterday, and I was wondering if you had sent the email to bhalderson@bdo.com. If you could, at your earliest convenience, that would be great. Thank you, Chandler.
Email 45. And on the 18th, Ms. Brandt to Mr. Halderson regarding schedule times. Could you read the body of that email?
I apologize for the late reply. I am currently waiting on 2 advisors to send in their open times. And I'm glad you sent an email because I had the address of bhalderson@bmo.com. I will have the times before the end of the workday.
44, on the 19th, August 2020, Mr. Halderson, Bart Halderson, to Alyssa Brandt 64, labeled Chandler Halderson as the subject. If you read the body of that.
Alyssa, I wanted to reach out since I have not received an email from you with tentative dates and times to discuss Chandler's account and student status. As you might be aware, this is causing issues with financial aid and insurance, but also giving me other concerns. Thank you for your prompt attention to this matter, as we have been trying to resolve this for countless months.
Email 43, the 19th of August 2020, Brandt to Mr. Halderson. Regarding Chandler Halderson, could you read the body of that?
Good afternoon. Currently, we have a shortage of advisors, so the earliest I could make time for Chandler is on Wednesday, the 26th at 10:30 a.m. However, 2 advisors still have not returned my email, but I will let you know as soon as they get back to me. I was waiting to hear from them this morning because Chandler made a point to have it held yet this week. I have already sent a second follow-up email to the 2 advisors and to the financial aid manager. I apologize for the delay, Alyssa.
Number 42, the 19th of August, 2020, Mr. Halderson to Alyssa Brandt regarding Chandler Halderson. Could you read the body of that?
Thank you for the update. I blocked the time on the 26th, but would also like to resolve sooner. My wife and I are off on Friday and could meet in person if it would help to resolve this.
Email 41, now on the 25th of August, 2020, from Bart Halderson to Alyssa Brandt. Could you read that email?
Alyssa, I have not received any updates for the call meeting tomorrow. I assume this is a call or virtual meeting, but have not received the dial-in information. If this is an in-person meeting, I need to know where we are meeting. Can you confirm that this is still on the calendar and who we will be talking with? Thank you.
Email 40, 26th of August, 2020, just a Google email again?
That's correct.
39, same thing?
Yes.
38, a YouTube email, correct?
That's correct.
YouTube is owned by Google, and that's why there's some interaction in the programs?
Yes.
Okay. 37, we're looking at another data email from Google. 36, are we looking at the same thing?
That's correct.
35, same thing. 34. So when we get to 34, we're talking now we've moved forward quite a bit. May 24th of this past year, 2021, the subject is reschedule. It's from Chandler to Alyssa Brandt, 64. Could you read the body of that email?
Good morning. My name is Chandler Halderson. Unfortunately, I haven't taken well to the vaccine and am not feeling well enough to make it to my appointment with Aaron Hoover at 10 a.m. today. Is there another time within the week I could reschedule to? Thank you, Chandler.
A couple questions about this email as we go through. This is the first mention that you saw of someone named Aaron Hoover?
Yes, it was.
And that's another email account we're going to talk about?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to message 33. This is on May 25th, 2021, from Alyssa Brandt to Chandler Halderson regarding rescheduling, or reschedule, excuse me. Could you read the body of that email?
Good morning, Chandler. I'm sorry to hear you are not feeling well. I didn't have the best experience with it either. I moved you to Monday at 10 a.m. with Aaron. Starting next week, any guest in the building without their student ID is required to have their vaccine card and driver's license. I hope you feel better soon, Alyssa.
Email 32, the 25th again of May, Ms. Brandt to Mr. Halderson regarding that reschedule. What does that say?
There is an opening on Friday at 2 p.m. with Aaron. Would you like that slot?
Email 31, 25th of May, Mr. Halderson to Ms. Brandt, the same subject line. What does that say?
Unfortunately, I can't take any time off this week because of the 2 days I'm missing from work already. So Monday still will be best. Thanks.
Number 30, same day, Mr. Halderson to Ms. Brandt, same subject line. What does that say?
Is there a possibility of getting my meeting back, or could I get the Friday?
29, same day, Mr. Halderson to Ms. Brandt. What do we have there?
Anything would work this week, if not today.
Email 28, again on the 25th, Mr. Halderson to Alyssa Brandt, same subject line. What does that say?
I'm sorry to be pushy. I forgot that it was a holiday weekend and will push through to go to my meeting.
Email 27. Now we have an email from Alyssa Brandt responding to Chandler Halderson in that same subject line. What does that email read?
Unfortunately, I've already bumped the waiting list into place. I'll put you in the number 1 slot to see if you can get in today. Otherwise, the next appointment is on Friday at 2 p.m.
Number 26, again on the 25th, Mr. Halderson to Alyssa Brandt, same subject line. Could you read that?
I appreciate it. I will be available at any time you give me. Even a video call today would work. My dad only has a few hours off today.
Email 25, on the 25th of May, Alyssa Brandt emailing Chandler Halderson, back in the same subject line. What does that email read?
I will give you a call as soon as I find an opening. Until then, you have Friday at 2 p.m. I hope it can work for you.
Number 24, on the 28th of May, Ms. Brandt emails Chandler Halderson, subject line, schedule changes. What does that say?
Dear students, keep watch for scheduling changes. We are short-staffed today, and there likely will be day and time shifts for your meeting. Keep an eye out for an email or call from either me or your advisor. Have a great weekend, Alyssa Brandt.
Just briefly, maybe this is a good email to point it out. In the email itself, Brandt is spelled B-R-A-N-T, is that correct?
That's correct.
What is the registered name? How is that spelled?
Alyssa is spelled the same, A-L-Y-S-S-A, and the last name is B-R-A-N, N as in Nancy, D as in David, T as in Tom. So B-R-A-N-D-T.
And in the actual email body, when she uses the last name, it's without the D, but just with the T.
That's correct.
Okay. Email 23, 28th of May, Chandler Halderson emails Alyssa Brandt regarding those schedule changes. What does he say?
Good morning. Is there a problem with my meeting? I have waited a long time for a meeting, and my employers need my transcripts ASAP. Thank you, Chandler.
Email 22, again on the 28th, Alyssa Brandt emails Chandler Halderson back regarding that same subject matter. What does she say?
Your advisor will contact you directly. The advisement director is handling the situation as we speak. If there are changes, you will be made aware shortly.
21, on the 28th again, Mr. Halderson, back to Ms. Brandt, same subject line. He responds, what?
Okay, thank you.
Email 20, again on the 28th, Mr. Halderson to Ms. Brandt, same subject line. Could you read the body of that email?
My meeting was altered. Is there a person I can call? I need answers to my questions ASAP.
Email 19, again on the 28th, from Alyssa Brandt to Chandler Halderson, same subject line of schedule changes. Could you read the body of that email, please?
I will find someone free to call you. Thank you for your patience.
Email 18, still on the 28th, from Alyssa Brandt to Chandler Halderson regarding the schedule changes. What does Ms. Brandt say to Mr. Halderson?
Your phone number is 920-838-4549, correct?
And then just a question, that is in fact Mr. Halderson's cell phone number?
Yes, it is.
Number 17, still on the 28th, Mr. Halderson emails Alyssa Brandt regarding that exact question. And what does he say?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Email 16, 28th still, Alyssa Brandt emails Chandler Halderson, same subject line. Read that email.
Great. I'm still doing my best to find someone free to give you a call, but I'm positive I'll find someone. Thank you for your patience.
Email 15, Mr. Halderson emails Alyssa Brandt, same day, same subject line. Could you read that one?
Could I please have your phone number so you could help shed light on this situation?
There was no response to that email with a phone number or anything because the next email is on the 1st, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Email 14, June 1st, 2021, from Chandler Halderson to Alyssa Brandt regarding those schedule changes. What does that email read?
Good afternoon. I'm checking to see if there's been any progress on the documents I requested. Is there any news? Thank you, Chandler.
13, so cut off a bit here, but this one is June 1st, 2021, from Alyssa Brandt to Chandler Halderson, same subject line. Could you read that response?
Sorry for the late response. I'm running around grabbing everything on my spare time. It's been a hectic day due to recent events. Thanks for your patience, Alyssa.
June 1st, 2021, Alyssa Brandt to Chandler Halderson, same subject line. What does she say here?
I won't be able to access your transcripts or get this certification degree without the key to the records room. I'll let you know when it arrives.
Email 11, June 4th, Mr. Halderson to Ms. Brandt, same subject line. What do we have here?
Could you add me to any open time for next week?
And you added the word open, just for the record, it's spelled wrong, correctly?
I did. In the email, it's spelled O-O-E-N.
Thank you. Email 10, June 4th, 2021, Alyssa Brandt responds to Chandler Halderson in the schedule change email string and says what?
Yeah, no problem. How does Thursday at 11:30 sound?
Email 9, June 4th, Chandler Halderson to Alyssa Brandt. He responds perfect.
Correct.
Okay. Email 8, we're into a new subject line. So the subject is just scheduling from Chandler Halderson. Would you mind just opening the document to confirm who email 8 was sent to? I know it was cut off here.
So email 8 is sent to Alyssa Brandt64 at gmail.com from Chandler. Subject is scheduling. The body is good morning. My advisor, Aaron, took today and tomorrow off. Who will I be sent to and at what time?
And we're gonna have the same question for a couple of these. We just tried to fit them in the screen as best we could. Number 7, that's the June 10th, 2021 email responding to scheduling. Who were the parties in that email?
This email is to Chandler Halderson from Alyssa Brandt.
And could you read the body of that?
Good morning, Chandler. You are not on the list to be picked up today. When was your meeting scheduled for?
Same questions for number 6. Who are the parties of that email sent on June 10th?
This email is to Alyssa Brandt from Chandler Halderson.
Okay, and read the body if you could.
It was for today at 11:30 with Aaron Hoover.
Number 5, same questions. Who were the parties in this June 10th email? It was obviously from Alyssa Brandt. Who was it to?
Chandler Halderson.
And regarding scheduling, what did that read?
Oh, no, I didn't give you a date. You are still all set for your meeting on June 17th, next Thursday. I advise you to keep this meeting because the wait list is well past 50 students.
Question for number 4, June 10th. Who were the parties of that email?
This email is to Alyssa Brandt from Chandler Halderson.
Okay, and read the body if you could.
Is there still the possibility of me picking up the documents I requested, or has Aaron sent my transcripts already?
Number 3, email from Bart Halderson to Alyssa Brandt 64, responding, or it was a forward to schedule changes. The forward that appears in the subject matter indicates that at some point that email was forwarded?
That's correct.
Okay, and what does the email body read?
Alyssa, this is unacceptable. We have been dealing with this issue for well over a year now. It has been costing us money the longer the delays have continued. I'm not sure of the professionalism of the advisors, but it sure seems like they will take off at the drop of a hat and it messes up the whole schedule. Chandler and I have both rearranged our schedules to meet with an advisor today, and I expect you to find a way to make that happen.
Email 2, from Chandler Halderson to Alyssa Brandt, subject late. What does that read?
I'm currently heading to the hospital. I will not make my meeting. I remember there is a wait list, but I still will need my meeting rescheduled as soon as possible.
And number 1, June 21st, 2021, from Chandler Halderson to Alyssa Brandt. What does this say?
The subject is contact information. The body is there a phone number I could call for getting a new appointment?
And that was the last email in that grouping?
That's correct.
A couple of the same questions. When it comes to Alyssa Brandt, did it appear to you in reviewing those emails that she was purporting to be a student advisor at Madison College or MATC?
It did.
And did she ever advise any students other than Chandler Halderson?
No, she did not.
Showing you exhibit number 565 again. When it comes to Alyssa Brandt, who's second in the column there, is the IP address that account was created at, alyssabrandt64@gmail.com, is that the Halderson home's IP address?
Yes, it is.
And the birth date used when that account was created, is that Chandler Halderson's birthday?
Yes, it is.
So there was a mention in these emails of someone named Aaron Hoover. You looked into that email account as well?
Yes, we did.
Showing you what's been marked in this case, exhibit number 476. Could you just page through that and make sure you could answer the question of what are you looking at there, or what is that document?
Uh, 476 is the Aaron Hoover MATC@gmail.com Google search warrant return, specifically the emails.
I'll move 476 into evidence.
Subject to any
Subject to any prior rulings, no further objection.
It is received.
Sure.
And it may be published.
Thank you, Judge. Let's start with email 17. I think we're all used to this now, but what is email 17?
Email 17 is from Google in regards to finish setting up your new Google account.
Sure. And this one was on what date was this Google account set up?
May 28th, 2021.
Let's talk about email 16 from Aaron Hoover, MATC@gmail.com to Chandler Halderson. Subject is new schedule. Schedule spelled wrong, but it's new schedule. Could you read the body of that email for us?
Good morning. My name is Aaron Hoover from Madison College's advisement team. Today we are missing 3 advisors. Following the first come, first served policy, I will be taking some meetings from an absent coworker. My meetings will stay on course until 12:30, and then I will be taking over Ryan's meetings starting at 1. If you were meeting with Ryan today at 10 a.m., you are now at 1 p.m. with me. If you were with me after 12:30 today, you will be with me on Tuesday morning. So my 1 p.m. meeting from today will be moved to 10 a.m. Tuesday morning. If there are questions or scheduling issues, contact me or Alyssa Brandt. My apologies for the inconvenience. Aaron Hoover.
Email 15, May 28th, 2021. If you could, in the binder, again, we're trying to format these to fit the screen. That was from Chandler Halderson. Who's that email to?
Email 15 is from Chandler Halderson to Aaron Hoover.
Okay. And same subject line. What does that read?
Unfortunately, I need my meeting to happen today. My employer and insurance need my transcripts and to see proof of my completion of my degree and solar certificate. I have been trying to get a meeting for a very long time, and I very well could lose my job over this. Is there a time you could put me in?
14. Who was that email from and to?
Email 14 is to Chandler Halderson from Aaron Hoover.
Okay. And same subject line. Could you read the body of that email for me?
I'm sorry to hear that, but we must follow policy on these difficult days. I will contact your employers for you if that will help out in any way.
Email 13, again, if you could tell us the parties of this email.
Email 13 is To Aaron Hoover from Chandler Halderson.
Same subject line. Would you mind reading the body of the email?
Alyssa put me on the waiting list on the number 1 slot earlier this week. Does that apply to today if there are any cancellations during the changed scheduling?
Email 12. Again, who are the parties of this email?
This email is to Chandler Halderson from Aaron Hoover.
And subject line is the same. Could you read the body for me?
Yes, that will apply. If there is a cancellation of the updated schedule, you will receive an automated call to your cell 920-838-4549 of the time, building, and advisor you will be meeting with. There is no guarantee I will be hosting your meeting unless it is on Tuesday at 11 a.m.
Email 11, May 28, 2021. Who are the parties to that email?
Email 11 is to Aaron Hoover from Chandler Halderson.
Same subject line. What does the body read?
I can't tell you how many times I've heard this and never gotten in a meeting. Is there a phone number I can call for a more detailed explanation?
Same day, Mr. Halderson, and that one is to Mr. Hoover?
That's correct.
Okay. Same subject line, if you could read the body for the record.
I need to have a call with whomever is in charge in the next 30 minutes. I've been a student for over 3 years, and I will be treated fairly.
Number 9, again on the 28th, who are the parties to that email?
Email 9 is to Chandler Halderson from Aaron Hoover.
All right. And if you could, read the body of that email.
I understand. I have forwarded your information to her now with a priority mark. She will be conducting meetings herself today, so her availability is limited.
Email 8 from Mr. Halderson to Mr. Hoover. Now we have a different subject line. This one's status. Could you read the body of that email?
Good morning. I canceled the meeting for today because of work conflict and emailed you a list of questions and documents I need. When do you think I will be able to pick them up? Also, when I do get them, I have a few extra questions. Thank you, Chandler.
Email 7, June 1st, 2021, from Mr. Hoover to Mr. Halderson. The subject line is now in response to. What does the body say?
Good morning, Chandler. I'm sorry you can't make the meeting. I will gather the documents and let you know when I can get your certificate card and degree. In the meantime, I'll electronically send your transcripts and degrees out to the respective employer insurance agency. I will have Alyssa give you a call when everything is complete. Good luck on your meeting, Aaron Hoover.
Number 6, this is on June 1st. Who are the parties to this email?
Email 6 is to Chandler Halderson from Aaron Hoover.
And regarding that same subject matter, could you read the body?
Unfortunately, I don't have your insurance on file. Is there someone specific I can send them to?
Number 5, who are the parties to this email?
Email 5 is to Aaron Hoover from Chandler Halderson.
Same subject matter. Would you mind reading the body for the record?
Okay, thank you. You can send the official link to bhalderson@bdo.com so he can forward it to the right people.
Email 4 from Mr. Hoover to Chandler Halderson, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now, different subject matter. Now it's absence. What does Mr. Hoover have to say on June 10th?
Dear students, I am taking the rest of the week off due to a family emergency. If possible, my meetings will be reassigned by availability and relevance. If you have any questions, please give our secretary, Alyssa, a call or email. My apologies, Aaron Hoover.
Email 3, the 10th. Could you please tell us the parties to this email?
Email 3 is to Aaron Hoover from Chandler Halderson.
Same subject matter. Now, in response to that subject matter, please read the body.
Have I been picked up by a different advisor, and at what time?
Email 2 from Mr. Hoover, matc@gmail.com to Chandler Halderson. New subject line here, meeting time and date. Would you mind reading the body for the court record?
Good afternoon, Chandler. I'm sorry to hear about your recent trip to the ER. I have scheduled you 2 appointments, so if there's a conflict with the first, there's always a second. July 20th at 2:45 p.m. and July 23rd at 10:30 a.m. If neither of these work, let me know as soon as possible. In the meantime, you are holding slot number 22 on the wait list.
And number one. Number one is just a Google email that we've looked at before.
Yes, it is.
So the last email in any of these accounts is the 29th of June, 2021.
That's correct.
A couple of the same questions as before. As it comes to Mr. aaron.hoover@matc@gmail.com, he was purporting to be an advisor at Madison College.
Yes, he was.
Did he ever advise any students other than Chandler Halderson?
No, he did not.
And looking at Exhibit 565, the IP address used to create that Gmail account, is that the IP address of the Halderson household?
Yes, it is.
No further questions.
Cross-examination?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Detective. You can return back to the table. Counsel, it's been 90 minutes. Would this be a good point to break, or do you have something very short?
This would be a fine point to break.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our morning break at this point then. Thank you.
All right, for the jury.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything for the record from the state?
No.
Or from the defense?
No, thank you.
Thank you. We'll see you at 10:30.
Let's go.
Snap.
Good morning.
Good morning.
If you feel you can comfortably and safely testify without a mask, that would be our preference at this time.
Sure.
Thank you. And then I would ask if you would stand and my clerk will administer the oath.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning. Could you please state your first and last name for the record and spell both?
Lori Snapp, LORISNAPP.
How are you employed, Ms. Snap?
I work for American Family Insurance.
And what is your title?
Employee Relations Manager.
And sometime this summer or into the fall, were you contacted by Dane County Sheriff's Office in connection to this case?
Yes, I was.
And in particular, did they ask you to research whether or not Chandler Halderson was ever employed by American Family?
Yes, they did.
And what did you find out?
I found no record of that person working for American Family.
What about as one of their contractors? Did you research that?
I did as well, and we found no record of that person working as a contractor.
Did they also have you research whether or not Tom Selznick was ever an employee of American Family?
Yes, they did.
And was he ever an employee or a contract employee?
No.
Do any of your employees, as their official email, have a Proton Mail account?
No.
What is like the tag or the ending of the emails from American Family Insurance?
At amfam.com.
And how are your employees paid? Weekly, monthly, every 6 months, something else?
Biweekly.
Okay. No further questions.
Cross-examination?
No, thank you.
Thank you. May this witness be excused and released.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're released from your subpoena. Thank you. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll recall Brian Shunk to the stand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
ahead. Good morning, Detective. I know you've testified a couple times. Some things make more sense, obviously, at certain times. Yesterday, were you here when the footwear analyst testified as to shoe prints found on the two tarps, the one that was found in the garbage can near the torso and the one that was found in the barn? Were you here for that testimony?
Yes.
And I think you, like the rest of us, correct me if I'm wrong, maybe heard the testimony that a shoe print consistent with shoes found in the Halderson home was found on the tarp that was found in the garbage can, item C.
Correct.
Okay. Those shoes that were entered into evidence and that the shoe print analyst said matched the print found on that tarp, do you recall what size they were?
Size 10.5.
And if we all think back to maybe 2 weeks ago now when we watched that long interview of you interviewing Mr. Halderson, you were involved with Mr. Halderson personally in his arrest and booking into jail, correct?
Yes.
What size shoes was he wearing when he was booked into jail?
He was also wearing a 10.5.
Okay. Now the other tarp, the barn tarp as we've been calling it, that was in that big brown bag, we're not going to drag it out for right now, but you've seen photographs of that tarp laid out and spread out during the analysis in this case?
Yes.
And I think I've asked others, but I'll ask you, does that tarp appear to be older or newer than the tarp that's found in the garbage can?
It definitely appeared older.
And what makes you say that? Like, how would you describe it?
It was well used. I had, from what I had seen, appeared to be sawdust all over it, just dust in general.
Sure. And yesterday we heard the shoe print analyst testify as to a pair of I think, Ralph Lauren shoes that they thought there was a print on.
Yes.
In the search of the Halderson home, were any similar shoes found that would match that?
There was not.
And if they were, would you have sent them out to the crime lab?
Of course.
In the course of this investigation, have you ever found those shoes?
No.
Do you have any idea whose shoes they are?
No.
Okay. Do you have any idea how old that tarp is?
I do not. I know there was pictures that we had found on Krista Halderson's phone that included Bart working and building a table on it, so I know that it was not new.
Okay. And unlike the tarp in the garbage can, did that appear to be new?
It did.
And is it your suspicion that that is in fact the tarp that we saw Mr. Halderson purchase on July 2nd?
Yes.
Okay. Showing what's been marked in this case is exhibits number 576 and 577. Briefly, could you identify those?
Yes, these were photos taken off of Krista Halderson's phone of Bart working on a tarp in the garage at the Oak Springs address.
Doing some sort of building project?
Yes.
All right. I'll move 576 and 577 into evidence.
No objection.
They are received.
That's the published, just briefly on the...
They may be.
Omo. Looking at 576, is this the tarp that we're talking about?
Yes, it is.
And 577, another tarp, or another photo of that tarp?
Correct.
Okay. And to you, does that appear to be the barn tarp?
It does appear to be the barn tarp.
And Mr. Halderson's not wearing those Ralph Lauren shoes here?
Correct? No, it appears he's wearing Asics.
Okay. We just heard a good deal of testimony from Detective Sims. Kind of did it become important in this investigation to look into whether Mr. Chandler Halderson was going to Madison College or MATC for school?
Yes.
He was purporting to have gone there, telling people he was going there, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you, in fact, at some point, did the Dane County Sheriff's Department subpoena records from Madison College to try to determine when he was going there or if he was going there?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Showing what's been marked as exhibit number 503. Just in general, what is that?
Looks like a certificate of authenticity from Madison College or MATC.
And is that notarized on the last page?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And I know we all heard the judge read the stipulation, but I'll move 503 in evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
504 and 505, what are we looking at there?
504 is going to be the Madison College unofficial transcripts of Chandler Halderson. 505 is also from Madison Area Technical College or Madison College. It's an enrollment verification for Chandler Halderson.
And this is an enrollment verification that was requested by the police this fall in preparation for this trial?
Correct, August 9th of 2021.
Okay, I'll move 504 and 505 into evidence.
No objection.
They are received.
Move to publish.
They may be published.
Starting with the transcripts, we'll zoom in just a bit. So we're looking at exhibit number 504. But spring of 2018 shows Mr. Halderson was in fact enrolled at MATC, correct?
It's on there, yes.
All right. I took a couple classes, leadership as an art, trigonometry, university physics, and some sort of solar technology class, and actually completed some classes in the spring of 18. Fair?
Yes.
All right. Summer of 2018, he enrolled for a few classes, general chemistry, basic statistics, and another solar class, and completed some classes there, summer of 18.
Yes, completed some, and it looks like withdrew from another.
Withdrew from the statistics class.
Correct.
Okay. Moving to the fall of 2018. There, Mr. Halderson, intro to sustainable design, again taking basic statistics, intro to renewable energy, and he completed the design class, got an A, failed the statistics class, and into the renewable energy class. Looks like he withdrew. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. Going into 2019, spring of 2019, took a couple classes, environmental science, project management, weather and climate, and an electronics class. And looks like there was a C in the project management class, but the rest he withdrew from?
Correct.
Okay. We see some additional classes now in the fall of 2019. This is on the second page. It looks like Microsoft Word, a couple levels of that, written communication, exploration of something in technology, Cisco networking, IT security awareness, enterprise client, psychology of human relations. In all of these classes, he withdrew from half or a little less than half and failed the remainder, correct?
Correct. The WNA, it's withdrew with no attempt, meaning that the class was withdrawn sometime, I think it's the first 10 days of the course.
Okay. And then going into fall of 2020, we see some Microsoft Word classes, networking classes, psychology, mostly withdrawn with a couple Fs there, correct?
Correct.
And that fall of 2020 didn't complete any credits, but that was the last time that he was enrolled at MATC?
Yes.
So after the fall of 2020, he was not a student there any longer from what you're able to glean from all these documents?
Correct. I believe the end of that semester was January 18th or so of 21.
Sure. And if we look back in 19 and 20, he doesn't earn any credits, either withdraws or fails from all of those classes?
Correct.
Right. And so we'd have to go back to the spring of 19 when he got a C in something called project management to find the last class where any credits were earned?
That's what I'm seeing.
Okay. And then just to maybe a more easy way to view it, they sent you something called an enrollment verification. We'll zoom out just a tad so everyone can see that. But that shows that he was enrolled 3/4 in the spring of 18, half-time in the summer, half-time in the fall of 18, going into 19 in the spring, less than half, the fall, 3/4, and the fall, half-time.
Correct.
Did you ever find any information in this case to indicate that Mr. Halderson was attending classes or going to classes at MATC going into the spring of 2021 or into the summer of 2021?
They did not have any records of that.
Okay. Now, I'm going to talk about a couple of documents that are already in evidence. This morning, Detective Blank testified about this small burner phone, and I'll pull it out. It's not something we have to wear gloves for, but this was the burner phone I think Mr. Selzner testified was found in Chandler Halderson's desk.
Correct, the Alcatel flip phone.
Okay. And he produced a report when he tried to download what he could download there, indicating a cell phone number for that phone.
Correct.
And what was that cell phone number?
608-598-7868.
Okay. And earlier in the trial, a couple weeks ago, we passed around this document to the jury. Was, I believe, testified in this case to be a paper found on the desk of Bart Halderson with some written notes on it, giving a phone number for someone Bart Halderson spoke to at MATC. Who was the person he believes he spoke to?
Correct. This is an email that Bart Halderson had saying that he had spoken with Daniel Spieth. At the bottom of, in part of the body of that, he does say that Daniel sounds just like Chaz, who we know is what the family called Chandler, on the phone. The bottom of this email says Daniel's contact information is cell 608-598-7868, which is the same phone number I just read, which is registered to the flip phone.
So the burner phone found in the desk is the same as the email that the jury looked at with that phone number?
Correct.
Okay. There's a name written on this document encircled. Can you tell us what that name is?
Omar Job.
Okay. And that became a point of interest for the police in this investigation?
It did.
Okay. I don't think we need to hear it. We'll be okay. The cell phones that you were able to access in this case, they were downloaded by Mr. Blank and other analysts, and then the detectives review those downloads, correct?
Correct.
For the most part. Many people sometimes can look at them, but you do look at some of these downloads.
Yes.
Okay. Was Bart Halderson's cell phone one of these cell phones that was able to be accessed in this case?
Yes, we did access that phone.
And I'm showing what's been marked as exhibit number 497. Just in general, do you know what this to be?
A USB.
Containing the download of Bart's phone?
Correct.
Okay. As we've talked about, those downloads aren't something that you can really look at very easily, so reports are printed off with some of the data that's in those phones?
Correct.
And was a report printed off with Bart Halderson's messages and call logs and things of that sort that were relevant to this case?
Yes.
Okay. Showing what's been marked in this case is exhibit number 498. Could you tell me what that is?
Yes, the title page says that it's the contents are Bart Halderson Celebrate Instant Message Report.
Okay. And that's a report of essentially some of the activity on the phone, including some of the outgoing calls and text messages and things of that sort?
Correct.
All right. Specifically, I want to draw your attention to page 16 of this report from Bart Halderson's cell phone. Does it indicate on June 29th, 2021, about 2 in the afternoon, did he make a phone call?
Yes, it shows 2:04 p.m. that Bart had made a phone call to 608-246-6210, and the phone call lasted 19 minutes and 46 seconds.
And so you're the detective in this case. Did you call that number and figure out what that number was?
Yes, that phone number is Madison College.
I'll move 498 evidence at this point, 497 as well.
Any objection?
May we approach?
Yes.
No further questions at this time.
Cross-examination?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Detective. You can return back to the table.
Thank you.
Yeah, Attorney Brown.
State calls Kate Yoakum to the stand.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and
Thank you.
Good morning. I would ask if you believe you can do so safely and responsibly that you testify without a mask, as long as you're comfortable with doing that under these circumstances.
I will do so.
Thank you so much. Please proceed.
Good morning. Could you please state both your first and last name and spell both for the record?
Sure. My name is Kate Jocumsen, Kate, K-A-T-E, and last name Jocumsen, J-O-C-H-I-M-S-E-N.
How are you employed?
I work for Madison College.
And specifically, what is your title?
The Director of Employee Relations.
And during the course of this investigation, were you and other employees at Madison College or MATC contacted by the Dane County Sheriff's Office in connection to this case?
Yes.
And were you asked specifically if 3 individuals ever worked for Madison College or MATC?
Yes.
Was one of those individuals Aaron Hoover?
Yes.
And were you able to look in a database or some historic information to see if Aaron Hoover had ever worked for Madison College or MATC?
I was able to look.
And was Aaron Hoover ever an employee?
No.
Were you able to repeat the same process with Alyssa Brandt?
Yes.
And you did that, in fact, with 2 different spellings, B-R-A-N-T and B-R-A-N-D-T.
That's correct.
And was she ever an employee for MATC or Madison College?
No.
What about Daniel Spieth?
No.
Was he ever an employee for Madison College or MATC?
No.
Can I ask you, what is the end part of every employee's email who works for Madison College?
MadisonCollege.edu.
No one uses a Gmail account as their official Madison College email?
No.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
No, thank you.
May this witness be released and excused.
Yes.
Thank you so much for your time. Have a good rest of your day. I'm glad I found it. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed with another witness, I have to read to you another agreed fact, something that the parties have stipulated to that you must accept as proven. Specifically, in this case, the district attorney and the defendant's attorneys have stipulated to the following facts. Chandler Halderson has never been employed by SpaceX or sought a job at that company. Please proceed.
This time the state calls Stephen Fair.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. The green chair.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
If you believe you can testify safely and responsibly without a mask, that would be the preference if you can. If you're not comfortable doing that, let me know.
I can remove my mask.
All right, thank you very much. Please proceed.
Good morning, sir. Would you please spell your name for the record?
Yeah, my name is Stephen Farr, F-A-R-R-E-R.
And how are you employed, sir?
I work for BDO
And
USA.
What is BDO USA?
It's an accounting firm that provides tax, audit, and advisory services.
What is your role at BDO?
I am an enterprise support supervisor.
Tell me about that job. What is that job?
So our team, I have a team of 13 individuals, and we are responsible for the firm's large enterprise-wide applications like email, instant message, those kind of things.
Sure. How big of a company is BDO?
We roughly have about 12,000 employees and partners, and yeah.
Where are you based out of?
Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Okay. Was one of your employees at BDO, I imagine you've learned eventually, but was one of your employees a guy by the name of Bart Halderson?
Yes, that's correct.
And you became involved in Bart Halderson's email and calendar and things of that sort at the request of some sheriff's deputies from here in Dane County?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know Bart before this?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. Tell me about, just briefly, the computers that employees of BDO have at home when they work from home.
Yep, so the firm kind of supplies a laptop computer. Most of them are the same, and they're given to all of the employees.
And were people working from home more frequently than usual since the pandemic,
Yes, that's correct.
including in July of 2021?
Yes.
And Bart Halderson was one of those employees.
Yes.
The computer that Bart Halderson had at home, did it have any not ordinary security measures to it, like a retina scanner or a fingerprint scanner?
No, it did not.
Okay. In general, it was just a computer that if you could log into with a username and password?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in the course of this case, you learned that Bart Halderson had died, and you were asked by some police to essentially freeze any of his accounts.
Yes.
And at some point, police and myself and others have asked you questions. And one of those questions has been, when was the last email sent by Mr. Bart Halderson?
Objection to leading questions.
That's fine. Did I ask you a question regarding the last email regarding Mr. Bart Halderson sending from his account?
Yes.
Okay. And did you provide that email to police?
Yes.
Okay. I'm showing it's been marked in this case, exhibit number 486. And just briefly, what is the first page of this?
It is an email that was sent from myself to Brian Shunk.
Okay. And what did you indicate that you were doing in this email?
I was attaching some screenshots from Bart's last emails that were sent from his mailbox.
Okay. And we'll go to the second page of 486. Is that the email that you sent?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. I'll move 486 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
This email, did it have any significance other than it was the last email sent from Bart Halderson's account?
Not that I was aware of.
Okay. And just what is the date and time of that email being sent?
3:07 p.m. Eastern at July 1st, 2021.
3:07 Eastern?
Yes.
Okay. And have you reviewed Mr. Halderson's email account a couple times now in the course of this case?
Yes, I have.
And was that, in fact, the last email that he sent?
Yes.
So 2:07 Central?
Yes.
Showing you what's the third page of that exhibit, which is exhibit number 486. What am I looking at there?
It's his calendar, work calendar.
Sure. And what's the time range for that calendar?
June 27th through July 3rd, 2021.
Okay. And was this from Mr. Halderson's account that you locked up
Yes.
from video? Move to publish 486.
You may.
So just looking at that second page, there's no significance perhaps to the email, but what you were referencing was the time and date that it was sent. And that
Correct.
All right. And as to the calendar, does this appear to be an Outlook calendar maintained by people at BDO?
Yes.
And so, is there any significance to the different colors that people use on their calendar?
No. Yeah, it's customizable.
Got it. And so, if we look right here, Thursday the 1st, and scheduled here just around 3 o'clock, and I'll have you read it because it's a little bit hard to see. But on Mr. Halderson's calendar on July 1st, around 3, what does that say?
Krista doctor appointment?
Sorry, you're looking at the 30th. Look at the 1st.
Chaz, MATC.
Okay. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, Mr. Farr. How are you?
Good.
So a couple of questions for you. The state mentioned something about Mr. Halderson's, Bart's laptop. And that is a work-issued laptop, correct?
Correct.
So you're pretty familiar with that laptop and how it's used?
Yes.
The state mentioned something about no fancy equipment, if you will, to log into that computer. Is that correct?
Correct.
Not only did you provide the emails shown, but you provided different information to the deputy sheriff that you spoke to, correct?
Correct.
And I believe the contact person was actually Detective Shock.
I believe so, yes.
So along with emails and that calendar invite, or that calendar, you also provided information on Mr. Halderson's login, correct?
Yes.
And with the login information, that's something that's generated, it's not something that Bart himself put in a spreadsheet. It's something that's generated through some kind of computer program that you use.
Correct.
Now, with that spreadsheet that you provided about the logins, could you give us a little more information on what exactly was provided in that spreadsheet?
Do you have a copy of that spreadsheet? Because I know I sent a couple, and I want to make sure
yes.
I speak
So
clearly.
actually, give me a second to get that ready for you.
I don't have an opinion. I don't have an opinion. However they want to do is fine.
All right, I'm handing you the marked with exhibit 1001. Excuse me, 1101. So go ahead and peruse through that, familiarize yourself with that. And what is it a copy of, or what is that a copy of?
It's a copy of a couple of emails I had sent to Richard Bennett about some of the login information for Bart Halderson's computer.
And Richard Bennett, was that someone from the Deputy Sheriff's Department?
Correct.
Perfect. And does that look like a true and accurate copy of the email and the spreadsheet that you provided?
Yes.
Move it into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
No. It is received.
All right, so I'll leave that there for you if you need to refresh your recollection for that. But I believe my question was, what exactly was it that you provided with that spreadsheet?
So the spreadsheet had a record of when the laptop was locked or unlocked.
And for it to be locked or unlocked, was some kind of password required?
A password is used to unlock the computer.
And that password, is it one where you only have a certain number of entries to try before it locks you out and you have to call someone from IT?
Yes.
Do you know how many logs or how many attempts you have?
I do not offhand.
Okay. Was there any other kind of login that a password was required?
There are several applications that we have that you could use a password to log into.
And could you briefly tell us some of those, if they're included in that spreadsheet?
They are not included in the spreadsheet, no. This is strictly just the computer.
Okay, so what else does that spreadsheet have? Does it have anything else about any kind of last login that Mr. Halderson would have had?
No, it just has the login, log off, and computer restarts and shutdowns.
And is it something that you would require your employees to shut down their computer regularly?
We do advise our employees to shut down regularly.
Okay, and based on that spreadsheet, when is the last login for Mr. Halderson, or log out, excuse me?
last logout would have been July 1st at 8:07 Eastern,
8:07 Eastern time.
8:07 p.m. Eastern.
And that would have required some kind of passcode.
That is the log off, so there's no passcode when you log off.
You just turn off the computer.
Well, your computer will either turn off automatically if you don't do anything for 20 minutes, or you can manually log off your computer.
Okay. So then that would mean that at some point, at least the computer was active roughly a little before 8:07 Eastern time.
It would either have to be active, or if you had a video playing at the same time, that would keep your computer from becoming locked automatically.
Does that spreadsheet also tell you when was the last login that would have required some kind of password?
Yes.
And when was that?
(5:13 p.m. Eastern on July 1st.
So from 5:13 Eastern to roughly about 8:07 Eastern, the computer was active the whole time.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions. And I'll take that back from you.
He could, if you wouldn't mind, he could keep it for a second.
Redirect.
Sure. So 5:13 Eastern, meaning 4:13 Central, was the last verifiable time that that computer was logged into?
Correct.
And we've had discussions about this, have we not?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any way that you can tell who logged into the computer at 4:13 p.m.?
No.
Okay. Are you able to tell at all what was being done on that computer at 4:13?
Not with these logs, no.
Sure. And have you had conversations with law enforcement regarding trying to figure out what was going on that computer?
Yes.
And are you able to tell?
Not concretely, no.
So the last verifiable time that you're able to determine someone manually was doing something on that computer is that login time at just after 4.
Correct.
Okay. And you said things could be keeping the computer active. What types of things keep the computer active for long periods of time?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. You can answer.
So if you were doing a training and it had a video component to it, that would keep your computer from being locked out. If you're watching YouTube and you had a video open, that would keep your computer from being locked out.
But in terms of verifiable information on the computer, we talked about the last email that was sent. No email was sent when that computer was logged back into at 4 o'clock?
Correct.
Okay. And I'll ask it, perhaps I already have, and I hate to be it's redundant, but just want to make sure I'm clear. Are you able to determine, based on any of your programs that you have access to or the data you've looked at, whether anything other than logging into the computer was done after 4 o'clock? Or that time at 4 o'clock?
We weren't able to, no.
Okay. In terms of passwords, is this just the normal thing you look at when you unlock your computer? You have your username and you enter a password?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know who had Mr. Halderson's passwords?
I don't know.
In the course of this investigation, have I and police provided information to you that Mr. Halderson was a bit perhaps loose with his passwords?
Yes.
In fact, I've showed you documents in this case. I'll show you what's been admitted into evidence as 203. You've seen this document before?
Yes, I have.
And what does that appear to be?
A list of username and passwords.
And most of these usernames, you're able to tell from the initials and the name of the user who appears to be the user.
Bart.
Okay. So if Bart Halderson's password, for instance, was on a document, I'm not saying this document, but a password document or a Post-it note sitting next to the computer, you would have no way of knowing who logged onto that computer at 4 o'clock.
Correct.
Okay, so if someone wanted to log on, throw on a YouTube playlist of music and listen to music on that computer, you wouldn't know who was on there.
Correct.
Okay. Are you able to tell what Bart Halderson's password was from your data?
No.
And I asked you to try, didn't I?
Yes.
Okay, no further questions.
Any recross?
Yes. That spreadsheet that the state just showed you, were you able to determine what the password and the username were from that spreadsheet that they provided?
We tried a few of those passwords and we were not able to succeed.
And you also mentioned that there was how many logins that you were able to try before it booted you out or kicked you out?
I don't know off the top of my head.
But there was a limit.
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you.
May this witness be excused?
He may.
And released.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
I'll grab the spreadsheet.
And then perhaps Ms. Doral and I should approach real quick to talk about that issue we had brought up a second ago. State calls.
Attorney Brown.
The state calls Omar Job.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
I'm going to go with that gentleman right there.
Please raise your right hand. And the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Good morning, sir. If you believe you can do so safely and responsibly, testifying without a mask would be our preference, if you're comfortable doing that.
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead and remove the mask, and then if you want to angle the microphone so that it's directly in front of you, that will also help, because the blowers have turned on and they create a level of background noise.
Okay.
Thank you. Go right ahead.
Sure. Good morning, sir. Would you mind telling us your name and spelling it out for the jury?
My name is Omar Job, O-M-A-R-J-O-B-E.
And sir, what do you do for a living?
I work as an enrollment coordinator at Madison College.
And tell me a little bit about that job. What do you do in that job?
We are customer service that, like one-stop shop that help different departments. We support different departments like financial aid, enrollment, records, admissions, and triage order calls in different parts of different departments within the college.
When people call, just give us a sample of last time you worked. What kind of calls are you getting?
We got calls about admissions. We walk them through how to get admitted and enrolled in classes. Mostly financial aid, like I said, records, obtaining their transcripts. Those are the kind of calls that we manage daily.
And how long have you been doing this work?
Altogether, 8 years. Started.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Started as a student and transitioned in different positions.
When you do you get a lot of calls?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember all of them?
No.
Or sometimes they recorded?
Recently, we started recording them I'd say 2 years ago.
Okay. Last year, you were contacted by the police at some point regarding one of these calls you had?
Yes.
And did you speak to the police?
Yes.
Did they ask you about a call that you maybe had with someone about Chandler Halderson in June of 2021?
Yes.
In fact, the very end of June 29th, I believe?
I remember the date, but okay. Yes.
All right. And was that call recorded?
Yes.
Okay. Have you listened to that call?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you just there's a number on the bottom. It's 496. It's a kind of an oddly designed transcript, but just even reading the first little bit of that, does that appear to be the call that you had with this person regarding someone named Chandler Halderson?
Yes.
All right. I'll take that back from you. I will move 496 into evidence, and I'll represent for the record 495 to be the call and move the call into evidence as well.
Any other objections?
No further objection, thank you.
It is received.
I think I asked you, but we played the call for you and you listened to it at one point?
Yes.
Do you have any independent memory of this call at all?
No.
Right. Do you know Chandler Halderson?
No.
Do you know anyone named Bart Halderson?
No.
When you listened to the call, were you able to tell, though, that it was you on the phone?
Yes.
All right. So if we could have HDMI left, I'll plug my computer in.
Folks, it's been a little while since we've had just an audio recording. I'll remind you of the instruction that what you hear is the evidence. If you don't believe the transcript that's shown on the screen matches what you're hearing, you should go with what you're hearing. The transcript is provided for your convenience. Go ahead.
Sure. All right, we're going to listen to a call. Give me 1 second. Let me make sure we're queued up appropriately and the volume is on.
This should appear on the screen in front of you, sir. Mr. Job, the computer monitor should carry whatever's on the big screen so you don't have to look in that direction.
The call's about 17 minutes long, so I apologize, Mr. Job. You're going to sit there for a second, but if you need a glass of water, there's one right there, and I'll just begin playing at the beginning.
Roman Services, this is Omar. How may I help you?
Can you make sure the volume's up on your end?
Hi. I'm trying to get an appointment scheduled to meet with somebody to maybe just get a copy of the transcript and also a printed copy of a certificate that was earned and other degree verification. Okay. How do I get that done? Okay, for the degree, you have to download the duplicate diploma form and send it in with a check or a money order of $4 for the diploma to be mailed back to you. For the transcript, you have to go online and request it. Yeah, I've tried requesting online and we never got them. And I've spent I don't know how many times doing that at $8 a piece, so I'm not willing to do that again. Why is not letting you request your transcript? It's not my system, it's your system, so don't ask me questions like that.
Sure. I'll pause it at 108.
Thank you.
May we approach?
Sure. Oh, yeah. If anybody needs to stand up and stretch, go right ahead.
How may I help you? Hi. I'm trying to get an appointment scheduled to meet with somebody to maybe just get a copy of the transcript and also a printed copy of a certificate that was earned and other degree verification. Okay. How do I get that done? Okay, for the degree, you have to.
Sounds like the issue's not resolving, so we'll probably need to take a small break.
All right. Do you... It's slightly early for lunch, but at the same time, I don't know if you think it will...
I think it might take 10 minutes.
Our tech person is on his way out.
Okay. All right. Folks, do you want to just relax here, or would you like to go back to the jury room and come back? I'm fine if you're okay just being here?
Unfortunately, I'll note we may need to be using the screen, so if that matters for your decision on where everyone stays.
Well, let's do this. Let's do this. And sometimes we wing it. I'm going to ask Randy to take you back to the jury room. He'll inform you whether we're taking an early lunch or not. I'm not going to bring you back here if we have to make that decision. I'll just tell you now, if I don't see you before the lunch break, do follow the requirements that you followed every day in not discussing the case with yourselves or even discussing the frustration about technology. That's tempting. And do avoid overhearing or researching or finding out or seeking any information about the case. If we're able to get this fixed quickly, we'll get you back in here. Otherwise, Randy will let you know if it's the lunch break. Certainly, we'll do our best. Go ahead.
All rise for the jury.
You can go to the main campus. We open Monday through Friday now. So you can walk there, and then someone can help you, process the payment, call Stern Financial to lift the hold, and then you can do or download your own official transcript.
You said after the payment, you said to lift the hold, you said call who?
It's a process. So once you make the payment, they can lift the hold right in there. You can tell them, you want to request your transcript, so they will lift the hold right away.
So you said I had to call somebody.
No,
or can they do it if I stop in there?
Yeah, when you stop in, they will do it for you.
Okay. Now, if we've earned a certificate, say in that solar program,
you said
where does that get requested to?
If you earned a certificate?
Yeah.
I don't see that you earned a certificate. There were no
You were taking okay.
You were taking IT classes, right? I don't see that you were in a program.
But prior to the IT, there was a solar program too.
Yeah, but I don't see that you were Chandler Halderson. And your date of birth is March 15, 98?
98.
Okay.
Now, there was an old account that got changed to this new one, so would it be under the old account that didn't get, or did all that get transferred over?
It's soon if they merge the accounts. What was your... Do you have your old account info?
Like it used to be Halderson C at Madison College.
Yeah, normally if they merge it, they'll bring everything together. Hold on 1 second. Okay, so the name that was on that account, what was the name of that was on that account?
Well, it's the same name, Chandler Halderson, or do you see it's Halderson C at Madison College at edu.
Yeah, that's your username. That's Halderson@MadisonCollege.edu.
No, that's the new one. And the old one said Halderson and then C at. Can you tell if those two were combined or not?
Halderson and C. No, I don't see a request for duplicate account. Normally when I type your name, it should bring Halderson C. Let me do it in reverse, okay? If it's Halderson C, then your first name would have been and your first name is Chandler, Chandler.
HAL, L is in Larry, HALDER.
No. So when I look you up by name, if it has a duplicate account, it bring all the names that are under that account.
Now, if they canceled one, would that show up anymore, or once they cancel it, would it be like expunged, kind of?
It will show up and then it will say deactivate. If you go to, we have a system that will show that a duplicate account was processed. Because the account I'm looking at, there was no.
How far back does that account go that you're looking at? Like when was the first class taken?
Okay, I can. Spring of 2018. Spring of 2018.
Oh, okay. So that does have all the history then.
Yeah, but I don't see that you were admitted.
I'm having a hard time hearing you.
So I don't see that you were admitted in any program.
So you said they were, it's the IT degrees in there, right?
No, those are just classes. Like you took general education classes and then the IT classes. You might have just took the classes but not be in the program. You have the solar. You took a solar class, physics, trigonometry, leadership and art. General chemistry. Yep, you took some solo classes, like I said. Yep, you took solo classes, but you were not in the program.
Mm-hmm. Does the internship from the spring show up in there?
Entrance from the spring of what year? I can go back.
Oh, this year, 2021. So winter. Yeah, you do spring.
No.
Do those normally show up in there?
Yes, if if the internship is part of the curriculum, yes.
Do you have an Alyssa Brandt that works in that area or anywhere in the campus?
What is the last name?
BRAN. I think it's T or DT.
You said the first name is Alyssa?
Alyssa? Yeah, ALYSSA.
No. All the brands. There's no Alyssa with all the last names that I put.
And does that check non-teachers and everything? It would be anybody on campus that works there?
There will be anybody on campus. The directory will have anybody on campus.
Okay. How about, does Daniel Spice still work there? His last name is Spice. Yeah, it's I'm trying to get the proper spelling. No, SPEITH.
You said SPEITH. No, it's not showing up.
Okay, that should do it then. Okay, thank you for your help.
All right, you're welcome.
No further questions.
Cross-examination?
No, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You are excused and released from your subpoena. Thank you very much for your time. And jury, the break will occur at this point in time. I was hoping to go longer into the noon hour because I'm supposed to go to a judge's meeting, but that didn't work out. So I will make that meeting, and we'll take an hour break for the lunch. And obviously, as I told you before excusing you, follow the admonishment as to contact. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
I apologize for the delay. Who doesn't love meetings that are supposed to be over the noon hour? And we'll get going now that I'm able to reconvene our hearing. If you want to call the detective?
Sure, Detective Shunk, returning to the stand.
I'll remind you that you're still under the oath you swore this morning, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. I know you were on this morning, and then we had Mr. Job, and I'm going to ask you some questions about the same exhibit, which is number 498. Just quickly, if you could refresh the jury, what are we looking at in 498?
This is a Bart Halderson Celebrate report.
Okay. And I think we had talked about looking at some data starting at page 2,538, which you last testified. What were you testifying about? What happened at 2:04 p.m. on the 29th of June, 2021?
At 2:04 p.m. on the 29th of June, phone number 608-246-6210 was called for 19 minutes and 46 seconds. That was the call Bart made to Omar Job.
Okay. And there are a couple pages more of entries. Could you walk through, that is entry 110. If you could just walk through, what is entry 111 on that phone?
111 is just, it's showing the source of that phone call. Once again, showing the 246-6210 number.
And that's just data that was pulled from the phone?
Correct.
All right. When there's only a couple pages left, we'll go to the next one. What happens in what's been analyzed in your system as number 112. It looks like there's a message sent. Who's it sent from and who's it sent to?
Correct. On June 29th, still at 3:27 p.m., Bart Halderson sends a message to Chandler. It's listed as Chaz Halderson in his phone contacts. It's an instant message that says, "I spoke to Omar Job."
Then the next item analyzed in your system is 113. It's a web history. Is this exactly what it sounds like, internet history?
It is.
Okay. And what does that show, and at what time does it show it?
At 5:39 p.m. on that same date, Bart Halderson Googled Madison Area Technical College.
Okay. And 114?
114 is just showing that the search was completed through Safari.
115?
115 is just the mobile Safari cookies that are attached when you Google Madison Area Technical College.
And the same with 116?
Correct.
What about 117?
117, Bart Halderson is Googling contact Madison College. This would be like a contact list that is on their website.
And in 118, do we see the same source code essentially being repeated?
Correct.
And the same with 119 and 120?
119 is different. That's actually the web history showing employee directory for Madison Area Technical College. So Bart Halderson Googled the employee directory at that time.
Thank you. 120?
120, the associated cookies when you type that search in.
All right. And line 121, could you give us the date and time and then what was done there?
Line 121 is June 29th, 5:40 p.m. Once again, Bart is still in the employee directory.
Okay. 122?
122 is listing employee directories results, and that's at the same time on the same date.
123.
123 is an activity sensor data. This comes from the health app on Apple phones that shows July 1st at 2 p.m.
Okay. And in your experience or knowledge, what is this?
So people that have the health app on their Apple phones, every hour, Apple will document, steps traveled, distance traveled, among other items that you can select to be shown in the app.
Line 124, if you could give us the date and time of that and what happened.
Line 124 is an instant message. It's July 1st, 2021 at 2:10 p.m. This is an instant message from Bart Halderson to Chandler Halderson.
And what does it read?
Bart wrote to Chandler, "I'm ready whenever you are."
The next line, 125.
125 is just a duplicate of that same.
Okay. And the very last line here, labeled as 126, what is the date and time of that and what happened?
126 is July 1st, 2021 at 3 p.m. It's also an activity sensor data. It's also just the iPhone health app reporting that there was the last activity at that time.
Okay. And that's when it was uploaded at 3 o'clock?
That was when it was uploaded for the previous hour, correct.
In your review of the records, does it appear that the uploads happens periodically on the hour basis, perhaps?
Every hour.
Okay. After Bart Halderson's phone updated the health app at 3 o'clock on July 1st, 2021, was there ever any activity on that phone again?
There was not.
Okay. Judge, if you could just turn the ELMO on, I just want to make sure I can display the relevant messages. And so again, we're looking at exhibit number 498, and we're going to start here. Is this that phone call to Mr. Job that you were talking about?
Yes, it is.
And so we have the date, time, June 29, 2021, and then the duration of the call. You mentioned the text message shortly thereafter, June 29th, 2021, 3:27, the parties, and then that's the body, correct?
Yes.
Right. And then we start talking about looking up Madison Area Technical College. I'll just display down that page on page 2539. Page 2540. I think this is what we talked about. Some of these are things he's Googling or clicking on, and some are cookies. And we get to line 123. This is the health upload that you were talking about at 2 o'clock?
Correct.
And shortly after that, we see this message at 2:10 on July 1st, 2021 from Bart to Chaz. I'm ready whenever you are.
Yes.
And that was his last message ever sent?
Correct.
And then just as we saw at 2, at 3 o'clock, we see another health upload.
Yes.
And then the page goes blank.
That was the last one.
No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Thank you. Now, the exhibit you just testified about contained more information, more entries than you just talked about, correct?
Yes.
So you just talked about the ones that you and Mr. Brown determined relevant to this investigation, correct?
To this specific point, there's been other references to that attachment.
To this specific point, correct?
Sure.
Now, in looking at Bart Halderson's phone, it's fair to say your investigation looked as much as you possibly could on that phone for potential evidence, correct?
Yes.
That's it, thank you.
Any redirect on that point? No. Thank you, Detective. You can return to the table.
I'll call Stacy Sadoff from the Department of Justice. We'll have Stacy at this time. Hi, good afternoon. You can follow that gentleman right there.
Do you solemnly swear for the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes.
Good afternoon. Hi. If you believe you can safely and responsibly testify without a mask, that would be our preference.
Sure.
Thank you so much. And as you discovered, the chair doesn't move, it's bolted to the floor, but the microphone can come closer if we need that.
Okay.
Go ahead, counsel.
Good afternoon. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Stacy Sadoff, Stacey Sadoff.
And what do you do for a living, ma'am?
I'm a digital forensics examiner
With who?
with Wisconsin Department of Justice.
What does the digital forensics examiner do?
We do several things, but to make a long story short, we will look at electronic evidence, so cell phones, computers, thumb drives, tablets, and pull information from those devices and then conduct analysis.
What type of specialized training do you have in the area of digital forensics or phone analysis, things of that sort?
Yes, so I have done training through multiple softwares, digital forensic software specifically, that I've done on and off since I started in 2013.
I'm showing it's been marked in this case, exhibit number 466. Is that your CV?
Yes.
All right, I'll move 466 into evidence.
Objection.
It is received.
Were you asked to become involved in the case of Mr. Chandler Halderson and the homicides of Bart and Krista Halderson?
Yes.
What types of things did you do in the investigation?
So in this investigation, I was asked to do cell phone extractions.
Sure. There were a few cell phones brought to your attention in this case?
Yes.
Were you able to access all of them?
No.
What goes into whether you're able to access a phone or not in your job?
So with forensic software, newer phones, we oftentimes struggle with getting into them if they're password protected. So in this case, some devices were newer than others.
Sure. The older the device, the more likelihood that you're going to be able to get into it?
Yes.
Do you stay up to date with the newest technology and trying to break into these iPhones?
Yes, I try.
And it's fair to say Apple is constantly combating privacy issues with their phones and trying to develop phones that can't be broken into.
Yes,
And it's a back and forth sometimes.
correct.
So amongst the phones that you were able to access in this case, was one of them the phone of Krista Halderson?
Yes.
So I'm showing you what's been received into evidence as exhibit number 385. And what does that appear to be?
One of the phones that was submitted.
All right. And that has a sticker on it, in fact, indicating that you looked at it or someone in your department.
Yes.
And I'm showing you it's been marked, and the received into evidence is 387. Found with this phone, what does that appear to be?
Driver's license
Of who?
of Krista Ray Halderson.
Got it. So with Krista's phone, were you able to perform any sort of extraction?
Yes.
Okay. And you placed that on some, it's transferred electronically essentially to prosecutors and defense attorneys and things of that sort?
Yes.
Okay. Just showing you 374. Does that seem to be labeled the extraction of Krista's phone?
Yes.
Okay. I will move 374 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is received.
In this case in particular, as you extracted the phone, did you provide that data back to the detectives who were working on the case?
Yes.
Sometimes you review all that data yourself and look for things?
Correct.
But in this case, a good deal of that work was done by the detectives.
Yes.
Okay. Another phone I'm going to ask you about. Is a phone belonging, or that was purportedly Chandler Halderson's old phone. Were you able to review something that you believe to be one of Mr. Halderson's older phones?
Yes.
And
Started as we're on the record for the
why do you think it was an older phone, or what gives you that impression?
This statement is going to be made one time.
The phone was an older make and model as compared to another phone that was submitted that was a newer make and model.
No cameras, no phones, and no
The
coming.
course of I think what the jury's heard.
There are violations of the decorum
If that
of this
phone was
court,
found in a
they'll be
desk
dealt
drawer
with by
with
the
other
sheriff's
phones,
department.
that's consistent
Probably
with
mean
people
you'll
where
be
they just put their
excused,
old phones.
regardless
Yes.
of your interest in this case.
And did you
It applies
download
to
that phone
anybody
as well?
with
Yes.
either side. It applies to the media. It applies to everyone that's in the court.
Particularly, I ask you, when you download a phone and when you develop
duration of this
information
trial.
related to those phones, are you able to see what the passwords
All
are?
right, we'll have the jury brought in. I'll read them
Sometimes.
the preliminary
In this case, were you
instructions.
able to see what
Both
Krista
sides can
Halderson's
make opening
password was?
statements.
Yes.
I would ask
And were you
and
able to
expect
see
that
what
the opening
Chandler
statements are
Halderson's
relevant.
iPhone
succinct.
password was the phone
And
that
we'll start with the
was
state's
found
first
in his
witness.
room?
Yes.
And what were they?
I don't recall the number off the top of my head, but they were the same.
They were the same
Everybody
password?
can remain seated when the jury
Yes.
comes in.
And for the record,
All right, that's clearly coming from the feed because I just paused it. So that's coming from the feed. I'm not sure what. Let me see how long that goes on for. Hold on a sec. Let me see if I can find. Just bear with me for a minute. Does it, Mallory? It stops eventually. All right, we just got to bear with it. We just got to bear with it. Yeah, we know there's two trials going on. There's another trial coming in, you guys. Just hang tight. Mallory, does it stops eventually? All right, so it eventually stops. Okay. All right, we'll just hang in there.
does this appear to be that phone, the old Chandler Halderson phone?
Yes.
And that's your lab sticker on it?
speaking, can you make
Yes.
sure you're using a mic
Yes.
and turn this way so my recorder can hear?
Those phones were 4-digit passwords,
Yes.
Thank you.
and you confirm them to be the same.
Yes.
One moment. Showing you what's been marked. In this case, as exhibit number 467, page through that and let me know what we're looking at.
My forensic examination report.
And what kind of information, and which phone is that for?
This is for all of them.
Okay. And what information is contained in that report?
The 3 evidence items that were submitted, so it will give information on, for example, phone make, model, IMEI number, phone number, what kind of extraction was conducted.
Sure. And in this document, can you show us where the breakdown is between the different phones? You said it's all of them?
On page 2 of my forensic examination report, it breaks down the 3 different phones that were submitted.
Understood. Okay, thank you. In one moment, I'm going to page through, make sure we have all of the documents in. We're going to have the detectives testify in a second about some of them, but just give me 1 second. And just referencing again, 267, regarding that passcode, would it help to look at this report to remember what it was?
Yes,
You looked at a lot of data, didn't you?
I did.
So if we're looking at page, on exhibit 467, starting with the iPhone 6 that we've identified as the phone found in Mr. Halderson's room, it's on page 4,933. Are you able to determine a passcode there?
Yes,
And what is that?
2568.
And then if I turn to page 4,936, this is identified as Krista's phone that you downloaded. What's that password?
2568.
No further questions.
Counsel, before I ask about cross, could you double check the exhibit number for the extraction? You said 374, but we have that assigned to something else. I think it was an envelope.
Let me double check it. Yeah.
Okay.
Press. Give me 1 second.
Extraction of what?
The extractor was 574.
574. That's not what you said according to 2 people up here. Yeah, cross-examination, please.
Yes, thank you. So, just want to clarify something. Earlier, you said that the documents that you just reviewed with Mr. Brown regarded all of them. When we're talking about all of them, we're talking about cell phones, correct?
Yes.
And what is all of them? How many cell phones did you review?
3.
So in particular, we just talked about 2 right now. We talked about an iPhone 6 that was identified as an older iPhone that belonged to Mr. Halderson Chandler, correct?
Yes.
Then we talked about a newer iPhone that was identified as belonging to Krista Halderson, correct?
Yes.
These both have the same passwords.
Yes.
And then there was a third phone that was, and whose phone was that?
Believed to be the defendant's.
So whatever phone he was using now.
Correct.
You believe he's using now?
Yes.
And those were the only phones that you were asked to extract data from?
Yes.
Out of curiosity, how many phones have you extracted data from? Just a rough number. In general, not just in this case.
Okay. I would estimate between 500 to 1,000.
A lot of phones.
Yes.
And you said that sometimes you can get a full extraction from phones and sometimes you cannot, correct?
Correct.
And I believe that it has nothing to do with, or it might, but for the most part, it just has to do with whether a phone is newer or older, yes?
Yes.
Newer phones have more protection, more safety components, yes?
Correct.
And they're protected by passwords, yes?
Correct.
Now with the passwords, sometimes you're able to get the password on this extraction from the phone and sometimes you're not, correct?
Correct.
And you may not have the right answer for this. I don't think there's a right answer, but out of curiosity, how many times do you think people use birth dates as passwords?
I would say more common than a random number.
How many times have you ever seen the password as 1111?
If I had to estimate, maybe 15%-ish of the time.
It's up there, yeah? No further questions, thank you.
Redirect?
The phone you were not able to access, what model was that?
What model?
Yeah.
It was an iPhone. I don't recall the specific model.
Was it newer than the other ones?
Yes.
And I think, is that the one that you believe to be Mr. Halderson's phone?
Yes.
Using whatever technology you have and whatever password breaking software you have, were you able to break into that phone?
No.
No further questions.
May this witness be excused?
Yes.
And released?
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your time. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you.
1 second, please, Counsel. Folks, we're going to take a recess at this point in time so that I can address something. Randy, go ahead.
Yeah. All right for the jury? Just as I asked Mr. Shunk some questions about messages on Bart's phone, were you asked to review the downloads that were performed by Ms. Stacy Sadoff, who just testified, the download of Krista Halderson's phone?
Yes, I was.
And specifically, were you asked to look at text messages on that phone?
Yes.
Okay. Showing what's been marked in this case is exhibit number 499. Does this appear to be some of those messages that you were able to download, specifically in more recent to the homicides?
Yes.
All right. And these are in what we call conversation mode?
Yes, they are.
And briefly, if you could explain conversation mode again for the jury, this is from Cellbrite?
Yes, it's a Cellbrite extraction report of the text messages between Krista and Chandler. And then the conversation view, it actually just appears easier to read. The color is different from the sender and the receiver.
Looks a little bit more like a text message.
It does.
Okay. I'll move 499 in evidence and ask to publish it starting at page 3,558.
Any objection?
Nothing further.
It is received and may be published.
All right, I'd ask for the Elmo to be turned on. All right. So what we're going to do, I'm going to work with the lighting for one moment. So in green here, is that Krista?
Yes, it is.
All right. And in blue, we're going to see Chandler.
That's correct.
So we're going to start essentially 7 days prior to, or around 8 days prior to when we're talking about everything happening. So on June 23rd, 2021, just to get us used to what this looks like, could you tell us what Krista says to Chandler?
Good night, Chandler. Love you.
Mr. Halderson responds essentially, good night. And then this email, or this text message. I'm going to read it. Let me know if this is correct. HR rep and me are having to attend a board meeting online this afternoon. Our meeting will be online around lunch. I do not have to leave. Sent on June 24th, 2021.
That's correct.
Mrs. Halderson responds, and can you see that?
Yes, I can.
All right, could you read that for us?
Have Dad coach you and have in the wings to help you. Please let him support you or I will come home so I can.
Okay, June 24th. Mr. Halderson responds, sounds good. Is here saved in Krista's phone as Chaz?
That's correct.
Okay. And then same day, a bit later at 1:10 p.m., I'm waiting in the room for him now.
Your Honor, I'm just going to object as leading.
Okay. We'll go to the next
Sustained.
question, or the next text on the 24th of June at 1:10. What do we see from Krista to Chandler?
Would you like me to come home?
How does Chandler respond that day at 1:15?
I'm all set.
And slightly after that?
I got a list of things from Dad and a bunch of tips.
Staying on the 24th, a message from Krista to Chandler. Now we're at approximately 2:31. Can you tell me what that says?
If you need to pick up check, I can come home. Just ask.
At 3:13.
This is to Chandler from Krista. Any news?
And then from Chandler, or Chaz, to Krista Halderson, June 24th at 3:26. What did he say?
I don't need to go anywhere because I have a board meeting until the end of the day.
And then on June 24th at 3:27, that last message, what does that say?
From Krista, did it get solved?
Again, staying on the 24th, a message from Mr. Halderson shortly after that at 3:27. What does he say?
Pretty much just need some approvals and signatures.
Now we're on to June 28th at 1:02 p.m. What does Krista Halderson say to Chaz?
Were you able to make an appointment with MATC?
Again, June 28th, now at 1:02. What does Mr. Halderson say to Krista?
No, there's a line I might be able to skip, so I'm exploring that option.
Then the next, or now we're on to June 30th. Here at 7:22 in the morning, what does Krista send to Chandler?
Thank you for waving. You made my day. Happy face emoji.
Mr. Halderson responds shortly after, saying what?
No problem.
And then what does Krista say at 7:30 p.m. or a.m. on that day?
Love you lots.
On the 30th, message from Krista to Chandler.
Come see us when you are done.
It's at 5:19 p.m.
That's correct.
Mr. Halderson responds with what?
Okay.
Now on to July 1st of 2021, a message from Krista to Chandler at 1:38 p.m. What does that say?
Hope things are going well. Thinking about you. Happy face emoji.
On July 1st, 2021 at 2:34, how does Mr. Halderson respond?
Going well. Thanks.
And what does Krista respond at 2:34 on that day?
With a happy face emoji.
At 3:19 p.m. on July 1st, 2021, what does Chandler text his mother?
Dad's phone died. Text or call me.
Shortly after, another message?
Yeah, from Chandler to Krista, and get soda on your way home. I have an extra hour of work.
And Krista responds,
Okay, I can. Happy face emoji.
and that's at 3:22 on July 1st, correct?
That's correct.
On July 4th, there's no messages. Well, on July 4th will be the next message we'll look at. There's a message from Chandler to Krista on the 4th of July at 11:02 a.m. What does that read?
Hoping this goes through. I bet there's a lot of people up there.
Shortly after, he sends another message. What does that say?
Making it hard to message.
And on July 4th, shortly after that, at 11:04 a.m. So the last message from we just looked at was 11:03 and 7 seconds.
That's correct.
At 11:04 and 23 seconds, Krista Halderson's phone texts Chandler's phone. What does that say?
Made it safely. Can't get anything through. And yes, it's packed. Going to White Lake today for the parade, and we'll be home Monday night, Tuesday early. Love you lots.
The use of the last phrase, love you lots, with exclamation points, that had occurred at other times in the messages with Krista and Chandler.
Yes, it had.
That was a phrase she used.
It appeared so, yes.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Detective Sims, just so I'm clear, that text exchange was extracted from Krista's cell phone?
Yes, that's correct.
So is it safe to assume that you or someone in your investigation looked at all of Krista's text exchanges on her phone, not just the ones with Chandler?
That's correct, we did.
And anything else you could look at on the phone you looked at, correct?
That's correct.
That's it, thank you.
Can you redirect?
No.
Thank you, Detective. You can go back to your seat at the table. Attorney Brown or Raymond?
I'll call Courtney Ripp from the Department of Justice. Hey, Courtney. You're gonna go with that gentleman right there.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Good afternoon. If you believe you can safely and responsibly testify without a mask, that would be our preference, if you're comfortable with that.
I'm not able to at this time.
Very good. Then go ahead and pull the microphone a lot closer.
Okay.
And you can even tilt it up closer to the direction of your mouth, and we'll make sure that we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay.
Go right ahead.
All right. Could you please state and spell your name for me?
Courtney Ripp, COURTNEY RIPP.
And what do you do for a living?
I am a criminal analyst for the Wisconsin Department of Justice.
What do you do in that job?
As part of my job, I take in copies of original records and make them into visual displays. And that can look like chronological reports, timelines, or cell phone tower maps.
Have you been involved since early on in the case of Chandler Halderson and deceased individuals of Bart and Krista Halderson?
I have.
And have you worked in conjunction with folks in law enforcement and in your work?
Yes, I have.
Specifically, maybe these detectives over here?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Showing what's been marked in this case is exhibit number 435. What is that?
This is my CV.
I'll move 435 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received, and I'll have the record note that it was Detective Sims and Trunk that counsel was referring to, just so that the record reflects which detectives.
Thank you. Can you tell me a little bit about the training you undergo to do your job?
As part of our training, when we first start, we work with a senior analyst who goes over how to do the specifics of our job. They also review all of our products before we send them out. I've also received training from the cell phone companies themselves on how to interpret their records. We are in constant communication with them as things change and shift and how they send us stuff and how the technology upgrades. And I've also taken a class through the FBI about cell phone analysis.
Tell me more about that class. What does that entail?
It really just kind of went over everything that I had already personally experienced, which is the basics of how a cell phone tower operates, the basics of what the individual companies send us with their records, and what those mean and how to in turn map those out.
So, in the course of your duties, have you had the opportunity to look at iCloud records?
I have.
What is iCloud?
iCloud is the system that is native to Apple products, and it is what they use to offer backup services. So long gone are the days of, losing everything with your phone. It can now be backed up to the cloud, and they offer it for free to a specific size, and then after that, it's a paid subscription.
When you say the cloud, just explain what that is.
Really, it's a bunch of servers that are housed in warehouses and other places, big computers that store your information.
Now, if I own an Apple iPhone, you say automatically I get a free iCloud account?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That account I have, does everything on my phone get backed up, or does it only when I choose things, or can I deselect things?
The user selects what they want to back up, and they can change that at any time.
What are the types of things that one could choose to back up or choose not to back up affirmatively in their phone?
Anything on your phone, honestly. You can decide your contacts, your text message content. Photos are probably the most selected. Any of your applications you can choose to back up. Mail, your email accounts, and notes, different things like that. Anything that's on your phone you can choose to back up.
And is that something that someone with a phone, they don't need some advanced training to know how to do that? If you go into your settings, you'd be able to figure that out?
That is correct.
Okay. In this case, were you provided an iCloud response from a subpoena that was issued by law enforcement regarding Chandler Halderson's iPhone?
I was.
So while maybe the jury's heard in this case we weren't able to access with a password his phone, you were able to access his iCloud, his backup.
That is correct.
And did you receive that?
I did.
Okay. So I'm showing you what's been marked in this case as exhibit number 454. What does that appear to be?
This is the certification of the records from Apple.
Got it. And those are transferred to law enforcement, and what is this labeled?
It is a USB device that contains the Apple/iCloud records.
And that's 455?
Yes, it exhibit 455.
I'll move 454 and 455.
No objection.
They are received.
Now, what types of things did Mr. Halderson have backed up in the cloud?
Images, notes, the contacts. I believe that there were some bookmarks that had been saved, and I don't recall everything else.
You mentioned notes. What are notes?
The notes is a section that you can use it as a notebook. So I use mine for a grocery list, but it's just a free space where you can type in whatever it is that you want.
Okay. And did Mr. Halderson have some notes?
Yes, he did.
Showing it's been marked in this case as exhibit number 456. What does this appear to be?
This is a print-off report that shows the content of the various notes that were contained in that return.
And are these in date order, starting oldest to newest?
That is correct.
Could you tell us what date range these are all in? So the oldest one, then just look at the last page and tell us what the newest one is.
The oldest one is from February 1st, 2018, and the newest was on July 5th, 2021.
Okay. And so I'll move 456 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
There are quite a few notes here, right?
There are.
Would you agree that the majority of those are mundane things like lists of things and links and jokes and things of that sort?
That is correct.
Okay. In the course of the investigation, some of those have become more relevant than others?
Yes, they have.
Okay. And for instance, there's one highlighted on the first page, which in the actual page numbers is page 3,174. Could you just read from left to right kind of what you're seeing there and then tell us what that note was?
The first column shows the email address, the name associated with that email address. The date is August 6th, 2019, and it is at, in military time, 18:14:45, and it says dad debit 0730.
Got it. And so appears to be dad's debit and then a 4-digit number?
Yes.
Okay. Taking you to page 3,176, there's a few notes highlighted there. Would you mind just, these are all from on Chandler Halderson's phone?
Yes.
Okay, we don't have to read those. Would you mind just telling us the date, the time, and then what the note said? We'll just start from the top.
Okay. On October 12th, 2020, at 10:28:26, the content says, jobs need GPA, transcripts. On the same date, October 12th, 2020, at 18:26:10, college recourses.
And recourse is spelled with a C?
Yes.
Okay.
On November 23rd, 2020, at 12:46:31, Daniel letterhead with GPA on PDF.
Okay. And then moving to page 3,177, could you tell us the date, time, and the contents of that note?
July 1st, 2021, 17:11:03. Weekend chores, H2O2, lemon, door handles, move your shit upstairs, get a job, clean floor.
These notes are in fairly small print.
They are.
Okay. I'm showing what's been marked as exhibit number 458. Have you seen that before?
I have.
And what is that?
That is the last note that I read, just listed out.
And just read that again, if you could, the contents of the note.
Weekend chores, H2O2 lemon, door handles, move your shit upstairs, get a job, clean floor.
Understood. And I'll take that back from you. In military time, this is listed as 1711.
Yes.
So in our time, or what we're looking at, most people conventionally use 511?
Yes.
Okay. I'll move 458 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
In this case, you were also asked to look at Google records obtained and certified by the Google Corporation, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And did you obtain those for date range starting sometime before the 1st, but all the way through the arrest of Mr. Halderson on the 8th?
That is correct.
Showing you what's been marked in this case is exhibit number 442, all the way through the last ones, 459 or 449. Do those appear to be the Google activity for Chandler Halderson at gmail.com?
It is.
And is that from the 1st all the way through the 8th?
It is.
Okay. And a question for you. Well, I'll move 442 through 449, excuse me.
No objection.
They are received.
On exhibit number 442, which is Chandler Halderson at gmail.com activity from July 1st, there's not much there, but what do we see?
There are various YouTube searches that are listed here with the link and the title of what it is specifically that they watched.
Sure. YouTube is a company owned by Google?
That is correct.
Okay. So if someone goes on YouTube and watches something that would log onto their Google account associated with their email?
That is correct.
Okay. Are there any searches performed that day or any other Google activity that you're able to see?
No.
What could account for there not being any searches there?
There were no searches conducted or that the information had been deleted.
And do you know one way or another which one it was here?
I do not.
Okay. So 442 is July 1st. On July 2nd, 443, exact same thing?
Exact same thing. Different searches, different videos watched, but only the YouTube history.
444, July 3rd, same thing?
Same thing.
445, dealing now with the 4th of July. What are we looking at there?
Again, YouTube searches and YouTube history.
446, dealing with Google activity on July 5th. What are we looking at there?
YouTube history.
447, July 6th, again, more YouTube history.
That is correct.
On 448 and 449, July 7th and 8th, we're able to see more information.
That is correct.
All right. So let's start talking about exhibit number 448. In general, there's a few pages of things here. A good deal of these entries. Let's start with, is he searching anything on Google?
There are searches that are listed here in the maps section. So directions to specific places.
Can you tell me what those were and what time they were searched on? And this is again, July 7th?
July 7th at 9:36 and 38 seconds in the morning. Irwin Road, Cottage Grove, Wisconsin was searched. And then the next second later, so at 9:36:39 a.m., there were directions to that address, Irwin Road, Cottage Grove, Wisconsin.
Okay. There's a good deal of entries here that are Google Maps. Is that what happens when a user starts looking into the map interface?
That is.
Okay. Moving into 10 in the morning or so, are there some more Google searches?
Yes.
Tell me what those Google searches are.
At 10:19:57 in the morning, White Lake Police Department, White Lake Township Police Department. At 10:20:15, White Lake Police Department, Wisconsin. And that was searched several times. White Lake Township Police Department. Again, that continues several more times. At 10:21:44, Wabeno Police Station. 10:22:31. It's a homepage for the village of White Lake, Langlade County, Wisconsin. At 10:22:40, there was a personnel directory lookup in the village of White Lake in Langlade County. At 10:24, there was an area that was viewed in Google Maps. At 10:40:26 a.m., the search term BDO. 10:41 a.m., BDO's Madison CPA firm was a link that was selected. 10:58:40, BDO Madison. 11:33:04, Sawyer Lake, Wolf River, Wisconsin. Several different locations were viewed in the Google Map application. At 12:25:36, there was a Google search for Zimbrick Volkswagen repair shop near me, with a follow-up of the Zimbrick Volkswagen of Madison Service Center. And that address was then utilized in the map application. At 13:51:19 p.m., Sawyer Lake, Wolf River, Wisconsin directions were pulled up. Lots more map activity. At 14:03:18, there was a Google search for 4200 police code. 140838, radio codes, Signals, Rhode Island. And then at 152326, the search term AICPA was put in several times.
And that was all on July 7th, 2021?
That was all on July 7th, 2021.
Okay, and so we have 1 day left. Fair to say Exhibit 449, which is July 8th, it includes some YouTube entries, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and not looking at those, but what was searched either in Maps or Google searched, could you go through that, give us the time, and then just walk us through what was searched that day? So on July 8th, 2021.
So July 8th, 2021, 9:44:30 a.m., body found, Wisconsin. 9:44:41, women's body found in Wisconsin. 9:44:50, Wisconsin dismembered body found. 9:45:07, State versus Peter T. Capuzza, Wisconsin court system. 9:45:25, dead body found in Wisconsin. 9:45:40, body found in Milwaukee River, 2021. There is a search for a Journal Sentinel online article. At 15:12:46, Bart and Krista. 15:12:49, Madison area couple last seen a week ago may have headed to, and then an ellipsis.
I lost you.
It's the three dots.
Ellipsis.
Yeah. At 15:12:54, Madison area couple last seen a week ago may have, and then it cuts off. These seem to be all links that were related to the search. 15:13:48. They got picked up and left with another couple. Son not sure. 15:13:51. They got picked up and left with another couple. 15:15:01. Update. Dane County authorities need help searching for missing. 15:15:05. Dane County authorities need help searching for. And then there are various entries in here for map searches. And it doesn't specifically say the area that was viewed in the map application.
Understood. And in 449, when you read the Google searches, body found Wisconsin, Wisconsin dismembered body found, those were actual searches performed in the Google website, essentially.
That is correct.
And when you read those longer descriptions, such as Madison area couple last seen a week ago, what do those appear to be?
Those appear to be links that returned as a result of the search.
Sure.
So in this particular instance, the Google search itself was Bart and Krista, and then the ones that followed were links that were clicked on related to that search.
Sure. Judge, I would move to publish 449 just to display that.
Very good.
So again, we're looking at exhibit number 449. And as we go through this, for instance, that's what you're referencing when we talk about a YouTube video.
Yes.
And this might be a video game, essentially, that's being looked into.
Correct.
Okay. And so when we say Google search on this side right here, I'll move over so everyone can see the time at 9:44. That's the item that was searched. Body found Wisconsin?
That is correct.
Okay. And what I'll do is I'll zoom out just a tad so that that time is visible, and I'll just slowly move the exhibit up to display the whole thing. And so as we get down to the bottom, these are these the links that Mr. Halderson or his Google account clicked on?
That is correct. You can see after the google.com / it changes from search to the URL.
Understood. Which differentiates from the actual Google search for something like body found with Wisconsin, which is /search and then the query.
Correct.
I'm going to draw your attention to one of the searches or one of the links, which is the state versus Peter Capuzza. Did you in fact go and find what that was, that link that was clicked on?
I did.
In general, what was that?
It was the court case involving a man who was accused of murdering and dismembering a female relative of his and the way he dealt with the remains.
Okay. And there were some legal issues related to that?
Correct.
Okay. And we're not going to talk about the legal issues, but I'm showing you Exhibit 357. Is that the Court of Appeals decision that was clicked on in that link after Mr. Halderson looked into State versus Peter Capuzza?
It is.
Okay. I'll move 457 into evidence.
No objection.
457?
Yes.
It is received.
This legal decision's many pages long. However, I would ask the witness, if it's okay with you, Judge, to read simply the first paragraph starting with the description of the judge who wrote the decision, just that entire first paragraph, and stopping at where it says background.
Is it from the opinion or is it the editorial summary?
It appears to be the editorial summary at the top.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay.
It may be read.
And so I'll have you start with the name Peter Capuzza and read from that point forward. You do not, I think it's okay if you do not read the statutory numerical sections as you go through it. I think
Thank you.
That would be hard to understand.
Peter Capuzza was convicted of first-degree intentional homicide and hiding a corpse with intent to conceal a crime. The prosecutor presented evidence that Capuzza killed his cousin, Mivano Mushambe.
You can use
Capuzzi, M.M. Capuzza, cut up her body and disposed of the parts in the Wisconsin River. Capuzza argues that the trial evidence was insufficient to sustain his convictions and that evidence relating to a trained dog, which allegedly detected large amounts of human blood residue in Capuzza's apartment, was improperly admitted. We conclude that the evidence was sufficient to support Capuzza's convictions and that any error in admitting evidence related to the dog was harmless error. We affirm the convictions.
Thank you. So when we talk about the Capuzza decision, going back to Exhibit 449, 9:45 in the morning on the 8th of July, correct?
That is correct. It was at 9:45:08, yes.
Now, in this case, I think you started, we asked you what you did for a living, and you mentioned that part of your job is mapping and timelines and things of that sort.
That is correct.
We talk about mapping. You talking about cell phone mapping?
That is correct.
Is that something you regularly do in your job?
It is probably the most common thing that we do.
Okay. In cell phone mapping, you're concerned with tower records, cell phone tower records?
Yes.
Okay. Talk to me about how cell phone towers work.
Typically, there are 3 sides to a tower, and the side of the tower that's used is going to be the strongest tower that the phone chooses to be able to support a communication. So when we get phone company records back, it gives us a side of the tower that was used that gives us directionality for possible travel and things like that. They typically keep records, the cell phone companies typically keep records for their own business purposes, who people are communicating with, the times that are used, how long the communications last, and they keep all of that so they can provide better support to their customers. The tower ranges typically for 3 to 5 miles, but it can cover as far as up to 10 miles, depending on the area what the population is, what the needs are of their consumers. So in more urban areas, you're going to have less coverage, but you're going to have many more towers. Then in rural areas, you're going to have fewer towers that have much larger coverage areas.
When it comes to cell phone records, do you need to activate your phone? Do you need to do anything affirmatively on your phone throughout the day for it to be connecting to cell phone towers?
Not necessarily.
Tell us about that.
So throughout the day, the carrier is constantly sending updates to your phone to figure out where you might be. Your phone may be reaching out to get updates for different applications that might be utilized on your device. But your phone is always reaching out to figure out what tower is going to provide the best strength and the best support for the next communication that you choose to make.
Do sometimes, in a very short period of time, do sometimes phones connect and reach out to multiple towers?
That is correct.
And in those cases, you're able to determine directionality and distance based off 3 different locations or 2 different locations?
Possibly, yes.
And does that assist you in providing a perhaps more precise location of where someone is?
It can.
Okay. Cell phone tower data itself is an approximate location, or is it an exact location of where someone is?
It gives a general side of the tower that's utilized for a communication. So again, that coverage can go anywhere from 0 to up to 10 miles, depending on that particular tower. So it generally gives us a side of the tower that is used.
Is it always the same? If you and I both have Verizon and we're sitting in this room together right now, is it always the same exactly whose phone's connecting to what tower in an urban area?
It should be.
Does it always work out that way?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay. Sometimes when looking at cell phone tower records, do you see towers that are maybe way off in the distance blink on for moments and then go away and never be used again?
I do.
What does that mean, or what does that look like?
It could jump back to an earlier data session for a moment, or it could be that the tower really isn't the best, to support that connection. So then it jumps off to a different tower to maybe handle the rest of that communication. More often we see that with data records.
In this case, the relevant phones of Bart, Krista Halderson, Chandler Halderson, and even Chandler's brother Mitchell, that was all U.S. Cellular?
That is correct.
Okay. And U.S. Cellular tower data was collected via subpoena and provided to you in this case?
It was.
And I'm showing you exhibits number 438, 439. What does 438, the top one, appear to be?
It is a certificate of authenticity from U.S. Cellular.
And is that what they provide when they turn this data over usually?
It is.
And 439?
It is a USB drive that is labeled U.S. Cellular phone records.
I'll move 438 and 439.
No objection.
They are received.
When these records are received, are they in an easy to view fashion, or do you have to do something to them to make them to be able to comprehend what they're saying?
U.S. Cellular records are a little bit tricky. They do come in an electronic format, so they're easy to open up, but you do definitely use the training that you have received over the years to be able to interpret those records a little bit better. The most common thing to do is to adjust the time zone so they're all in Central Time.
Sure. And you said mapping at the beginning. What do you do? What does that mean to you when you take tower records and you're going to map them? What is that?
So we have a list of towers that are provided by U.S. Cellular that lists all of their tower locations and the degrees which each sector of the tower covers. And when we match up the phone records, we use the tower that they provide in the phone records and match it up to the tower list and just connect it to the same tower name. And then we're able to use that latitude and longitude and the sector that's indicated to determine how it's mapped out.
And when we talk about the map, what is the map? Is that your own created map, or what map do you use to overlay this data onto?
The map layer that is shown most commonly is Google Maps. And we can change that to reflect satellite imagery, where you see the roads and the landscape, trees, and such.
When doing mapping, do sometimes you use Snapchat records?
Yes.
Specifically Snapchat location data?
Yes, we can.
Talk to me about Snapchat. When you're talking about mapping, we talked about cell phone records. What does Snap add to the puzzle sometimes?
So Snapchat users can select whether or not they want to share their location with all of their friends, some of their friends, or no one. And when you do that and you open up your Snapchat, to actively use it to message or post a story, whatever you may be choosing to use. Snapchat is collecting your location information. So anything that has a latitude and longitude provided with it, we can generally add to our maps with the cell phone location data.
Is this data more precise or less precise than cell phone tower records?
It is more precise.
Sure. Is it always exactly spot on?
No.
Tell me about that.
So there are areas of accuracy with any precision locate. So even if you open up your phone and you open up your navigation app, it may show you off the road. So there's always an element to you drifting off of where you actually are. And it's based off a number of things. And that can include the number of satellites that are used in the area, if there are any blockages or obstructions, like trees, buildings. And it can also depend on how your phone is connected to the network as well. If you're connected to a Wi-Fi network, it's gonna be more precise because Wi-Fi networks are small and therefore you have to be closer to it to be able to connect. So more precise.
When you map Snapchat records, if we think of it as like a dot on a map that you're pointing down, do you ever come across records where those dots will be in one location and then you'll see a random one way off in the distance, which maybe couldn't exist unless someone was teleporting there, and then it appears back at the spot it's been the whole time? Have you ever seen that?
Yes.
What is that called, or what is that?
It's something that's referred to commonly as drift. And so again, it just, depending on how well connected your phone is to the network or how visible it is to the satellites or different ways that it's using to narrow down your location, you could drift away from where you actually are.
Sure. For that reason, is it important to look at the number of times that Snap is locating or updating your data into the system?
That is correct.
Okay. So did you obtain records from Snapchat in this case regarding the location of Chandler Halderson's Snapchat account or his phone that was connected to that account?
I did.
And is that certification exhibit number 440?
Yes.
And does 441 appear to be the USB containing those records?
It does.
If you could for me, on 440, on the second page, are you able to identify the username that this file was in regards to?
It is related to the Snapchat account Chazzle Dazzle.
Okay. I'll move 440 and 441 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received. They are received, I should say.
Thank you. So we talked a lot about the cell phones and we talked about Snapchat. You did do some mapping in this case.
I did.
Okay. Showing what's been marked in this case is exhibit number 573. What does that appear to be?
This is the work product that I created that shows the summary of all of the mapping.
Okay. And is 436 essentially a container for the USB containing that map?
Yes.
All right. I'll move 436 and 573 into evidence.
No objection.
They are received.
And I'd ask to publish.
You may.
I'll need the lefty. The screen in front of you is going to come on. We're going to be able to look at some images together. Let's see if we can't look at this in the best fashion. All right. So let's just talk about this first page. What are we looking at there?
This is just my introductory slide that shows a list of all of the telephone numbers that I reviewed. The tags indicate that there is a chronological report associated with that. And it gives the refresher that sectors are represented by that pie-shaped icon, and that they're drawn out to represent 1.5 miles. And that's not necessarily the area of coverage by a particular tower, it's just for visual representation. And there's also a notation that the device that was used by Bart Halderson had no outgoing communications or data records associated with it after approximately 2:30 p.m. on July 1st, 2021. The device used by Krista Halderson had limited activity on July 2nd and was active for a short time around 11:02 a.m. on July 4th, 2021, which corresponds with a text message exchange.
Excellent. And so as we go through this, when we see that the sector symbol or that pie-shaped icon, we're talking about that directionality from the tower that you talked about?
That is correct.
When we talk about, and eventually we may get to data from Snapchat, how is that depicted on these maps?
There will be a legend that indicates it's going to be a circle shape.
Okay. And you were asked to look into July 1st, 2021, all the way through the date of Mr. Halderson's arrest on the 8th.
That is correct.
Okay. So let's start on July 1st of 2021. We'll walk through this slide if we could. What are we looking at there?
You can see the legend on the left-hand side indicates the colors associated with each individual's phone records. This shows all 3 phones for the duration of July 1st. You can see that the red and the green sectors representing Bart and Chandler, and the small circles, they're kind of clustered together near the icon for the residents. Those all seem to stay somewhat stationary, but you can see that the purple sectors travel down to the Madison area, between the residents and the Madison area.
Understood. And so when we look at this piece of data, there's a notation where all of those clusters are at the very top, just top center. It says Bart and Krista's residence. Is that one of the locations that you were provided to map out that was important in this case?
I was.
And there's a couple of those, are there not?
Yes.
And you were provided that information by detectives?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Some of these we're going to look at animated maps. Tell us about what an animated map is when we talk about cell phone records.
So what that allows us to do is look at the records as they occur in somewhat real time. So it plays them along so we can see the context surrounding those locations before and after and where they go in between.
Sure. And when it came to picking which time periods to map out, you worked with detectives and me, essentially, to figure out which ones were maybe more relevant?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to click on, see if I can do this right. So here we have an animated map on July 1st, 2021 from around noon to midnight, so the last 12 hours of the day. And are we going to see all of these folks, Chandler, Krista, and Bart, are we going to see their cell phones when we look at this?
Yes.
Because it's the first one we're looking at, I'm just going to ask you a couple questions. That purplish color at the bottom, is that Krista Halderson?
That is.
And the green, is that Chandler Halderson?
It is.
And here he's near his residence, essentially.
Yes. Okay. And the red that showed up, that was Bart's device. And you can also see that the towers that they utilize the most when they're at home bounce between 2 or 3 different sectors of various towers. And those provide the best coverage at that time for those communications.
And Mr. The timestamp that's in those sectors, is that in fact the actual time that those records are from?
Yes.
Okay. So we're now moving to 4:20 p.m., 4:30 p.m. around this time?
Yes.
Okay.
And fairly soon you will start seeing Krista's phone utilizing towers that end up covering her residence. And again, you can consistently see that the Snapchat locations and the cell phone tower usage is consistent with the devices being at the residence. And we're getting close to 9 o'clock p.m. And 10 o'clock. $11. And that was the last location.
Going to the next map, we're still on July 1st of 2021. What are we looking at here?
Because that first map showed all 3 phones for the same time frame, I split them out. So here we can see a little bit closer up view of Chandler's location records, whether they're the Snapchat, which you can see a little bit clearer as the small circles, and the green sectors.
When you talk about the Snapchat circles, it's our first time maybe getting a closer look at them. Are they just underneath the little icon for Bart and Krista's residence?
Yes, they are.
And there's a cluster there.
Yes.
And so is this Chandler throughout the day?
It is. So it shows consistent data session tower coverage from about 12:29 a.m. through 11:17 p.m. There are a few calls that took place, including an incoming call from Krista at 3:19:39 p.m.
Going to the next slide, we're still on July 1st. I think you said you were going to separate folks out. Is this Bart?
This is Bart.
And what's notable about this slide, or what can you tell us?
So as it was summarized on the first slide that I read over, there is no cellular activity related to this phone number or this device after 2:33:32 p.m. Otherwise, it shows consistent usage throughout the morning into the early afternoon, with data sessions starting as early as 12:40 a.m. And you can see that there were 3 phone calls that utilized these towers.
Next slides, now we're on to just the isolated view of Krista on July 1st. Tell us what we're looking at there.
This one shows very clearly the movement of the phone down to the near east side of Madison from the home. So you can see that she left the house around 7:29 a.m. and arrived approximately 10-ish minutes later, starting to utilize some of those towers off of Highway 151. And you can see that that tower was consistently utilized until 4:56 p.m. And then there's the travel back to the residence with the data sessions picking back up at 5:12:33 p.m. and utilized close to midnight.
Sure. Despite the phone being used, you're not able to tell in your work who was using the phone after 5 p.m. that night?
That is correct.
I asked you to put Mitchell Halderson on this slide, correct?
You did.
And Mr. Halderson was the whole day nowhere near the residence?
That is correct.
Okay. Going into the second, tell us what we're looking at here.
It's the same sort of pattern, a lot of usage around the residence. There is one change in it, that the tower to the south is using the western side of the tower to support communications or data usage in this particular instance between 7:07 and 7:22 in the morning of July 2nd. But the rest of the tower activity is consistent with being at the residence or near the residence.
For the entire day?
For the entire day.
The one data session that occurs that you were able to map, it's from 7:07 a.m. to 7:22 a.m., the one that's a bit farther away from the house. The Google overlaid street map lists some businesses, does it not?
It does.
And what businesses directly in the center of that sector?
Fleet Farm.
Again, sticking with July 2nd, what are we looking at there?
This is the activity for Krista's phone on July 2nd. You can see that there are no longer data sessions related to that device after 6:41 in the morning.
Again, same question, you're not able to tell who's using that device at that time?
That is correct.
Same question as before. I asked you to just throw Mitchell Halderson's location on there. Again, he's in the Verona area that whole day?
That is correct.
Let's talk about July 3rd. Saturday, July 3rd, 2021. What are we looking at here?
This one is a little bit busier, and it covers just from midnight until noon on July 3rd. And the way that this kind of plays out is that there's a lot of activity around the home until about shortly about 9 o'clock in the morning. And then the phone travels down along the lake near Madison, heads up northwest. And there are some data sessions around that area that has a box surrounding it. And that is activity that occurred from 8:26 a.m. till 9:02 a.m. Then as you follow that around to the north, there is a tower that's utilized across the river, very towards the top of the map, that's utilized for a phone call. And then you can see it shifts back down to tower 550101, and that one's utilized for the next call. And then you can see that the phone then travels back to the residence and then heads actually down to the Madison area from 10:35 until 11:51 a.m. So it's kind of like a big circle.
Sure. And we're going to look at this map a little bit further. But here we only see Chandler and Chandler's Snapchat. Was there any activity from Krista Halderson or Bart Halderson's phone that day?
No.
And nothing would appear on this map?
No.
Okay. And then just so everyone is looking at the map and can see everything, again, you labeled Bart and Krista's residence on that map?
Yes.
All right. The area that has the box around it, the black box, are we going to look at that further and a little bit closer in?
We will.
And is that the area around Prairie du Sac or just north of Sauk City, Wisconsin?
Yes.
Okay. And then just so everyone's reference, that very top tower that only had one entry at one point, that's just south of Devil's Lake?
Yes.
Okay. You were asked to animate from 7:30 to 9:30?
That is correct.
All right, and we'll look at that.
So again, this just shows kind of in real time what these records look like to give more context, and it's probably easier to understand than listening to me try to describe it.
I think you're doing a fine job, but I'll just note, here you've put an additional label on. So we have Bart and Krista's residence labeled, and then there's another label by Prairie du Sac. What does that say?
It says remains found approximate.
And was that the location given to you by detectives?
It was.
Okay.
What is different on this animation versus the static map will be the arcs that are drawn out away from the sector. And those are an approximate distance that was provided by the cell phone company.
In dealing with this day, still on Saturday, July 3rd, that location far to the left in which it appeared that Mr. Halderson's phone moved and stayed for a good period of time in the morning, did you do some closer-up imaging of the tower records as it relates to that location?
I did.
Okay. And tell us what we're looking at here.
So this map shows the towers that cover that particular area and were used by the device. You can see that there's pretty consistent usage from approximately 8:26 a.m. through 9:02:38 a.m. And you can also see that there is an arrow pointing near the red icon, and there's a very small dot in there that is a Snapchat location, and there are 2 entries for that particular location.
And you mapped that and took out the cell phone data so you could see that more clearly?
I did.
And is that what we're looking at in this slide?
It is.
And if we look at the very bottom of the screen, is that the location where you've been indicated by detectives to place the remains found?
It is.
Again, staying with July 3rd, so again, we're still on Saturday, July 3rd. This is the other half of the day, the afternoon into the evening?
It is.
Okay. What are we looking at here?
This map shows the device traveled up to the Portage, Wisconsin area on the evening of July 3rd. So around shortly after 10:15, the device started traveling north, utilizing towers along the way, and stayed in the Portage area from approximately 10:37 p.m. to 11:03 p.m. And then it returned back to the area of the residence closer to 11:24 p.m.
And you animated this as well?
I did.
All right, let's take a look at that. From 10:30 to 11:30?
Yes.
And again, if you could explain those arcs that we're seeing.
So the arcs are an approximate distance from the tower, and that's the cell phone company's best estimate as to where the device may be. And they give it to us in miles and segments thereof. And so when you have more of them intersecting at a particular location, that gives more credence to their accuracy of that particular distance from the tower. And so you can see as it gets closer to the tower, you can see the lines get closer within the green sector. As the device tends to move away, you can see them expanding out away from the tower, which again, it just gives a little bit more directionality.
Again, you mapped Mitchell Halderson that day. He was in the Verona area all day?
That is correct.
Okay. Talk to me about July 4th. What are we looking at there?
July 4th, Krista's phone has activity for the first time in several days, and it's only for a short time frame. The rest of this map is showing Chandler's device usage, where the device seems to travel down to the Madison area, where it stays for just over 2.5 hours, and then it tends to travel over to the Cottage Grove area, where it is from approximately 3:43 p.m. to 6:51 p.m. And then it returns back up to the residence around 7:29 p.m. And again, in the details of the next slide will show what the communications within that black box.
Sure. And we'll go to that next box. Here, you've mapped the residence area on July 4th, 2021, from 11:02 a.m. to 11:09 a.m. Is this the first time, I think you said in several days, you see Krista's phone have activity?
That is correct.
And what can you tell us from this slide? What are we looking at?
Krista's particular tower usage was inclusive of some data session records that occurred from 11:02 to 11:04 a.m. And this is also where there was an outgoing message to Chandler's device at 11:04:23.
And was that the message listed there? Made it safely, can't get anything through though, and yes, it's packed. Going to White Lake today for the parade and be home Monday night, Tuesday early. Love you lots.
That is correct.
Okay. That message was sent from Windsor, Wisconsin,
It was.
not White Lake, Wisconsin.
That is correct.
Briefly going back to the last slide before we move forward, the location on the bottom right of that screen on the 4th of July from 3 to just before 7, we're going to talk more about that location as we go further in other days, but that's the general location of the Irwin Road Farm?
It is.
Okay. All right. Again, I ask you to map Mitchell. He was in the Verona area all day?
Yes.
Talk to me about July 5th. What am I looking at here?
So July 5th shows the device activity for Chandler's phone. It appears that it was pretty consistent at the residence throughout the day until about 4:30 p.m. And then the device tends to move south along the interstate and heads out to the Irwin Farm address until about 6:54. Then it heads back to the Madison area where it stays for a while. You can see some activity from 7:10 to 8:34 p.m. There's some call activity there. And then it appears to return to the residence around 8:52 p.m.
Bart and Krista, their phone's not active this day at all?
That is correct.
Okay. And you animated that trip down to what you described as the Irwin Road property. You animated that, and it goes from 4:30 to 9 o'clock?
Yes.
All right, we'll take a look at that. So this is again July 5th, Monday.
And again, with the arcs, when they start to intersect, that tends to give more credence or more weight to the approximate location of that particular device.
In case anyone's having trouble seeing, would you mind telling us about the time we're at now?
It is about 6:30. And we are approaching 7 o'clock. And you can see the device is starting to head away from that Cottage Grove area. And we're at 8 o'clock.
And as we approach 9 o'clock, it appears that phone ends up back at the home.
Yes.
Same day, we're still on Monday, July 5th. What are we looking at there?
This is a particular time frame of noon to 4 p.m. on July 5th. And it shows that the device is consistently at the residence with data sessions active pretty consistently from 12:05 p.m. to 3:59 p.m.
Sure. And in fact, just to be clear, I'm the one who asked you to put this map together?
Yes.
Okay. I'm showing you what's been marked in this case and received as exhibit number 536. You may not have seen these before, but these appear to be text messages between someone named, what is the top?
Hubby.
And who?
And Catherine.
All right, and I'll represent to you that it's been testified in this case that these are messages between Chandler and his girlfriend. Just briefly, could you read through the first couple of pages of those, and you can just start with the start time there and then read through?
July 5th, 2021 at 12:35:05 p.m. The message says, 1 sec. The response from Catherine at 12:35:08. Okay. Okay, then another response at 1:31:46 p.m. Text me when you get to your appointment. The message from Chandler says, yes, dear. That is at 1:32:30. The response from Catherine at 1:33:25, good boy. The response from Chandler at 1:40:09 p.m., thanks, B. The response from Catherine at 1:40:24 p.m., 1:40:26, I love you. 1:40:30, it's gonna be okay. 1:41:05 from Chandler. Either way, you and me are gonna be happy. 1:59:37 from Catherine. Very true. Response from Chandler at 2:01:53. Made it a bit ago and checked in. 2:01:56 from Chandler. BRB. 2:09:12 from Catherine. You got this, B. 2:18:56 p.m. from Catherine. Yeah, question mark. 2:19:18 from Catherine. Am I picking you up? I'm off at 5. 2:20:19 from Chandler. Just need you to know because I have horrible reception. And that same message is resent at 2:22:10 p.m. At 2:22:43 from Catherine. Okay. At 2:22:52 p.m. from Catherine. Do they gave Wi-Fi? At 2:23:07 p.m. We can snap if that's easier. At 2:23 p.m. from Chandler. No connection to even load Snapchat. At 2:23:42 p.m. and no Wi-Fi. 2:23:54. But I can still get your iMessages. At 2:24:17 from Chandler, no connection to even load Snapchat. 2:24:17 p.m. and no Wi-Fi. From Catherine at 2:24:34, that's good. 2:24:42 p.m. from Catherine, and weird that they all gave it. 2:24:46, have it. At 2:24:54 from Catherine, but maybe it's your carrier. From Chandler at 2:25:26, I'll try and get it on. And that message is received or resent at 2:27:18 p.m. At 2:31:21 p.m. from Catherine, let me know what happens. At 3:25:08 p.m. from Chandler, hi hun. 3:25:10, heading home. 3:25:48. They took an X-ray and CT scan. Nothing bad on the X-ray.
All right. And I appreciate you doing that. And just clarity of the record, we're talking about exhibit number 536. And just confirm the date again for me.
It is July 5th, 2021.
Essentially in the afternoon.
That is correct.
Okay. Did you perform an animation between 12 and 4 p.m. on that day?
I did.
Let's take a look at it. If you could read off the times as in increments, if you could.
So we're approaching 12:30. One o'clock. Two o'clock. Three o'clock.
The phone stays in the same general vicinity as the residence during that time period?
Yes.
Okay. Going back, because again, we're staying on July 5th. In the bottom right corner of this overall map of Mr. Halderson's locations on July 5th, there's a square. Is that around the Irwin Road property?
It is.
And were you able to look at that a little bit closer for a trip out there in the afternoon and into the evening of July 5th?
I was.
Okay, we'll go ahead. What are we looking at there?
This specifically shows only the Snapchat locations that occurred during that particular time frame. You can see that they start around 6:08:16 p.m. and the last one on the screen is at 6:53:32 p.m.
Sure. And I think we talked about it earlier, but I'm going to draw your attention to something specifically here. In the Snapchat list of data points here, for instance, there's the first one, which is at 6:15:42 p.m.
Yes.
If we look far right across that big farm field in another farm, it looks like, at 6:15 and 28 seconds, so just 15, 20 seconds before, there's a couple times where it hit right there.
Yes.
What do you believe that is, or do you have any opinion as to what that looks to be?
It could be an example of the drift. It's claimed, the accuracy on it is fairly good, but again, it can be the accuracy of the overall location itself can be thrown off due to various things, obstructions from buildings or trees, the lack of, the possible satellites that are around, what kind of connection it has, the device itself has to some sort of network, whether it's data or Wi-Fi, things like that can throw it off.
So on 3 different occasions on that farm on the right, there appeared to be a data location that came through.
Yes.
And you put that on the map?
Yes.
Because you put everything on the map that you got?
Those are the records.
Okay. On the far left, there's more Snapchat locations on that side?
Yes.
Okay. And did you zoom in on that side?
I did.
All right. Tell me what we're looking at there.
So this, again, is just showing up a closer satellite view. So it adds more context to where the locations are. You can see that there are several locations associated with the circle to the south on the map. Several of them are kind of stacked up in between each other with varying levels of degree of accuracy associated with them. And it takes part in kind of a small time frame, within a matter of 8 seconds. And then there's one location that's captured on the driveway or just around that area near the driveway at 6:08 p.m.
Do you know, so we talked about cell phone records are constantly maybe reaching out and talking to the phones.
Mm-hmm.
Is Snapchat doing the same, or is this when people affirmatively use the app, or do you know?
It's when they're using the app.
Okay. So if Mr. Halderson's Snapchat the app would not have been opened on July 5th, we wouldn't just see these naturally as some sort of handshakes that the system is performing.
Correct. That's my understanding of it.
Okay. And for some clarity's sake, the dot that you put for the Irwin Road Farm, to the left of that, it appears to be an actual blue dot on the screen. That maybe is the swimming pool that we've heard about in this case?
That's what I've been told.
Okay. Again, I asked you to map Mr. Mitchell Halderson. He stayed home all day?
Yes.
Let's talk about July 6th. Tell us what we're looking at there.
July 6th shows the movement of Chandler's device from the residence, and it moves fairly early in the morning. You can see the locations down at the south part of the map near Madison. There are data sessions there occurring shortly after 5 a.m. And then the phone does move back up to the residence where it maintains its location until that evening, where there is a trip down to the east side of Madison area near the interstate, and then it returns back to the residence.
Sure. I think you mentioned, and just so there's some clarity, there was you said an early morning trip kind of into the downtown area?
Yes.
What time does it appear that trip, if you had to give a range based on the records that you have?
The gap in the data sessions near the house are from 4:32 a.m. to 5:37 a.m. So it would have been around that time, which matches with the tower location that I highlighted at 5:05 a.m.
Understood. Again, I asked you on July 6th to just map where Mitchell was, and he was home again?
Correct.
On this day, we see a couple of things from Mitchell's phone listed there. What do we have?
There are some outgoing calls one outgoing call to Bart and one outgoing call to Krista.
Let's talk about July 7th. July 7th, 2021, Bart and Krista, their phone's not active.
Correct.
And they weren't active the day before.
Correct.
Okay. What are we looking at here on July 7th?
So these records are showing us the movement of the device down out to the Irwin farm. Again, this time it occurs between 9:30 a.m. and 11 o'clock a.m. Then the device seems to remain consistently at the residence throughout the evening.
And did you animate the trip down to that black square, the Irwin Road area?
I did.
And that's from 9:30 to 11 a.m. And we'll watch that together. That location in that black box down at Irwin Road, were you able to see some of those sector lines a little more clearly in that location in this mapping than perhaps you always are?
Yes,
Okay. And you did some close-ups of that location?
I did.
All right. So here we're looking at the general time period around 10 in the morning. I think the earliest is 9:57, all the way through maybe 10:14 or so. What are we looking at there?
So these are primarily the data sessions that were used during this time by that device. And you can see that there's a number of arcs that kind of intersect all at one point, and that happens to be near the location where I have the marker identified as Irwin Road Farm.
And if we go to the next slide, sticking on July 7th, is that a closer up of that farm?
It is.
And those sector lines intersecting?
It does.
On that day, I asked you to map for Mitchell Halderson as well.
Yes.
Again, he stayed in the Verona area all day.
Yes.
He had some activity, though, on his phone related to calling Bart and Krista.
Yes.
What times did he make those calls?
11:45, 4:50, 5:47 p.m., 8:27 p.m., and 9:12 p.m.
Moving to July 8th, 2021, the last day that we're going to talk about. Just what are we looking at there?
This shows the device activity related to Chandler's device, and it remains consistently at the residence up until about 4:15 p.m. There are no records between 4:15 and 7:55 p.m., but then you see the next data session towers that are utilized are down in the Madison area.
And in fact, that tower might be close to where we are right now.
Quite likely.
Okay. In the vicinity of the Dane County Jail.
Yes.
Okay. Could you talk to me about Mr. Halderson's activity on his phone that day? I think you have listed in that box on the right.
There were some incoming and outgoing calls to and from Mitchell.
There was outgoing at 10:10 to Mitchell, incoming at 12:58, and outgoing at 4:12?
Yes.
And then there were two other outgoing calls that day?
Yes.
Okay. And if the jury's heard evidence in this case that two calls were placed to law enforcement officers that day, would that account for two possible calls that were outgoing that day?
It's possible.
Okay. I asked you to map Mitchell Halderson that day?
Yes.
And he did some stuff that day?
Yes.
Where does he appear to go?
He went north likely up to the area of the cabin that Krista and Bart had. He left his general residence area shortly after 1 p.m., stopped near Bart and Krista's residence about 1:45 to 2:06 p.m., and then traveled up north. You can see the tower that's highlighted there was utilized from 5:17 p.m. until 6:24 p.m. And then the device goes back to Bart and Krista's residence and starts utilizing data session towers down there from 9:52 to 10:50 p.m.
Understood. And if you could you just detail the time that Mr. Mitchell Halderson made calls to either Bart or Krista that day?
Yes. Started at 6:37 a.m., 12:15 p.m., 6:24 p.m.
And to just compare, just to go back, just to confirm, did Chandler Halderson on July 8th make any calls to his parents?
No.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Analyst Rip, I want to ask a few questions about those maps we just saw. First of all, am I correct in understanding that those maps track a phone, not a person?
Correct.
So when the district attorney asks you a question like that map shows Mitchell in Verona, really the question is that map shows Mitchell's phone in Verona, correct?
Yes.
And the second thing I wanted to clarify about those maps, at various times during your testimony, you were asked, you don't know who was using the device after 5 p.m., and your answer was no. Do you recall that kind of question?
Yes.
Is it accurate to say you don't know who was using the device before 5 p.m., if that were the question, correct?
Yes.
You don't know who's using these devices?
Correct.
At any time?
Correct.
Now, going back in time to your testimony before the maps, I want to clarify the Google Records exhibit. Do you recall that exhibit?
I do.
And so that exhibit would show, for example, a search query such as Wisconsin dismembered body found. Do you recall that?
I do.
Did that exhibit then show if the results of that query were clicked on?
The only thing that would indicate that would be the follow-up article, as in the example of the state versus Capuzza.
So that could have come up as a result for that initial query, correct?
Correct.
That exhibit isn't saying that someone searched state versus Capuzza.
Correct.
And finally, relating to the Google records again, I believe your testimony was that you obtained records from sometime before July 1st through July 8th. Do you recall saying that?
I recall being asked that.
And your answer was yes.
Yes.
How much in advance of July 1st did you get these records?
I believe that there were several search warrants that were done for the various Google accounts. And I do not remember the exact time frame for any one of those in particular.
But for some period before July 1st, you obtained these same types of records for Mr. Chandler Halderson's Google accounts.
Yes.
Where someone could have seen what types of things he searched, correct?
Correct.
Same as they did after July 1st, correct?
Correct. To clarify, the report that I had was for that entire duration. So on those days prior to those particular searches, there was no history of what had been searched other than in YouTube.
One moment. Whoops, wrong exhibit. So it's your testimony that all the records you found for Google records before July 1st, the only search terms used were YouTube search terms?
I would have to double check in the original records to look prior to July 1st.
Do you have those records with you?
I do not.
Okay, thank you.
Can you redirect?
Sure. You were specifically asked in this case to produce records and mapping regarding the time period in question, the first, which corresponded to the last time Bart Halderson and Krista Halderson were known to be alive, through the 8th, which is the time of arrest.
That is correct.
And just to clarify, we talked a little bit about there not being records for certain days. We talk about the July 1st, July 2nd, July 3rd, July 4th, July 5th, and July 6th. We talk there's only YouTube records.
Correct.
YouTube, while owned by Google, is a separate location if you want to erase that history.
Correct.
Okay. So one could go into their Google account, erase that history, and that would not erase your YouTube history.
Quite possibly.
Okay. And I think you testified earlier, you're not here to comment on whether those were deleted or whether they just didn't happen on those days.
Correct.
The time periods and things of that sort that were relevant, those are all information provided to you by the police and people involved in the investigation. That was areas or times that they wanted you to map on these records.
That is correct.
Okay. No further questions? Okay.
May this witness be excused and released.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I don't think you have any exhibits there?
No.
All right, thank you for your time. Let me see the attorneys up at the bench, please. Folks, this is going to be the point in time where we release you for the evening. We've been through quite a bit today, and this has been a taxing session because we started, I think, at 2 o'clock with the testimony that just finished. So I appreciate your time and patience today. We've been in and out of here a little bit more than usual. We'll start tomorrow morning as usual. Get a good night's rest tonight, and certainly follow the admonition to not discuss the case or be exposed to any information purposely or inadvertently as we begin to get closer to the finish of our case. Do get rest, take care. It's supposed to be really cold, so maybe stay inside and huddle down and have a good quiet evening. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Thank you.
All right, the hearing.
All right. So that is day 7 and day 8. Yeah, it's been day 7 and day 8. It's been a long day for us too, Judge Highland. Yeah, so I just dropped in the link. It's Catherine Melender. It's her interview, so she has 2. And then it's Chandler and his phone call with Kat and her mom. So if you guys want to check that out, it's 8 hours, but her interviews last pretty long. Her interviews are like 6 hours. Yeah, They're like 3 hours each. So if you want to just get to her phone calls with Chandler, just fast forward to, they start at like 6 hours in or so. So if you want to check those out. All right. So then tomorrow, so what's on the docket tomorrow is going to be day 9 all the way through. We're going to finish Chaz tomorrow. We're going to finish Chaz tomorrow in the morning, and then we're going to pick up on the new trial. Devin Michaels out of Las Vegas. She's accused of taking off the head of her lover, of her I don't think they were married, but they had kids. So interesting case, really interesting case. So we're going to pick up on that. They started yesterday, so we're going to do some catch up, and we'll probably stream over the weekend. So if you guys are into that, cool. Either way, we're going to finish up. We'll be ready to catch her live on Monday. I'm pixelating our internet right now. It's really weird. It's fine all day, and then it just decides to crap out at the end of the day. I guess it's tired too. Our Comcast is tired as well. Thank you guys for watching. Really appreciate it. Thank you for hanging out with us today. We're getting through Chandler, so appreciate it, and have a great night. Dwayne, I know you took off already, but I'll show you if you're listening. Here's a little Super Ball for you. Super Ball's over there. I don't have eyes on anybody else, so I don't know where anybody else is. They're probably in the other room. So, guys, have a great evening. Again, thank you for joining us. I know you guys have choices of where you go to watch, how to spend your day, and I appreciate you spending your day with us. So, have a good evening. We'll see you tomorrow, 8:45 again for Chandler. We'll be finished with him by lunchtime, and then we'll switch over to the new trial. So, with that, thank you, mods, for doing what you guys do. Thank you, Aaron, and have a good evening. And we will see you guys tomorrow. All right. Bye.